Mystic River by Dennis Lehane. Part 3. Angels of the Silences. Chapter 15. A Perfect Guy. Monday morning, Celeste was in the kitchen with her cousin Annabeth as the house filled with mourners, and Annabeth stood over the stovetop, cooking with a detached intensity, when Jimmy, fresh from the shower, stuck his head in to ask if he could help with anything. When they were kids, Celeste and Annabeth had been more like sisters than first cousins. Annabeth had been the only girl in a family of boys, and Celeste had been the only child of parents who couldn't stand each other, so they'd spent a lot of time together, and in junior high had talked on the phone almost every night. That had changed in almost imperceptible increments over the years, as the estrangement between Celeste's mother and Annabeth's father had widened, moving from cordial to frosty to hostile. And somehow, without any single event to point to, that estrangement had wormed its way down from a brother and sister to their daughters, until Celeste and Annabeth saw each other on only the more formal occasions, weddings, after giving birth, and at the subsequent christenings, occasionally on Christmas and Easter. It was the lack of a clear reason that got to Celeste most, and it stabbed her that a relationship that had once seemed unbreakable could slip apart so easily, due to nothing more than time, family turmoil, and growth spurts. Things had been better since her mother had died, though. Just last summer she and Dave had gotten together with Annabeth and Jimmy for a casual cookout, and over the winter they'd gone out for dinner and drinks twice. Each time the conversation had come a little easier, and Celeste had felt 10 years of bewildered isolation fall away and find a name. Rosemary. Annabeth had been there for her when Rosemary died. She'd come to the house every morning and stayed until dark for 3 days. She'd baked and helped with the funeral arrangements and sat with Celeste while she'd wept for a mother who'd never shown much in the way of love, but had been her mother nonetheless. And now Celeste was going to be here for Annabeth, though the thought of someone as fearsomely self-contained as Annabeth needing support was alien for most, Celeste included. But she stood by her cousin, and let her cook, and got her food from the fridge when she asked for it, and fielded most of the phone calls. And now, here was Jimmy, less than 24 hours after he'd discovered his daughter was dead, asking his wife if she needed anything. His hair was still wet and barely combed, and his shirt was damp against his chest. He was barefoot, and pockets of grief and lack of sleep hung below his eyes, and all Celeste could think was, Jesus, Jimmy, what about you? Do you ever think about you? All the other people who packed the house right now, filling the living room and the dining room, milling near the front of the hall, piling their coats on the beds in Nadine and Sarah's room, were looking to Jimmy, as if it wouldn't occur to them to look out for him, as if he alone could explain this brutal joke to them, soothe the anguish in their brains, hold them up when the shock wore off and their bodies sagged under fresh waves of pain. The aura of command Jimmy possessed was of an effortless sort, and Celeste often wondered if he was aware of it, if he recognized it for the burden it must be, especially at a time like this. "What's that?" Annabeth said, her eyes on the bacon crackling below her in a black pan. "You need anything?" Jimmy asked. "I can work the stove a bit, you want?" Annabeth gave the stovetop a quick, weak smile and shook her head. "No, I'm fine." Jimmy looked at Celeste as if to say, "Is she?" Celeste nodded. "We've got things covered in here, Jim." Jimmy looked back over at his wife, and Celeste could feel the tenderest of aches in the look. She could feel another teardrop piece of Jimmy's heart detach and free fall down the inside of his chest. He leaned in and reached across the stove and wiped a bead of sweat from Annabeth's cheekbone with his index finger, and Annabeth said, "Don't." "Look at me," Jimmy whispered. Celeste felt like she should leave the kitchen, but she feared her moving would snap something between her cousin and Jimmy, something too fragile. "I can't," Annabeth said. "Jimmy, if I look at you, I'll lose it, and I can't lose it with all these people here. Please." Jimmy leaned back from the stove. "Okay, honey. Okay." Annabeth whispered, her head down. "I just don't want to lose it again." "I understand." For a moment Celeste felt as if they stood naked before her, as if she were witness to something between a man and his wife that was as intimate as if she were watching them make love. The door at the other end of the hall opened, and Annabeth's father, Theo Savage, entered the house, came down the hall with a case of beer on each shoulder. He was a huge man, a florid, jowly Kodiak of a human being with an odd dancer's grace as he squeezed down the narrow hall with the cases of beer on his boat-mast shoulders. Celeste was always a bit amazed to think that this mountain had sired so many stunted male offspring, Kevin and Chuck being the only sons who'd gotten the sum of his height and bulk, Annabeth the only child to inherit his physical grace. "Behind you, Jim," Theo said, and Jimmy stepped out of the way as Theo spun delicately around him and moved into the kitchen. He brushed Celeste's cheek with his lips and a soft, "How you doing, honey?" then placed both cases on the kitchen table and wrapped his arms around his daughter's belly, pressed his chin to her shoulder. "You holding up, sweetie?" Annabeth said, "Trying, Dad." He kissed the side of her neck. "My girl." And then he turned to Jimmy. "You got some coolers, we can fill them up." They filled the coolers on the floor by the pantry, and Celeste went back to unwrapping all the food that had been brought over once friends and family had begun returning to the house early this morning. There was so much of it. Irish soda bread, pies, croissants, muffins, pastries, and 3 different plates of potato salad. Bags of rolls, platters of deli meat, Swedish meatballs in an oversized crock-pot, 2 cooked hams, and 1 massive turkey under crinkled tinfoil. There was no real reason for Annabeth to cook, they all knew that, but they all understood. She needed to. So she cooked bacon and sausage links and 2 heaping panfuls of scrambled eggs, and Celeste moved the food out to a table that had been pressed against the dining-room wall. She wondered if all this food was an attempt to comfort the loved ones of the dead, or if they somehow hoped to eat the grief, to gorge on it and wash it down with cokes and alcohol, coffee and tea, until it filled and bloated everyone to the point of sleep. That's what you did at sadness gatherings, at wakes, at funerals, at memorial services, and occasions like this. You ate and you drank and you talked until you couldn't eat or drink or talk any more. She saw Dave through the crowd in the living room. He sat beside Kevin Savage on a couch, the 2 of them talking, but neither of them looking particularly animated or comfortable, both of them leaning so far forward on the couch it was almost like a race to see who'd fall off first. Celeste felt a twinge of pity for her husband, for the minor but everlasting air of the foreign that seemed to hover over him sometimes, particularly in this crowd. They all knew him, after all. They all knew what had happened to him when he was a boy, and even if they could live with it and not judge him, and they probably could, Dave couldn't entirely. Couldn't ease completely into a comfort zone around people who'd known him his whole life. Whenever he and Celeste went out with small groups of co-workers or friends from outside the neighborhood, Dave would be as laid back and confident as they come, quick with the droll aside or quirky observation, as easygoing a person as you'd ever meet. Her friends and their husbands from Ozma's Hair Design loved Dave. But here, where he'd grown up and planted roots, he always looked like he was a half-sentence behind every conversation, a half-step out of beat with everyone else's stride, the last one to get a joke. She tried to catch his eye and give him a smile, let him know that as long as she was in the apartment, he wasn't entirely isolated. But a knot of people found their way to the open archway that separated the dining room from the living room, and Celeste lost sight of him. It was usually in a crowd when you most noticed how little you saw or spent quality time with the person you loved and lived with. She hadn't seen much of Dave, period, this week, outside of their Saturday night on the kitchen floor after he'd almost been mugged. And she'd seen barely any of him since yesterday when Theo Savage had called at 6 o'clock to say, "Hey, honey, we got some bad news. Katie's dead." Celeste's initial reaction? "She is not, Uncle Theo." "Sweetie, I'm dying here just telling you. But she is. Little girl was found murdered." "Murdered?" "In Penn Park, Celeste had looked over at the TV on the counter, at the lead story on the 6 o'clock news where they were still covering it live, a helicopter shot of police personnel forming a crowd by one end of the drive-in screen, the reporter still in the dark as to the name of the victim, but confirming that a young woman's body had been found. Not Katie. No, no, no. Celeste had told Theo she'd get over to Annabeth's right away, and that's where she'd been, except for a catnap back at her own place between 3 and 6 this morning, since the phone call. And yet she still couldn't quite believe it. Even after all the crying she'd done with Annabeth and Nadine and Sarah, even after she'd held Annabeth on the living room floor as her cousin shook for 5 violent minutes of heaving spasms, even after she'd found Jimmy standing in the dark of Katie's bedroom, his daughter's pillow held up to his face. He hadn't been weeping or talking to himself or making any noise whatsoever. He merely stood with that pillow pressed to his face and breathed in the smell of his daughter's hair and cheeks over and over. Inhale, exhale. Inhale, exhale. Even after all that, it still hadn't sunk in entirely. Katie, she felt, would walk through that door any minute now, bounce into the kitchen and steal a piece of bacon from the plate on the stove. Katie couldn't be dead. She couldn't. Maybe if only because there was that thing, that illogical thing clenched in the farthest crevice of Celeste's brain, that thing she'd felt upon seeing Katie's car on the news and thinking, again, illogically, blood equals Dave. And she felt Dave now on the other side of the crowd in the living room. She felt his isolation, and she knew that her husband was a good man, flawed but good. She loved him, and if she loved him, he was good. And if he was good, then the blood on Katie's car had nothing to do with the blood she'd cleaned off Dave's clothes on Saturday night. And so Katie must still somehow be alive, because all other alternatives were horrifying. And illogical. Completely illogical, Celeste felt certain as she headed back toward the kitchen for more food. She almost bumped into Jimmy and her Uncle Theo as they lugged a cooler across the kitchen floor toward the dining room, Theo pivoting out of the way the last second and saying, "You gotta watch this one, Jimmy. She's hell on wheels." Celeste smiled demurely, the way Uncle Theo expected women to smile, and swallowed against the sensation she got whenever Uncle Theo looked at her, a sensation she'd been experiencing since she was 12 years old, that his glances lingered just a little too long. They manhandled the oversized cooler past her, and they looked like such an odd pair. Theo, ruddy and oversized in body and voice. Jimmy, quiet and fair and so stripped of body fat or any hint of excess he always looked like he'd just come back from boot camp. They parted the crowd milling near the doorway as they pulled the cooler over by the table against the dining room wall, and Celeste noticed that the entire room turned to watch them place it under the table, as if the burden between them suddenly wasn't an oversized cooler of hard red plastic, but the daughter Jimmy would bury this week, the daughter who had brought them all here to mingle and eat and see if they had the courage to say her name. To watch them stock the coolers side by side and then work their way together through the crowds in the living room and dining room, Jimmy understandably subdued but pausing to thank each guest he met with an almost genteel warmth and double palm handshake, and Theo his usual blustery force of nature self. Several folks commented on how close they seemed to have become over the years, the way they moved through that room almost like a true father and son tandem. You never would have thought it possible when Jimmy had first married Annabeth. Theo wasn't known for his friends back then. He was a boozer and a brawler, a man who'd supplemented his income as a taxi dispatcher by working nights as a bouncer at various buckets of blood and really liking the work. He was gregarious and quick to laugh, but there was always challenge in his jolly handshakes, threat in his chuckles. Jimmy, on the other hand, had been quiet and serious since coming back from Deer Island. He was friendly, but in a reserved way, and at gatherings he tended to hang back in the shadows. He was the kind of guy, when he said something, you listened. It was just that he spoke so rarely you were almost on edge, wondering when or if anything would come out of his mouth. Theo was enjoyable, if not particularly likable. Jimmy was likable, though not particularly enjoyable. The last thing anyone would have expected would be for these two to become friends. But here they were, Theo watching Jimmy's back like he might have to reach out at any moment and put his hand against it, keep Jimmy from hitting the back of his head against the floor, Jimmy occasionally pausing to say something into Theo's oversized prime rib of an ear before they moved on through the crowd. Best of pals, people said. That's what they look like. Best of pals. Since it was closing in on noon, well, 11 actually, but that was noon somewhere, most of the people dropping by the house now brought booze instead of coffee and meats instead of pastries. When the fridge filled, Jimmy and Theo Savage went searching for more coolers and ice upstairs in the third-floor Savage apartment, the one Val shared with Chuck, Kevin, and Nick's wife Elaine, who dressed in black, either because she considered herself a widow until Nick came back from prison or, as some people said, she just liked black. Theo and Jimmy found 2 coolers in the pantry beside the dryer and several bags of ice in the freezer. They filled the coolers, tossed the plastic bags in the trash, and were cutting back through the kitchen when Theo said, "Hey, hold up a sec, eh, Jim?" Jimmy looked at his father-in-law. Theo nodded at a chair. "Take a load off." Jimmy did. He placed the cooler beside the chair and sat down, waited for Theo to get to the point. Theo Savage had raised 7 kids in this very apartment, a small 3-bedroom with sloping floors and noisy pipes. Theo once told Jimmy that he figured this meant he didn't have to apologize to anyone for anything for the rest of his life. 7 kids, he'd said to Jimmy, no more than 2 years apart between any of them, all screaming their lungs out in that shitty apartment. People would talk about the joys of childhood, right? I'd come home from work and all that noise and go, fucking show me. I didn't get no joy. Got a lot of headaches, though. Ton of those. Jimmy knew from Annabeth that when her father came home to those headaches, he usually only stuck around long enough to eat his dinner and go back out again. And Theo had told Jimmy that he'd never lost much sleep when it came to child-rearing. He'd had mostly boys, and boys were simple in Theo's opinion. You feed them, taught them how to fight and play ball, and they were pretty much good to go. Any coddling they needed they'd get from their mother. Come to the old man when they needed money for a car or someone to post bail. It was the daughters you spoiled, he told Jimmy. Is that what he called it? Annabeth said when Jimmy mentioned it. Jimmy wouldn't have cared what kind of parent Theo had been if Theo didn't take every opportunity to weigh in on Jimmy and Annabeth's deficiencies as parents. Tell them with a smile that no offense, mind you, but he wouldn't let a kid get away with that. Jimmy usually just nodded and said thanks, and ignored him. Now Jimmy could see that wise old man gleam in Theo's eyes as Theo sat down in the chair across from him and looked down at the floor. He gave a rueful smile to the clamor of feet and voices from the apartment below. Seems like you only see your family and friends at weddings and wakes, don't it, Jim? Sure, Jimmy said, still trying to shake the feeling he'd had since 4 o'clock yesterday that his true self hovered above his body, treading air with slightly frantic strokes, trying to figure a way back in through his own skin before he got tired from all that flapping and sank like a stone to the black core of the earth. Theo put his hands on his knees and looked at Jimmy until Jimmy raised his head and met his eyes. How you handling this so far? Jimmy shrugged. It hasn't totally sunk in yet. Gonna hurt like hell when it does, Jim. I imagine. Like hell, I can guarantee you that. Jimmy shrugged again and felt an inkling of some kind of emotion. Was it anger? Bubble up from the pit of his stomach. This was what he needed right now. A pep talk on pain from Theo Savage. Shit. Theo leaned forward. When my Janie died, bless her soul, Jim, I was no good for 6 months. One day she was here, my beautiful wife, and the next day, gone. He snapped his thick fingers. God gained an angel that day, and I lost a saint. But my kids were all grown by then, thank Christ. I mean, I could afford to grieve for 6 months. I had that luxury. But you, though, you don't. Theo leaned back in his chair, and Jimmy felt that bubbling sensation again. Janie Savage had died 10 years ago, and Theo had climbed into a bottle for a lot more than 6 months. More like 2 years. It was the same bottle he'd been renting for most of his life. He just took out a mortgage after Janie passed away. When she'd been alive, Theo had paid Janie about as much attention as week-old bread. Jimmy tolerated Theo because he had to. He was his wife's father, after all. From the outside looking in, they probably seemed like friends. Maybe Theo thought they were. And age had mellowed Theo to the point that he openly loved his daughter and spoiled his grandkids. But it was one thing not to judge a guy for past sins. It was another thing to take advice from him. "So, you see what I'm saying," Theo said. "You make sure you don't let your grief become an indulgence, Jim, and, pull you away from your domestic responsibilities." "My domestic responsibilities," Jimmy said. "Yeah. You gotta take care of my daughter, those little girls. They gotta be your priority now." "Uh-huh," Jimmy said. "You figured that might slip my mind, Theo?" "Ain't saying it would, Jim. Saying it could. That's all." Jimmy studied Theo's left kneecap, pictured it exploding in a puff of red. "Theo." "Yeah, Jim." Jimmy saw the other kneecap blow up and shifted to the elbows. "You think we could have waited on this conversation?" "No time like the present." Theo let loose his boom of a laugh, but there was a warning in it. "Tomorrow, say." Jimmy's gaze left Theo's elbows and rose to his eyes. "I mean, tomorrow would have been all right. Wouldn't it, Theo?" "What'd I say about the present, Jimmy?" Theo was getting annoyed. He was a big man with a violent temper, and Jimmy knew that scared some people. That Theo could see the fear in faces on the street, that he'd grown accustomed to it and confused it with respect. "Hey, the way I look at it, there's no good time to have this conversation. Am I right? So I figured I'd just get it out of the way. ASAP, as it were." "Oh, sure," Jimmy said. "Hey, like you said, no time like the present, right?" "Right. Good kid." Theo patted Jimmy's knee and stood up. "You'll get through this, Jimmy. You'll move on. You'll carry the pain, but you'll move on. 'Cause you're a man. I said to Annabeth, your wedding night, I said, honey, you got yourself a real old-school man there. The perfect guy, I said. A champ. A guy who—" "Like they put her in a bag," Jimmy said. "What's that?" Theo looked down at him. "That's what Katie looked like when I identified her in the morgue last night. Like someone had put her in a bag and beaten the bag with pipes." "Yeah, well, don't let it. Couldn't even tell what race she was, Theo. Could have been black. Could have been Puerto Rican like her mother. Could have been Arab. She didn't look white, though." Jimmy looked at his hands, clasped together between his knees, and noticed stains on the kitchen floor, a brown one by his left foot, mustard by the table leg. "Janie died in her sleep, Theo. All due respect and shit, but there you go. She went to bed, never woke up. Peaceful. You don't need to talk about Janie, all right? My daughter, though, she was murdered. There's a bit of a difference." For a moment the kitchen was silent. Buzzing with silence, really, the way only an empty apartment can when the one below is filled with people. And Jimmy wondered if Theo would be dumb enough to keep talking. "Come on, Theo. Say something stupid. I'm in that kind of mood, like I need to take this bubbling inside of me and push it on somebody." Theo said, "Look, I understand." And Jimmy let loose a sigh through his nostrils. "I do. But, Jim, you don't have to get all—" "What?" Jimmy said. "I don't have to get all what? Someone put a gun to my daughter's flesh and blew the back of her head out. And you want to make sure I got my what? My grief priorities straight? Please tell me. Do I got that part right? You want to stand here and play fucking grand patriarch?" Theo looked down at his shoes and breathed heavily through his nostrils, both fists clenched and flexing. "I don't think I deserve that." Jimmy stood and placed his chair back against the kitchen table. He lifted a cooler off the floor. He looked at the door. He said, "Can we go back down now, Theo?" "Sure," Theo said. He left his chair where it was and lifted the other cooler off the floor. He said, Okay. Bad idea, me trying to talk to you this morning of all mornings. You're not ready yet. But, Theo, just leave it. Just don't talk. How about that? Okay?" Jimmy hefted the cooler and started back downstairs. He wondered if maybe he'd hurt Theo's feelings, then decided he really didn't give a shit if he had. Fuck him. Right about now, they'd be starting the autopsy on Katie. Jimmy could still smell her crib, but down in the medical examiner's office they were laying out the scalpels and chest spreaders, powering up their bone saws. Later, after it had thinned out a bit, Jimmy went out onto the back porch and sat under the flapping clothes that had been hanging from the line stretched across the porch since Saturday afternoon. He sat there with the sun warming him and a pair of Nadine's denim overalls swaying back and forth through his hair. Annabeth and the girls had cried all last night, filled the apartment with their weeping, and Jimmy had figured he'd join them any second. But he hadn't. He had screamed on that slope when he saw the look in Sean Devine's eyes that told him his daughter was dead, screamed himself hoarse. But outside of that, he hadn't been able to feel anything. So he sat on the porch now and willed the tears to come. He tortured himself with snapshots of Katie as a baby, Katie on the other side of that scarred table at Deer Island, Katie crying herself to sleep in his arms 6 months after he'd gotten out of jail, asking him when her mommy was coming back. He saw little Katie squealing in the tub and 8-year-old Katie riding her bike back from school. He saw Katie smiling and Katie pouting and Katie scrunching her face up in anger and scrunching it up again in confusion as he helped her with long division at the kitchen table. He saw an older Katie sitting on the swing set out back with Diane and Eve, lazing away a summer day, the three of them gawky with pre-adolescence and braces and legs growing longer and faster than the rest of them could catch up with. He saw Katie lying on her stomach on her bed with Sarah and Nadine crawling all over her. He saw her in her junior prom dress. He saw her sitting beside him in his grand marquee, chin trembling, as she pulled away from the curb the first day he'd taught her to drive. He saw her screaming and petulant and in his face through her teen years. And yet those images he often found more endearing than the cute, sunshiny ones. He saw her, and saw her, and saw her, and yet he couldn't cry. "It'll come," a calm voice whispered inside of him. "You're just in shock." "But the shock's wearing off," he answered the voice in his head. "Has been since Theo started fucking with me downstairs. And once it wears off, you'll feel something. I feel something already." "That's grief," the voice said. "That's sorrow." "It's not grief. It's not sorrow. It's rage. You'll feel some of that, too. But you'll get past it. I don't want to get past it." Chapter 16. Good to see you two. Dave was walking Michael back from school when they turned the corner and saw Sean Devine and another guy leaning against the trunk of a black sedan parked in front of the Boyles' place. The black sedan had state government plates and enough antennae attached to the trunk to shoot transmissions to Venus, and Dave could tell just by looking at Sean's companion from 15 yards away that, like Sean, the guy was a cop. He had that cop tilt to his chin, jutting up and out a bit, and a cop's way of leaning back on his heels and yet seeming set to lunge forward. And if that didn't give it away, the jarhead haircut on a guy in his mid-40s, coupled with gold-rimmed aviator shades, was definitely a tip-off. Dave's hand tightened around Michael's, and his chest felt as if someone had dunked a knife in ice water and then placed the flat of the blade against his lungs. He almost stopped, his feet trying to plant themselves to the sidewalk, but something pushed him forward, and he hoped he looked normal, fluid. Sean's head swiveled in his direction, the eyes blithe and empty at first, then narrowing in recognition as they met Dave's. Both men smiled at the same time, Dave giving it the full wattage and Sean's pretty wide, too. Dave surprised to see what might have been actual pleasure in Sean's face. "Dave Boyle," Sean said, coming off the car with his hand extended. "What's it been?" Dave shook the hand and got another small jolt of surprise when Sean clapped him on the shoulder. "That time up at the tap," Dave said. "What, 6 years ago?" "Yeah, about that. You're looking good, man. How you been, Sean?" And Dave could feel a warmth spread through him that his brain said he should run from. But why? There were so few of them left from the old days anymore, and it wasn't just the old cliches, jail, drugs, or police forces that had claimed them. The suburbs had taken just as many. Other states, too, the lure of fitting in with everyone else, becoming one big country of golf players and mall walkers and small business owners with blonde wives and big-screen TVs. No, there weren't many of them left, and Dave felt a stirring of pride and happiness, and odd sorrow as he gripped Sean's hand and remembered that day on the subway platform, when Jimmy had jumped down on the tracks and Saturdays in general had felt like anything is possible days. "I've been good," Sean said, and it sounded like he meant it, though Dave could see something small crack in his smile. "And who's this?" Sean bent down by Michael. "This is my son," Dave said. "Michael." "Hey, Michael. Pleased to meet you." "Hi. I'm Sean, an old buddy of your dad." Dave watched Sean's voice light something in Michael. Sean definitely had some kind of voice, like the guy who did the voiceovers for all the movie coming attractions, and Michael brightened at the sound of it, seeing a legend, perhaps, of his father and this tall, confident stranger as kids who'd played in these same streets and dreamed similar dreams to Michael's and those of his friends. "Nice to meet you," Michael said. "Pleasure, Michael." Sean shook Michael's hand and then rose up to face Dave. "Great-looking boy, Dave. How's Celeste?" "Great, great." Dave tried to recall the name of the woman Sean had married and could remember only that he'd met her in college. "Laura? Erin? Tell her I said hi, will you?" "Sure. You still with the Stadies?" Dave squinted as the sun broke from behind a cloud and bounced hard off the shiny black trunk of the government sedan. "Yeah," Sean said. "Actually, this here is Sergeant Powers, Dave. My boss. State Police Homicide." Dave shook Sergeant Powers' hand, that word hanging between them. Homicide. "How you doing?" "Good, Mr. Boyle. Yourself?" "Okay." "Dave," Sean said, "you got a minute? We'd love to ask you a couple quick questions." Sure. What's up?" "We maybe go inside, Mr. Boyle?" Sergeant Powers tilted his head in the direction of Dave's front door. "Yeah, sure." Dave took Michael's hand again. "Follow me, guys." Heading up the stairs past McAllister's place, Sean said, "I hear rents are rising even here." "Even here," Dave said. "Trying to turn us into the Point, an antique shop on every fifth corner." "The Point, yeah," Sean said with a dry chuckle. "Remember my father's house? Cut it into condos." "No shit," Dave said. "That was a beautiful house." "Of course he sold it before the market got hot." "And now it's condos?" Dave said, his voice loud in the narrow stairwell. He shook his head. "The yuppies who bought it probably get per unit what your old man sold the whole place for." "About the size of it," Sean said. "What are you going to do, right?" "I don't know, man, but I almost think there's got to be a way to stop them. Send them back to wherever they grow them, and their goddamn cell phones. A friend of mine said the other day, Sean, he said, what this neighborhood needs is a good fucking crime wave." Dave laughed. "I mean, that'd send property values back to where they belong. Rents, too, right?" Sergeant Powers said, "Girls keep getting murdered in Penn Park, Mr. Boyle. You might get your wish." "Oh, it's not my wish or nothing," Dave said. Sergeant Powers said, "Sure." "You said the F word, Dad," Michael said. "Sorry, Mike. Won't happen again." He winked over his shoulder at Sean as they opened the door to the apartment. "Your wife home, Mr. Boyle?" Sergeant Powers said as they entered. "Huh? No, she's not. Hey, Mike, you go do your homework now, okay? We gotta get over to Uncle Jimmy and Aunt Annabeth soon. Come on, Mike, Dave said and looked down at his son. Just go upstairs. Me and the guys gotta talk. Michael got that look of abandonment little kids got when they were brushed off from adult conversations, and he walked toward the stairs, his shoulders drooping and his feet dragging like he had blocks of ice tied to his ankles. He sighed his mother's sigh and then began to climb the stairs. Must be universal, Sergeant Powers said as he took a seat on the living room couch. What's that? That shoulder thing he's doing. My kid used to do the same thing at his age when we'd send him up to bed. Dave said, Yeah? And sat in the love seat on the other side of the coffee table. For a minute or so, Dave looked at Sean and Sergeant Powers, and Sean and Sergeant Powers looked back, everyone's eyebrows raised and expectant. You heard about Katie Marcus, Sean said. Of course, Dave said. I was up the house this morning. Celeste is still there. I mean, Jesus Christ, Sean, you know? It's a fucking crime. You got that right, Sergeant Powers said. You get the guy, Dave said. He rubbed his swollen right fist with his left palm, then noticed what he was doing. He leaned back and slid both hands in his pockets, trying to seem relaxed. We're working on it. Believe that, Mr. Boyle. How's Jimmy holding up? Sean asked. Hard to tell. Dave looked at Sean, happy to tear his eyes away from Sergeant Powers. Something in the man's face he didn't like. The way the guy peered at you like he could see your lies, every one of them as far back as the first one you ever told in your goddamn life. You know how Jimmy is, Dave said. Not really. Not anymore. Well, he still keeps it all in, Dave said. No way to tell what's really going on up in that head of his. Sean nodded. The reason we came by, Dave? I saw her, Dave said. I don't know if you knew that. He looked at Sean, and Sean opened his hands, waiting. That night, Dave went on. I guess it was the night she died. I saw her at McGill's. Sean and the cop exchanged glances, and then Sean leaned forward, fixed Dave in a friendly gaze. Well, yeah, Dave, that's actually what brought us here. Your name showed up on a list of people who were in McGill's that night, to the best of the bartender's recollection. We hear Katie put on quite a show. Dave nodded. She and a friend did some dancing on the bar. The cop said, They were pretty drunk, huh? Yeah, but what? But it was harmless kind of drunk. They were dancing, but they weren't stripping or nothing. They were just, I don't know, 19, you know? 19 and getting served in a bar means the bar loses its liquor license for a while, Sergeant Powers said. You didn't? What's that? You never drank underage in a bar? Sergeant Powers smiled, and the smile got into Dave's skull the same way the man's eyes did, as if every inch of the guy was peeping. What time would you say you left McGill's, Mr. Boyle? Dave shrugged. Maybe 1 or so? Sergeant Powers wrote that down in a notebook perched atop his knee. Dave looked at Sean. Sean said, Just crossing our T's and dotting our I's, Dave. You were hanging with Stanley Kemp, right? Stanley the Giant? Yeah. How's he doing, by the way? Heard his kid caught some kind of cancer. Leukemia, Dave said. A couple years back. He died, 4 years old. Man, Sean said. That just sucks. Shit. You never know. It's like 1 minute you're cruising on all cylinders, the next you turn a corner, catch some weird disease in the chest, die 5 months later. This world, man. This world, Dave agreed. Stan's all right, though, considering. Got a good job with Edison. Still shoots hoop in the Park League every Tuesday and Thursday night. Still a terror under the boards, Sean chuckled. Dave chuckled, too. He do use those elbows of his. What time would you say the girls left the bar? Sean said, his chuckle still trailing away. I don't know, Dave said. The Sox game was winding down. What was up with the way Sean slid that question in? He could have just asked it up front, but he'd tried to lull Dave with talk of Stanley the Giant. Hadn't he? Or maybe he'd just asked the question as it had occurred to him. Dave couldn't be certain either way. Was Dave a suspect? Was he actually a suspect in Katie's death? And that was a late game, Sean was saying. Huh? 10:35, yeah, in California. So I'd say the girls left maybe 15 minutes before I did. So we'll say 12:45, the other cop said. Sounds about right. Any idea where the girls went? Dave shook his head. Last I saw of them. Yeah? Sergeant Powers' pen hovered over the pad on his knee. Dave nodded. Yeah. Sergeant Powers scribbled in his pad, the pen scratching against the paper like a small claw. Dave, you remember a guy throwing his keys at another guy? What? A guy, Sean said, flipping through his own notebook. Name of, Joe Crosby. His friends tried to take his car keys. He threw them at one of them. You know, all pissed off. You there for that? No. Why? Sounded like a funny story, Sean said. Guy's trying not to give up his keys. He throws them anyway. Drunk's logic, right? I guess. You didn't notice anything unusual that night? How you mean? Say someone in the bar maybe wasn't watching the girls in a real friendly manner. You've seen those guys. The ones look at young women with a kind of black hate. Still pissed off they sat home the night of prom, and here it is 15 years later and their lives still suck. Look at women like it's all their fault. You know those guys? Met a few, sure. Any of those guys in the bar that night? Not that I saw. I mean, I was watching the game, mostly. I didn't even notice the girls, Sean, until they jumped up on the bar. Sean nodded. Good game, Sergeant Powers said. Well, Dave said, you had Pedro up there. Could have been a no-hitter if it wasn't for that bloop in the eighth. Got that right. Man earns his pay, don't he? Best there is in the game today. Sergeant Powers turned to Sean, and they both stood at the same time. That's it? Dave said. Yes, Mr. Boyle. He shook Dave's hand. We appreciate your help, sir. No problem. Happy to. Oh, shit, Sergeant Powers said. I forgot to ask. Where'd you go after you left McGill's, sir? The word popped out of Dave's mouth before he could stop it. Here. Home? Yep. Dave kept his gaze steady, his voice firm. Sergeant Powers flipped open his pad again. Home by 1:15. He looked up at Dave as he wrote. Sound right? Roughly, sure. Okay then, Mr. Boyle. Thanks again. Sergeant Powers made his way down the stairs, but Sean stopped at the door. It was real good seeing you, Dave. You too, Dave said, trying to remember what it was he hadn't liked about Sean when they were kids. The answer wouldn't come, though. We should grab a beer sometime, Sean said. Soon. I'd like that. Okay, then. You take care, Dave. They shook hands, and Dave tried not to wince at the pressure on his swollen hand. You too, Sean. Sean walked down the stairs as Dave stood up top on the landing. Sean waved once over his shoulder, and Dave waved back, even though he knew Sean couldn't see it. He decided to have a beer in the kitchen before heading back to Jimmy and Annabeth's. He hoped Michael wouldn't come running back down now that he'd heard Sean and the other cop leave, because Dave needed a few minutes' peace, a little time to get his head right. He wasn't entirely sure what had just transpired in the living room. Sean and the other cop had either been asking him questions as if he were either a witness or as a suspect, and the lack of a firm tone to their questioning had left Dave uncertain as to the real reason they'd dropped by. And this uncertainty had left him with a bona fide motherfucker of a headache. Whenever Dave was unsure of a situation, whenever the ground seemed to be shifting and slick beneath his feet, his brain tended to split into two halves, as if cleaved by a carving knife. This gave him a headache, and occasionally something worse. Because sometimes Dave was not Dave. He was the boy who'd escaped from wolves. But not merely that. The boy who'd escaped from wolves and grown up. And that was a very different creature than simply Dave Boyle. The boy who'd escaped from wolves and grown up was an animal of the dusk that moved through wooded landscapes, silent and invisible. It lived in a world that others never saw, never faced, never knew or wanted to know existed. A world that ran like a dark current beside our own, a world of crickets and fireflies, unseen except as a microsecond's flare in a corner of your eye, already vanished by the time your head turned toward it. This is the world Dave lived in a lot of the time. Not as Dave, but as the boy. And the boy had not grown up well. He'd gotten angrier, more paranoid, capable of things that the real Dave could never so much as imagine. Usually the boy lived only in Dave's dream world, feral and darting past stands of thick trees, giving up glimpses of himself only in flashes. And as long as he stayed in the forest of Dave's dreams, he was harmless. Since childhood, though, Dave had suffered bouts of insomnia. They could slip up on him after months and months of restful sleep, and suddenly he'd be back in that agitated, jangling world of the constantly waking and the never quite asleep. A few days of this, and Dave would begin to see things out of the corner of his eye. Mice, mostly, zipping along floorboards and across desks, sometimes black flies darting around corners and into other rooms. The air in front of his face would pop unexpectedly with minute balls of heat lightning. People would turn rubbery, and the boy would lift his leg over the threshold of the dream forest and into the waking world. Usually Dave could control him, but sometimes the boy scared him. The boy yelled in his ears. The boy had a way of laughing at inappropriate times. The boy threatened to leer up through the mask that normally covered Dave's face and show himself to the people on the other side. Dave hadn't slept much in 3 days. He'd been lying awake every night watching his wife sleep, the boy dancing through the sponge of his brain tissue, bolts of lightning popping in the air before his eyes. "I just need to get my head right," he whispered, and took a sip of beer. "I just need to get my head right and everything will turn out fine," he told himself as he heard Michael descend the stairs. "I just need to hold it together long enough for everything to slow down, and then I'll catch a nice long sleep, and the boy will go back to his forest. People will stop looking rubbery. The mice will go back to their holes, and the black flies will follow them." When Dave got back to Jimmy and Annabeth's house with Michael, it was past 4. The house had thinned out, and there was a sense of things gone stale. The half-trays of donuts and cakes, the air in the living room where people had been smoking all day, Katie's death. During the morning and early afternoon there had been a quiet and communal air of both grief and love, but by the time Dave got back it had turned into something colder. A kind of withdrawal, maybe, the blood beginning to chafe with the restless scrape of chairs and the subdued goodbyes called out from the hallway. According to Celeste, Jimmy had spent most of the late afternoon on the back porch. He'd come into the house a few times to check on Annabeth and accept a few more condolences on their loss, but then he'd worked his way out to the back porch again, sat there under the clothes that hung from the line and had long since dried and stiffened. Dave asked Annabeth if he could do anything, get her anything, but she shook her head halfway through his offer, and Dave knew it had been silly to ask. If Annabeth had truly needed something, there were at least 10 people, maybe 15, she'd turn to before Dave, and he tried to remind himself why he was here and not get irked by this. In general, Dave had found he was not the kind of person people turned to when they were in need. It was as if he weren't even on this planet sometimes, and he knew with a deep and resigned regret that he'd be the kind of guy who would float through the rest of his life as someone who was rarely relied upon. He took a sense of that ghostliness out onto the porch with him. He approached Jimmy from behind as Jimmy sat under the flapping clothes in an old beach chair, his head cocked slightly as he heard Dave approach. "Am I bothering you, Jim?" "Dave." Jimmy smiled as Dave came around the chair. No, man. Have a seat." Dave sat on a plastic milk crate in front of Jimmy. He could hear the apartment behind Jimmy as a hum of barely audible voices and clinking flatware, the hiss of life. "I haven't had a chance to talk to you all day," Jimmy said. "How you doing?" "How you doing?" Dave said. "Shit." Jimmy stretched his arms above his head and yawned. People keep asking me that. I guess it's to be expected." He lowered his hands and shrugged. "It seems to shift hour to hour. Right now, I'm doing okay. Could change, though. Probably will." He shrugged again and looked at Dave. "What happened to your hand?" Dave looked at it. He'd had all day to come up with an explanation. He just kept forgetting to. "This? I was helping a buddy move a couch into his place. Slammed it against the door jamb, squeezing the couch up a staircase." Jimmy tilted his head and looked at the knuckles, the bruised flesh between the fingers. Okay." Dave could tell he wasn't sold, and he decided he'd need to come up with a better lie for the next person who asked. "One of those stupid things," Dave said. "The ways you can manage to hurt yourself, right?" Jimmy was looking into his face now, the hand forgotten and Jimmy's features softening. He said, "It's good to see you, man." Dave almost said, "Really?" In the 25 years he'd known Jimmy, Dave could never remember a time he'd felt Jimmy was happy to see him. Sometimes he'd felt Jimmy didn't mind seeing him, but that wasn't the same thing. Even after they'd rotated back into each other's lives when they'd married women who were first cousins, Jimmy had never once given an indication he could remember when he and Dave had been anything but the most casual of acquaintances. After a while, Dave had begun to accept Jimmy's version of their relationship as fact. They had never been friends. They had never played stickball and kicked the can in 76 on Rester Street. They had never spent a year of Saturdays hanging with Sean Devine, playing war in the gravel pits off Harvest, jumping roof to roof from the industrial garages near Pope Park, watching Jaws together at the Charles, huddled down in their seats and screaming. They had never practiced skids on their bikes together, or argued over who would be Starsky, who would be Hutch, and who would get stuck being Kolchak from the Night Stalker. They had never cracked up their sleds during the same kamikaze run down Somerset Hill in the first days after the 75 blizzard. That car had never driven up Gannon Street, smelling of apples. Yet here was Jimmy Marcus, the day after his daughter was found dead, saying it was good to see you, Dave. And Dave, as he had 2 hours before with Sean, could feel that it was. "Good to see you too, Jim." "How are our girls holding up?" Jimmy said, and the playful smile almost reached his eyes. "They're okay, I guess." "Where are Nadine and Sarah?" "With Theo. Hey, man, thank Celeste for me, would you? She's been a godsend today." "Jimmy, you don't have to thank anyone, man. Whatever we can do, me and Celeste are happy to." "I know that." Jimmy reached across and squeezed Dave's forearm. "Thank you." At that moment, Dave would have lifted a house for Jimmy, held it up to his chest until Jimmy told him where to put it down. And he almost forgot why he'd come out here on the porch in the first place. He needed to tell Jimmy he'd seen Katie on Saturday night at McGill's. He needed to get that information out, or else he'd keep putting it off, and by the time he finally did say something, Jimmy would wonder why he hadn't told him sooner. He needed to speak before Jimmy heard about it from someone else. "Know who I saw today?" "Who?" Jimmy said. "Sean Devine," Dave said. "Remember him?" "Sure," Jimmy said. "I still got his glove." "What?" Jimmy waved it off with a shake of his hand. "He's a cop now. He's actually investigating Katie's... Well, he's working the case, I guess they call it." "Yeah," Dave said. "He dropped by my place." "He did," Jimmy said. "Huh. What was he doing at your place, Dave? Dave tried to make it sound offhand, casual. I was in McGill's Saturday night. Katie was there. I showed up on a list of people who were in the place. Katie was there, Jimmy said, his eyes staring off the porch and growing small. You saw Katie Saturday night, Dave? My Katie? I mean, yeah, Jim, I was in the place and so was she. And then she left with her two friends, and Diane and Eve. Yeah, those girls she was always hanging with. They left, and that was it. That was it, Jimmy said, staring far away. Well, I mean, as far as I saw of her. But, you know, I was on a list. You were on a list, right? Jimmy smiled, but not at Dave, at something he must have seen in that far-off gaze of his. You talked to her at all that night? Katie? No, Jim. I was watching the game with Stanley the Giant. I just nodded hello, you know. Next time I looked up, she was gone. Jimmy sat silently for a bit, sucking up air through his nostrils and nodding to himself a few times. Eventually he looked at Dave and smiled a broken smile. It's nice. What? Dave said. Sitting out here. Just sitting. It's nice. Yeah? Just to sit and look out at the neighborhood, Jimmy said. You're on the go your whole life with work and kids and shit. Except when you're sleeping, you hardly have any time to slow down. Today, right? An out of the ordinary day, if ever there was one, but still I have to deal with details. I gotta call Pete and Sal and make sure they cover the store. I gotta make sure the girls are clean and dressed when they wake up. I gotta watch out for my wife. See she's holding up, you know? He gave Dave a loopy smile and leaned forward, rocking a bit, his hands clenched into one big fist. I gotta shake hands and accept condolences and find room in the fridge for all the food and beer and put up with my father-in-law. And then I gotta call the medical examiner's office, find out when they'll be releasing my child's body because I need to make arrangements with Reed's funeral home and Father Vera at St. Cecilia's, find a caterer for the wake and a hall for after the funeral, and... Jimmy, Dave said, we can do some of that. But Jimmy just kept going like Dave wasn't there. I can't screw any of this up, can't screw up one fucking detail, or she dies all over again, and all anyone remembers of her life 10 years from now is that her funeral was fucked up. And I can't let that be what people remember. You know? Because Katie, man, one thing you could say about her since the time she was like 6 is that the girl was neat. She took care of her clothes, and so it's okay. It's almost nice, right, to come out here and just sit. Just sit and look at the neighborhood and try and think of something about Katie that'll make me cry, because, Dave, I swear it's starting to piss me off. I haven't cried yet for her. My own daughter, and I can't fucking cry. Jim. Yeah, you're crying now. No shit. Feel your face, man. Jimmy reached up and touched the tears on his cheekbones. He took his hand away and looked at the wet fingers for a bit. Damn, he said. You want me to leave you alone? No, Dave. No. Sit here for a bit, if that's cool. That's cool, Jim. That's cool. Chapter 17. A Little Look. An hour before their scheduled meeting at Martin Friel's office, Sean and Whitey stopped off at Whitey's place so he could change the shirt he'd spilled his lunch on. Whitey lived with his son Terrence in a white brick apartment building just south of city limits. The apartment had wall-to-wall beige carpeting and off-white walls and the same dead-air smell as motel rooms and hospital corridors. The TV was on when they came in, ESPN playing at low volume even though the apartment was empty, and the various parts of a Sega game system were spread out on the carpet in front of a hulking black slab of an entertainment center. There was a lumpy futon couch across from the entertainment center, and, Sean guessed, McDonald's wrappers in the wastebasket, a freezer stuffed with TV dinners. "Where's Terry?" Sean said. "Hockey, I think," Whitey said. Could be baseball, though, this time of year, but hockey's his big thing. At it year-round. Sean had met Terry once. At 14, he'd been gargantuan, a huge block of a kid, and Sean could only imagine his size 2 years later, the fear he must put in other kids as he came smoking down the ice, top speed. Whitey had custody of Terry because his wife didn't want it. She'd left them both a few years back for a civil liability attorney with a crack problem that would eventually get the guy disbarred and sued for embezzlement. She stayed with the guy, though, or so Sean had heard, and she and Whitey had remained close. Sometimes, to hear him talk about her, you'd have to remind yourself they were divorced. He did it now, as he led Sean into the living room and looked down at the Sega system on the floor as he unbuttoned his shirt. Suzanne says me and Terry got ourselves a real guy's fantasy pad going here. Rolls her eyes, but I get the feeling she's a little jealous. Beer or something? Sean remembered what Friel had said about Whitey's drinking problem, and imagined the look he'd get if he showed up for the meeting smelling like Altoids and Budweiser. Plus, knowing Whitey, it could be a test from him, too, everyone watching Sean these days. Take a water, he said. Or a Coke. Good boy, Whitey said, smiling as if he really had been testing Sean, but Sean seeing the need in a man's loose eyes, the way the tip of his tongue played against the corners of his mouth. 2 Cokes, coming up. Whitey came back out of the kitchen with the 2 sodas and handed one to Sean. He walked into a small bathroom just off the living room hallway, and Sean heard him strip off the shirt and run some water. This whole thing is looking more random, he called from the bathroom. You getting that feeling? A bit, Sean admitted. Fallow and O'Donnell's alibis look pretty solid. Don't mean they couldn't have hired it out, Sean said. I agree. You thinking that way, though? Not really. Seems too messy for a hit. Don't rule it out, though. No, it don't. We'll need to take another run at the Harris kid, if only because he got no alibi, but, man, I don't see him for this. The kid's jello, Motive, though, Sean said, if, say, he had some building jealousy of O'Donnell, something like that. Whitey came out of the bathroom, wiping his face with a towel, his white belly emblazoned with a red snake of scar tissue that cut like a smile through the flesh from the lower edge of one side of his rib cage to the other. Yeah, but that kid. He wandered back toward a rear bedroom. Sean stepped into the hall. I don't like him for it either, but we got to be sure. Well, the father, too, and a crazy fucking uncles, but I already got guys talking to the neighbors. I don't see it playing that way either. Sean leaned against the wall, sipped from his Coke. If this was random, Sarge, I mean shit. Yeah, tell me about it. Whitey turned into the hallway, a fresh shirt over his shoulders. The old lady, Pryor, he said as he started buttoning. She didn't hear a scream. Heard a gunshot. We say it was a gunshot. But yeah, we're probably right. But she didn't hear a scream. Maybe the Marcus girl was too busy hitting the guy with her door and trying to run away. I'll give you that. But when she first saw him, he's coming toward a car. Whitey passed Sean and turned into the kitchen. Sean came off the wall and followed him. Which means she probably knew him. That's why she said hi. Yeah, Whitey nodded. And why else would she stop the car in the first place? No, Sean said. No? Whitey leaned against the counter, looked at Sean. No, Sean repeated. That car was crashed. Wheels turned into the curb. No skid marks, though. Sean nodded. She's driving maybe 15 miles an hour, and something causes her to swerve into the curb. What? Fuck do I know? You're the boss. Whitey smiled and drained his Coke in one long swallow. He opened the fridge for another. What makes someone swerve without hitting the brakes? Something in the road, Sean said. Whitey lifted his fresh Coke in acknowledgement. But there was nothing in the road by the time we got there. That was the next morning. So a brick, something like that? Well, a brick's too small, don't you think? That time of night? A cinder block. Okay. Something, though, Whitey said. Something, Sean agreed. She swerves, hits the curb, her foot comes off the clutch, and the car kicks out. At which point the perp appears, who she knows. And then what? He just walks up and caps her? And she hits him with the door. You ever been hit with a car door? Whitey lifted his collar and slid his tie around it, started working on the knot. Missed out on the experience so far. It's like a punch. If you stand real close and a woman weighs 110, pushes a shitty little Toyota door into you, it ain't gonna do much but annoy you. Karen Hughes said the shooter was maybe 6 inches away when he fired his first round. 6 inches. Sean could see his point. Okay, but maybe she falls back and kicks the door. That would do the job. Door's gotta be open, though. She can kick it all day. If it's still closed, it ain't gonna go nowhere. She had to open it, by hand, and shove off with her arm. So either the killer stepped back and caught the door when he wasn't expecting it, or he doesn't weigh much. Whitey closed his collar back over the tie. Which brings me back to the footprints. The fucking footprints, Sean said. Yes, Whitey yelled. The fucking footprints. He closed his top button, slid the knot up to his throat. Sean, the doer's chasing this woman through a park. She's running full out. He's got to be charging after her like a raped ape. I mean, he's booking through that park. You telling me he's not going to dig in at least once? It rained all night. But we found 3 of hers. Come on. Something screwy about that. Sean leaned his head back against the cupboard behind him, tried to picture it. Katie Marcus, arms pinwheeling as she came down the dark slope toward the drive-in screen, skin scratched by bushes, hair soaked with rain and sweat, blood dribbling down her arm and chest. And the killer, dark and faceless in Sean's mind, coming up over the rise a few seconds behind her, running, too, his ears pounding with bloodlust. A big man, though, in Sean's mind, a freak of nature. And smart in a way, too. Smart enough to put something in the middle of the street and get Katie Marcus to bang her front tires into that curb. Smart enough to pick a spot on Sydney where few people would be likely to hear or see anything. The fact that old lady Pryor had heard something was an aberration. The one thing the killer couldn't have predicted, because even Sean had been surprised to learn anyone still lived on that scorched-out block. Otherwise, though, the guy had been smart. Smart enough to cover his tracks, you think? Sean said. Huh? The perp. Maybe he killed her and then went back and kicked mud into his own tracks. Possible, but how's he going to remember every place he stepped? He's in the dark. Even let's say he had a flashlight. That's still a lot of ground to cover, a lot of footprints to identify and make disappear. But the rain, man. Yeah. Whitey sighed. I'll buy the rain theory if we end up looking at a guy who weighs 150 or less. Otherwise, Brendan Harris didn't look like he tipped the scales at much over that. Whitey groaned. You honestly think the kid has that in him? No. Me either. What about your pal, though? He's a slim guy. Who? Boyle. Sean came off the counter. How'd we get to him? We're getting to him now. No, wait a sec. Whitey held up a hand. He says he left the bar around 1. Bullshit. Those car keys stopped that fucking clock at 10 of. Catherine Marcus left that bar at 12:45. That's solid, Sean. This guy's alibi's got a 15-minute gap that we know of. How do we know when he got home? I mean, really got home. Sean laughed. Whitey, he's just a guy who was in the bar. The last place she went. The last place, Sean. You said it yourself. What did I say? We could be looking for a guy who stayed home on prom night. I'm not saying he did this, man. I'm not even in the ballpark of saying that. Yet. But there is something wrong about the guy. I mean, you heard that shit about this city needing a good fucking crime wave. He was serious about that shit. Sean put his empty Coke on top of the kitchen counter. You recycle? Whitey frowned. No. Not even for a nickel a can? Sean tossed the can in the wastebasket. You're telling me that you think a guy like Dave Boyle would kill his wife's, second cousin because he's pissed about gentrification? That's the stupidest thing I ever heard. I busted a guy once killed his wife because she gave him shit about his cooking. But that's a marriage, man. That's shit building up between two people for years. You're talking about a guy saying, damn, these rents are killing me. I should go kill a few people until they drop back to normal. Whitey laughed. What? Sean said. You put it that way, Whitey said. Okay. It's dumb. Still, there's something about that guy. If he didn't have a hole in his alibi, I'd say okay. If he didn't see the victim an hour before she died, I'd say okay. But he does have a hole, and he did see her. And there's something off about the guy. He says he went right home. I want his wife to confirm that. I want his first-floor neighbor to have heard him walking up the stairs at 1:05. You know? Then I'll forget about him. Did you notice his hand? Sean didn't say anything. His right hand was almost twice the size of his left. That guy got into something recently. I want to know what. Once I know it was just a beef down the bar, something like that, I'm good. I'll let it go. Whitey drained his second Coke and tossed it in the wastebasket. Dave Boyle, Sean said. You seriously want to take a look at Dave Boyle? A look, Whitey said. Just a little look. They met in a third-floor conference room shared by major crimes and homicide in the DA's office, Friel always preferring to hold his meetings here because it was cold and utilitarian. The chairs hard, the table black, the walls a cinder block gray. It wasn't a room that gave itself to witty asides or rambling non-sequiturs. No one hung around in this room. They did their business, and they got back at it. There were 7 chairs in the room this afternoon, and every one was taken. Friel sat at the head of the table. To his right sat the deputy chief of the Suffolk County District Attorney's Homicide Unit, Maggie Mason, and to his left, Sergeant Robert Burke, who ran Homicide's other squad. Whitey and Sean faced each other across the table, followed by Joe Souza, Chris Conley, and the other 2 detectives from State Homicide, Payne Brackett and Shira Rosenthal. Everyone had stacks of field reports or copies of field reports on the table in front of them, as well as crime scene photos, the medical examiner's reports, CSS reports, plus their own report pads and notebooks, a few napkins with names scribbled on them, and some crudely drawn crime scene diagrams. Whitey and Sean went first, running down their interviews with Eve Pigeon and Diane Sestra, Mrs. Pryor, Brendan Harris, Jimmy and Annabeth Marcus, Roman Fallow, and Dave Boyle, who Whitey gratefully referred to only as a witness from the bar. Brackett and Rosenthal went next, Brackett doing most of the talking, but Rosenthal, Sean was sure, if past history was any indicator, having done most of the legwork. Co-workers at her father's store all have solid alibis and no evident motive. To the man, they all stated that the victim, far as they knew, had no known enemies, no outstanding debt or narcotic dependency. Search of the victim's room yielded no controlled substances, $700 in cash, and no diary. A review of the victim's bank records showed the victim's deposits were in statistical keeping with the amount of money she earned. No large deposits or withdrawals until the morning of Friday the 5th, when she closed out the account. That money was recovered from the dresser drawer in her room and is in keeping with Sergeant Powers' discovery that she was planning to leave town on Sunday. Preliminary interviews with neighbors have yielded nothing to support any theories of family strife. Brackett stacked his pages together against the table to indicate he was finished, and Friel turned to Souza and Conley. We ran down the lists acquired from the bars the victim was seen in her last night. We interviewed 28 of the patrons so far out of a possible 75, not counting the 2 Sergeant Powers and Trooper Devine took, Fallow and this David Boyle. Troopers Hewlett, Darton, Woods, Checky, Murray, and Eastman took the remaining 47, and we have preliminary reports from them. What's the word on Fallow and O'Donnell? Friel said to Whitey. They're clean. Don't mean they couldn't have hired the job out, though. Friel leaned back in his chair. I've worked a lot of contract hits over the years, and this doesn't look like one. If it was a hit, Maggie Mason said, why not just blast her there in the car? Well, They did, Whitey said. I think she means more than once, Sergeant. Why not just unload? Gun could have jammed, Sean said. And then to the narrowing eyes in the room, he said, it's something we haven't considered. The gun jams, Catherine Marcus reacts. She knocks the guy down and takes off running. That quieted the room for a bit, Friel thinking into the steeple he'd made of his index fingers. It's possible, he said eventually. Possible. But why beat her with a stick, or a bat, or whatever it was? That doesn't speak of a professional to me. I don't know that O'Donnell and Fallow run with that professional crowd just yet, Whitey said. They could have hired it out to some pipehead for a couple of rocks and a bick. But you said that the old woman heard the Marcus girl greet her killer. Would she do that if a crack addict was approaching her car all jacked up? Whitey gave what could have been a nod. That's a point. Maggie Mason leaned into the table. We are going on the assumption that she knew her killer, correct? Sean and Whitey looked at each other, then back at the head of the table, and nodded. So, not that East Bucky doesn't have its share of crack addicts, particularly in the flats, but would a girl like Catherine Marcus have associated with them? Another good point. Whitey sighed. Yeah. Friel said, I wish for everyone's sake this was a hit. But the bludgeoning? That says rage to me. That says lack of control. Whitey nodded. But we can't rule it out entirely, all I'm saying. Agreed, Sergeant. Friel looked back at Sousa, who seemed a bit pissed by the digression. He cleared his throat and took his time looking back at his notes. Anyway, we talked to this one guy, a Thomas Maldonado, who was drinking at the last drop, the last bar where Catherine Marcus went before she dropped off her friends. Seems they got one toilet in the whole place, and Maldonado said there was a line for it just as he noticed the three girls leaving. So he goes out back into the parking lot to take a piss, and he saw a guy sitting in a car, lights off. Maldonado said it was at 1:30 on the dot, said his watch was new, and he checked to see if it glowed in the dark. Did it? Apparently. The guy in the car, though, Robert Burke said, could have been sleeping off a drunk. First point we made, Sergeant. Maldonado said that's what he thought at first, too, but no, the guy was sitting upright, eyes open. Maldonado said he would have taken him for a cop, but the guy drove a small foreign car, like a Honda or a Subaru. A little banged up, Connolly said. Dent in the front passenger quarter. Right, Sousa said. So then Maldonado figured he was a John. Said that area's popular at night for hookers. But if that was the case, what was the guy doing in a parking lot? Why not just cruise the avenue? Whitey said, Okay, so... Sousa held up a hand. 1 sec, Sarge. He looked over at Connolly, his eyes bright and jumpy. We took another look around the parking lot, and we found blood. Blood? He nodded. If you walked past it, you'd figure it for some guy was changing his oil in the lot. It was that thick, all pooled in mostly one place. We start looking around. We find a drop here, a drop there, all moving away from the spot. Find a few more drops on the walls and the floor of the alley behind the bar. Trooper, Friel said. What the fuck are you telling us? Someone else got hurt outside the last drop that night. How do you know it was the same night? Whitey said. CSS confirmed. A night watchman parked his car in the lot that night, covered the blood, but also kept it from most of the heavy rain. Look, whoever the Vic was, he's hurt bad. And the guy who attacked him, he's hurt too. We found 2 types of blood in the lot. We're checking hospitals now and cab companies in case the victim hopped a ride. We found bloody hair fibers, skin, and some skull tissue. We're waiting on callbacks from 6 ERs. The rest have turned out negative, but I'm still betting we find a victim who walked into an ER somewhere with blunt head trauma on Saturday night, early Sunday morning. Sean held up a hand. The same night Catherine Marcus walks out of the last drop, you're telling us someone caved in a guy's skull in the parking lot of the same bar? Sousa smiled. Yep. Connolly picked up the ball. CSS found dried blood types A and B neg. A lot more A than B neg, so we figured the victim was A. Catherine Marcus's blood was type O, Whitey said. Connolly nodded. Hair fibers indicate the victim was male, probably of advanced age, 55 at least. Friel said, What's the operating theory here? We don't have one. We just know that on the night Catherine Marcus was killed, someone else got his head handed to him in the parking lot of the last bar she went to. Maggie Mason said, "There was a bar fight in the parking lot. So what?" "None of the patrons at the bar remember any fights, in or out of the place. Between 1:30 and 1:50, the only people to leave the bar were Catherine Marcus, her two friends, and this witness, Maldonado, who went right back in when his piss was finished. No one else entered. Maldonado sees someone staking out the parking lot at approximately 1:30. Guy he describes as regular-looking, maybe mid-30s, dark hair. Guy was gone when Maldonado exited the bar at 1:50. At which point the Marcus girl was running through Penn Park." Sousa nodded. "We're not saying there's a clear connection. Maybe there's none at all, but it seems pretty coincidental." "But again," Friel said, "what's your operating theory?" Sousa shrugged. "I don't know, sir. Let's say it was a hit. The guy in the parking lot, he's watching for the Marcus girl to leave. She does. He makes a phone call to the perp. The perp's waiting for her from that point on." "And then what?" Sean said. "Then what?" "He kills her." "No, the guy in the car. The lookout. What's he doing? He just up and decides to beat some guy with a rock or something, just for the hell of it?" "Maybe someone came upon him." "Doing what?" Whitey said. "Talking on the cell phone? Shit, we don't know if this has anything to do with the Marcus homicide." "Sarge," Sousa said, "you want we should just blow it off? Say fuck it, there's nothing there." "Did I say that?" "Well, did I say that?" Whitey repeated. No, I did not. Show some respect for your elders, Joseph, or we might send you back to work in the crystal meth corridor around Springfield, hanging out with bikers and chicks who smell bad, eat lard straight from the can." Sousa checked himself with a slow exhalation. "I just think there's something to this. That's all. Not disagreeing, Trooper, just saying you gotta bring us that something before we redirect manpower on what could turn out to be an isolated, unrelated incident. Also, the last drop's in BPD jurisdiction." "We made contact," Sousa said. "They tell you it's their case?" He nodded. Whitey spread his hands. "There you go. Keep in touch with the detective in charge and keep us posted, but otherwise leave it be for now." Friel said, "Since we're on the subject of operating theories, Sergeant, what's yours?" Whitey shrugged. "I got a couple, but that's all they are. Catherine Marcus died from the GSW to the back of her head. None of her other injuries, including the bullet wound to her left biceps, was considered life-threatening. Bludgeoning was committed by a wooden instrument with flat edges, some kind of stick, a 2x4. M.E. has conclusively stated that she was not sexually assaulted. From our own legwork, we know she was planning to elope with the Harris kid. Bobby O'Donnell was her ex-boyfriend. Problem was he hadn't accepted the ex part yet. Her father didn't like either O'Donnell or the Harris kid." "Why not the Harris kid?" "We don't know." Whitey glanced over at Sean and then back again. "We're working on it, though. So best we can figure, she's planning to boogie on out of town in the morning. She has a pseudo-bachelorette party with her two friends, gets run out of a bar by Roman Fallow, and drives her friends home. It's starting to rain now, and her wipers are for shit, the windshield dirty. She either misjudges where the curb is because she's drunk, nods off for a second at the wheel for the same reason, or swerves to avoid something on the road. Whatever the cause, she drives her car into the curb. Car stalls and someone approaches the car. According to our old lady witness, Catherine Marcus says, 'Hi.' That's when we think the perp fired his first shot. She manages to hit him with her car door. Maybe his gun did jam, I don't know, and she takes off running into the park. She grew up there. Maybe she thought she had a better chance of losing him there. Again, we can't even surmise why she chose to run for the park, except for it being a straight run in either direction on Sydney and not a lot in the way of neighbors to help her out for at least 4 blocks. If she'd stepped out into the open, the perp could have run her down with her own car or shot her pretty easily. So she bolts for the park. She goes in a pretty consistent southeast pattern from that point on, cutting through the garden co-op, then attempting to hide in the ravine under the footbridge, then making a final beeline for the drive-in screen. Her path consistently brought her deeper into the park, Maggie Mason said. "Yes, ma'am." "Why?" Why? Yes, Sergeant. She removed her glasses and placed them on the table in front of her. If I'm a woman being chased through a city park whose terrain I'm familiar with, I may begin by leading my pursuer into it in the hopes he'll get lost or held up, but the moment I can, I'm going to start heading back out. Why didn't she cut north toward Roseclare or double back toward Sydney? Why keep going deeper into the park? Shock, maybe. And fear. Fear makes people forget how to think. Let's remember, too, her blood alcohol level was at .09. She was drunk. She shook her head. I don't buy it. And here's something else. From your reports, am I to surmise that Miss Marcus was, in fact, faster than her pursuer? Whitey's mouth opened a bit, but he seemed to forget what he was going to say. Your report, Sergeant. It states that on at least 2 occasions Miss Marcus seemed to choose hiding over running. She hid in the garden co-op, and she hid under the footbridge. That tells me 2 things. One, that she was faster than her pursuer, otherwise she wouldn't have had the time necessary to attempt to hide. And 2, that she paradoxically felt that keeping ahead of her pursuer wasn't enough. You add that in with her lack of attempt to run back out of the park, and what does it tell you? No one had an answer for that. Eventually, Frio said, What does it tell you, Maggie? It presents the possibility, to me anyway, that she felt surrounded. For a minute it seemed to Sean like the air in the room went static, popping with electrical currents. A gang or something? Whitey said eventually. Or something, she said. I don't know, Sergeant. I'm just going on your report. I can't for the life of me understand why this woman, who apparently was faster than her attacker, would elect not to just run right back out of the park unless she thought someone else was flanking her. Whitey hung his head. All due respect, ma'am, but there'd have been a hell of a lot more physical evidence on scene in such a scenario. You yourself cite the rain in your report several times. Yes, Whitey said. But if you got a gang of people, or hell, even 2, chasing Catherine Marcus, we're going to see more than we did. At least a few more footprints. Something, ma'am. Maggie Mason put her glasses back on and looked down at the report in her hand. Eventually she said, It's a theory, Sergeant. One that I think, on the basis of your own report, bears looking into. Whitey kept his head down, though Sean could feel the contempt rising off his shoulders like sewer gas. What about it, Sergeant? Friel said. Whitey raised his head and gave them an exhausted smile. I'll bear it in mind. I will. But gang activity in that neighborhood's at an all-time low. We pass on that, then we consider 2 guys as the perps, which brings us back to the possibility of a contract hit. Okay. But if that's the case, and we all agreed at the outset here today that it was a long shot, then the second shooter would have emptied his piece the moment Catherine Marcus hit his partner with a door. The only way this makes sense if it's one shooter, and a panicked, drunken woman may be growing faint with blood loss, not thinking clearly, and having a lot of bad luck. But you'll bear my theory in mind, of course, Maggie Mason said with a bitter smile, her eyes on the table. I will, Whitey said. I'll take anything right now. Honest to God. She knew her killer. Okay. Anyone with a reasonably logical motive thus far has been all but discounted. Every minute more that we work this case, it seems all that more likely the attack was random. The rain destroyed 2/3 of our physical evidence. The Marcus girl didn't have enemy goddamn one, no financial secrets, no drug dependency, nor was she a witness to any crimes on record. Her murder, as far as we can tell, benefited no one. Except O'Donnell, Burke said, who didn't want to leave in town. Except him, Whitey agreed. But his alibi's tight, and it doesn't look like a hit. So who's that leave for enemies? No one. And yet she's dead, Friel said. And yet she's dead, Whitey said. Which is why I'm thinking it's random. You take away money, love, and hate as possible motives, you're not left with much. You're left with some dumb fucking stalker type who might have a website devoted to the victim or something stupid like that. Friel raised his eyebrows. Shira Rosenthal chimed in. We're already checking that, sir. So far, nada. So you don't know what you're looking for, Friel said, eventually. Sure, Whitey said. A guy with a gun. Oh, yeah, and a stick. Chapter 18. Words He Once Knew. After he'd left Dave on the porch, his face and eyes dry again, Jimmy took his second shower of the day. He could feel it in there with him, that need to weep. It welled up inside his chest like a balloon until he grew short of breath. He'd gone into the shower because he wanted privacy in case it flooded out of him in gushes, as opposed to the few drops that had slid down his cheeks on the porch. He feared he might turn into a trembling puddle, end up weeping like he'd wept in the dark of his bedroom as a little boy, certain his being born had nearly killed his mother, and that's why his father hated him. In the shower he felt it coming again, that old wave of sadness, the one that felt ancient and had been with him since he could remember, an awareness that tragedy loomed somewhere in his future, tragedy as heavy as limestone blocks, as if an angel had told him his future while he was still in the womb, and Jimmy had emerged from his mother with the angel's words planted somewhere in his mind, but faded from his lips. Jimmy raised his eyes to the shower spray. He said, without speaking, "I know in my soul I contributed to my child's death. I can feel it, but I don't know how." And the calm voice said, "You will. Tell me." "No." "Fuck you." I wasn't finished. "Oh." "The knowledge will come." "And damn me?" "That's your choice." Jimmy lowered his head and thought of Dave, seeing Katie not long before she'd died. Katie alive, and drunk, and dancing and happy. It was this knowledge, that someone other than Jimmy possessed an image of Katie that post-dated Jimmy's own, that had finally allowed him to weep in the first place. The last time Jimmy had seen her, Katie had been walking out of the store at the end of her Saturday shift. It had been 4:05, and Jimmy had been on the phone with his Frito-Lay vendor, placing orders and distracted as Katie leaned in to kiss his cheek and say, "Later, Daddy." "Later," he'd said, and watched her walk out of the back room. But no, that was bullshit. He hadn't watched her. He'd heard her walk out, but his eyes had been on the order sheet lying in front of him on the desk blotter. So really his final visual image of her had been of the side of her face, as she pulled her lips from his cheek and said, "Later, Daddy." "Later, Daddy." Jimmy realized it was the later part of the evening, the later minutes of her life that would stab him. If he'd been there, if he'd been able to share a little more time, a little later into the evening with his daughter, maybe he'd be able to hold onto a more recent image of her. But he wouldn't. Dave would, and Eve and Diane, and her killer. If you had to die, Jimmy thought, if such things really are preordained, then I wish that somehow you could have died looking into my face. It would have hurt me to watch you die, Katie, but at least I would know that you felt a little less alone looking into my eyes. I love you. I love you so much. I love you, in truth, more than I loved your mother, more than I love your sisters, more than I love Annabeth, so help me God, and I love them deeply. But I love you most because when I came back from prison and sat with you in the kitchen, we were the last two people on earth, forgotten and unwanted, and we were both so afraid and confused and so utterly fucking forlorn. But we rose from that, didn't we? We built our lives into something good enough so that one day we weren't afraid. We weren't forlorn. I couldn't have done that without you. I couldn't have. I'm not that strong. You would have grown into a beautiful woman. A beautiful wife, maybe. A miracle of a mother. You were my friend, Katie. You saw my fear and you didn't run. I love you more than life. And missing you will be my cancer. It will kill me. And just for a moment, standing in the shower, Jimmy felt her palm on his back. That's what he'd forgotten of his final moment with her. She'd placed her hand on his back as she'd leaned in to kiss his cheek. She'd placed it flat against the spine, between the shoulder blades, and it had felt warm. He stood in the shower with the touch of her hand lingering on his beaded flesh, and he felt the need to weep pass. He felt strong in his grief again. He felt loved by his daughter. Whitey and Sean found a parking space around the corner from Jimmy's place and walked back up onto Buckingham Avenue. The late afternoon was turning cool around them, the sky darkening toward navy, and Sean found himself wondering what Lauren was doing right now. If she was near a window, could see the same sky he saw at the same moment, feel a chill advancing. Just before they reached the three-decker where Jimmy and his wife lived, sandwiched between various savage lunatics and their wives or girlfriends, they saw Dave Boyle leaning into the open passenger side of a Honda parked out front. Dave reached into the glove compartment and then snapped it shut, leaned back out of the car with a wallet in his hand. He noticed Sean and Whitey as he locked the car door, and he smiled at them. "You two again." "We're like the flu," Whitey said. "Always popping up." Sean said, "How's it going, Dave?" "Not much has changed in 4 hours. You dropping in on Jimmy?" They nodded. "Did you have some kind of, breaking the case?" Sean shook his head. "Just dropping in to pay our respects, see how they're doing." "They're okay right now. I think they're worn out, you know. As far as I can tell, Jimmy hasn't gone to bed since yesterday. Annabeth got a craving for cigarettes, so I offered to pick some up. Forgot I'd left my wallet in the car." He held it up in his swollen hand, then slipped it into his pocket. Whitey put his own hands in his pockets, rolled back on his heels, a tight smile on his face. Sean said, "That looks painful." "This?" Dave raised his hand again, considered it. "Ain't too bad, really." Sean nodded, added his own tight smile to Whitey's, the two of them standing there, looking in at Dave. "I was playing pool the other night," Dave said. "You know the table they got at McGill's, Sean. A good half of it is against the wall. You got to keep using that shitty short stick." Sean said, "Sure. So the cue ball is lying just a hair off the rail, and the target ball is the other end of the table. I pull back my hand to shoot, like really hard for getting him against the wall, and bam! My hand goes through the fucking wall almost." "Ouch," Sean said. "You make it?" Whitey said. "Huh?" "The shot." Dave frowned. "Scratched. Of course that was no good for the rest of the game." "Of course not," Whitey said. "Yeah," Dave said. "Sucked, because I was in the zone until that happened." Whitey nodded, looked over at Dave's car. "Hey, you have the same problem I had with mine?" Dave looked back at his car. "Never had a problem with mine, no." "Shit, the timing chain on my Accord went at 65,000 on the nose. I find out the same thing happened to another buddy of mine. What it costs to fix ain't much less than the Blue Book. Damn near total as the car, you know?" Dave said, "Nope, mine's been a dream." He looked over his shoulder, then back at them. "I'm gonna go get those smokes. See you guys inside?" "See you there," Sean said, and gave Dave a small wave before Dave stepped off the curb and crossed the avenue. Whitey looked at the Honda. "Nice dent over the front quarter panel there." Sean said, "Gee, Sarge, wasn't sure you'd noticed." "And the pool stick story?" Whitey whistled. "What, he's holding the butt of the stick against his palm?" "Got a problem, though," Sean said as they watched Dave enter Eagle Liquors. "Yeah, what's that, Super Cop?" "If you make Dave the guy Sousa's witness saw in the parking lot of the last drop, then he was kicking someone else's head in when Katie Marcus was killed." Whitey gave him a disappointed grimace. "You think so? I make him for a guy sitting in a parking lot when a girl who would die half an hour later left the bar. I make him for someone who wasn't home at 1:15 like he said." Through the glass storefront, they could see Dave at the counter, talking to the clerk. Whitey said, "The blood CSS scraped off the ground in the parking lot could have been there for days. We got no proof anything ever happened there but a bar fight. Sousa's witness says it didn't happen that night. It could have happened the day before. It could have happened that afternoon. There's no causal connection between the blood in that parking lot and Dave Boyle sitting in his car at 1:30. But there is one hell of a causal connection between him in that car when Katie Marcus left the bar. He clapped Sean's shoulder. Come on, let's go up. Sean took a last look across the avenue as Dave handed cash to the clerk in the liquor store. He felt sorry for Dave. No matter what he may have done, Dave just elicited that in a person. Pity, unrefined and a little bit ugly, sharp as shale. Celeste, sitting on Katie's bed, heard the policemen coming up the stairs, their heavy shoes tramping up the old risers just on the other side of the wall. Annabeth had sent her in here a few minutes ago to get a dress of Katie's that Jimmy could bring over to the funeral home, Annabeth apologizing for not being strong enough to go in the room herself. It was a blue dress with an off-the-shoulder cut to it, and Celeste remembered when Katie had worn it to Carla Eigen's wedding, a blue and yellow flower pinned to the side of her upswept hair just over the ear. She'd literally caused a few gasps that day, Celeste knowing she herself had never looked that good in her life, and Katie so completely unaware of just how dazzling her beauty was. The moment Annabeth had mentioned a blue dress, Celeste knew exactly which one she wanted. So she'd come in here, where last night she'd seen Jimmy holding Katie's pillow to his face, breathing her in, and she'd opened the windows to clear the room of the musty scent of loss. She'd found the dress zipped up in a garment bag in the back of the closet, and she'd taken it out and sat on the bed for a moment. She could hear the sounds of the avenue below, the snap of car doors shutting, the stray, fading chatter of people walking along the sidewalks, the hiss of a bus as it opened its doors at the corner of Crescent. And she looked at a photograph of Katie and her father on Katie's nightstand. It had been taken a few years ago, Katie's smile tight around her braces as she sat on her father's shoulders. Jimmy held her ankles in his hands and looked into the camera with that wonderfully open smile he had, the one that could surprise you, if only because so little about Jimmy seemed open, and the smile was one place where his reserve failed to reach. She was picking the picture up off the nightstand when she heard Dave's voice from the pavement below. "You too again." And she'd sat there, dying in increments as she heard Dave and the policeman talk, and then heard what Sean Devine and his partner said after Dave had crossed the street to get Annabeth's cigarettes. For 10 or 12 horrible seconds she almost vomited on Katie's blue dress. Her diaphragm lurched up and down, and her throat constricted, and the contents of her stomach boiled. She bent in half, trying to hold it in, and a hoarse, hacking noise escaped her lips several times, but she didn't throw up, and it passed. She still felt nauseous, though. Nauseous and clammy, and her brain seemed to have caught fire. It burned, something raging in there, dimming the lights, filling her sinuses and the spaces immediately behind her eyes. She lay back on the bed as Sean and his partner ascended the stairs, and she wished to be struck by lightning, or have the ceiling cave in on her, or to simply be lifted by some unknown force and tossed out the open window. All of these scenarios were preferable to the one she found herself facing now. But maybe he was merely protecting someone else, or maybe he had seen something he shouldn't have and he'd been threatened. Maybe the police questioning him meant only that they considered him a suspect. None of this meant beyond a doubt that her husband had murdered Katie Marcus. His story about the mugger had always been a lie. She'd known that. She'd tried to hide from that knowledge several times over the last couple of days, to blot it out of her head the way a thick cloud blots out the sun. But she'd known, since the night he'd told her, that muggers don't punch with one hand when they can stab with the other, and they didn't use clever lines like, "Your wallet or your life, bitch, I'm leaving with one of them." And they didn't get disarmed and beaten up by men like Dave, who hadn't been in a fight since grade school. If it had been Jimmy who'd come home with the same story, that would be another thing. Jimmy, slim as he was, looked like he could kill you. He looked like he knew how to fight and had simply matured past the point where violence was necessary in his life. But you could still smell danger coming from Jimmy, a capacity for destruction. The scent Dave gave off was of another kind. It was of a man with secrets, grimy wheels turning in a sometimes grimy head, a fantasy life going on behind his two still eyes that no one else could enter. She had been with Dave for 8 years, and she'd always thought his secret world would eventually open for her, but it hadn't. Dave lived up there in the world of his head far more than he lived down here in the world of everyone else. And maybe those two worlds had seeped into one another, so that the darkness of Dave's head had spilled its darkness onto the streets of East Buckingham. Could Dave have killed Katie? He'd always liked her. Hadn't he? And honestly, could Dave, her husband, be capable of murder? Of chasing the daughter of his old friend into a dark park? Of beating her and hearing her scream and plead? Of firing a gun into the back of her head? Why? Why would anyone do such a thing? And if you accepted that someone in point of fact could, was it a logical leap to assume Dave could be that person? Yes, she told herself, he lived in a secret world. Yes, he'd probably never be whole because of the crimes committed against him when he was a child. Yes, he'd lied about the mugger, but maybe there was a reasonable explanation for that lie. Like what? Katie was murdered in Penn Park shortly after leaving the last drop. Dave had claimed to have fought off a mugger in the parking lot of the same bar. He had claimed he left the mugger there, unconscious, but no one had ever found the guy. The police had mentioned something about finding blood in the parking lot, though. So maybe Dave had been telling the truth. Maybe. And yet she kept coming back to the timing of everything. David told her he was at the last drop. Apparently he'd lied about that to the police. Katie was murdered between 2 and 3 in the morning. Dave had walked back into the apartment at 3:10, covered in someone else's blood, and with an unconvincing story as to how it had gotten there. And that was the most glaring coincidence of all. Katie is murdered. Dave returns home, covered in blood. If she wasn't his wife, would she even question the conclusion? Celeste bent forward again, trying to keep her insides in and block the voice in her head that kept saying the words in a hissing whisper. Dave killed Katie. Jesus Christ. Dave killed Katie. Oh, dear God. Dave killed Katie, and I want to die. So you've discounted Bobby and Roman as suspects, Jimmy said. Sean shook his head. Not completely. It doesn't rule out the possibility that they hired someone. Annabeth said, but I can see it in your face. You don't think that's likely. No, Mrs. Marcus, we don't. Jimmy said, so who do you suspect? Anyone? Whitey and Sean looked at each other, and then Dave came into the kitchen, unwrapping the foil from a pack of cigarettes and handed them to Annabeth. Here you go, Anna. Thank you. She looked at Jimmy with a minor embarrassment in her face. I just got the urge. He smiled softly and patted her hand. Honey, whatever you need right now is fine. It's cool. She turned to Whitey and Sean as she lit up. I quit 10 years ago. Me too, Sean said. Can I bum one? Annabeth laughed, the cigarette jerking between her lips, and Jimmy thought it may have been the first beautiful sound he'd heard in 24 hours. He saw the grin on Sean's face as he took a cigarette from his wife, and he wanted to thank him for making her smile. You're a bad boy, Trooper Devine. Annabeth lit his cigarette. Sean took a puff. I've heard that before. Heard it last week from the commander, Whitey said, if I remember right. Annabeth said, Really? And fixed Sean in the warmth of her interest, Annabeth being one of those rare people who could invest as much effort into her listening as into her talking. Sean's grin widened as Dave took a seat, and Jimmy could feel the air in the kitchen grow lighter. I'm just coming off a suspension, Sean admitted. Yesterday was my first day back. What did you do? Jimmy said, leaning into the table. Sean said, That's confidential. Sergeant Powers, Annabeth said. Well, Trooper Devine here. Sean looked over at him. I got stories about you, too. Whitey said, Good point. Sorry, Mrs. Marcus. Oh, come on. No way. Sorry. Sean, Jimmy said, and when Sean looked over at him, Jimmy tried to convey through his eyes that this was good. This was what they needed right now. A respite. A conversation that had nothing to do with homicide or funeral homes or loss. Sean's face softened until for a moment it looked like the face he'd had as an 11-year-old, and he nodded. He turned back to Annabeth and said, I buried a guy in phantom tickets. You what? Annabeth leaned forward, cigarette held up by her ear, eyes wide. Sean leaned his head back, took a drag from his cigarette, and blew it out at the ceiling. There's this guy I didn't like, never mind why. Anyway, once a month or so, I'd enter his license plate into the RMV database as a parking offender. I'd mix it up. One month it was parking at an expired meter, the next it was parking in a commercial zone, etc., etc. Anyway, the guy goes into the system, but he doesn't know it. Because he never got a ticket, Annabeth said. Exactly. And every 21 days he gets hit another $5 for failure to pay, and then the fines keep racking up until one day he gets a summons to court. Whitey said, and finds out he owes the Commonwealth about $1,200. $1,100, Sean said. But yeah. He says he never got the tickets, but the court didn't believe him. They hear that all the time. So the guy's screwed. He's in the computer, after all, and the computers don't lie. Dave said, This is great. You do this a lot? No, Sean said, and Annabeth and Jimmy laughed. No, I do not, David. Calling you David now, Jimmy said. Watch out. I did it this one time to this one guy. So how'd you get caught? Guy's aunt worked in the RMV, Whitey said. You believe that? No, Annabeth said. Sean nodded. Who knew? The guy paid the fines, but then he put his aunt on it, and she traced it back to my barracks. And since I had a previous history with the gentleman in question, it was easy for the commander to add motive to opportunity and narrow down the suspects. So I got bagged. Exactly how much shit, Jimmy said, did you have to eat over this? Bags of it, Sean admitted, and this time all four of them laughed. Big, huge, trash-can-sized bags. Sean saw the glee in Jimmy's eyes and started laughing himself. Whitey said, Poor old Devine ain't had the best year. You're lucky no one in the press got to this, Annabeth said. Oh, we take care of our own, Whitey said. We may have kicked his ass, but all the lady at the RMV had was the barracks the ticket emanated from, not the badge number. What do we blame? Clerical error? Computer glitch, Sean said. Commander made me pay full restitution, blah, 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 suspended me a week without pay, and put me on 3 months probation. Could have been a lot worse, though. Could have demoted him, Whitey said. Why didn't they? Jimmy said. Sean stubbed out his cigarette and held out his arms. Because I'm super cop. Don't you read the papers, Jim? Whitey said, What Ego Head here is trying to tell you is that he's put down some pretty serious cases in the last few months. He has the highest solved rate in my unit. We got to wait till his average goes down before we can dump him. That road rage thing, Dave said. I saw your name once in the paper. Dave reads, Sean said to Jimmy. Not books on shooting pool, though, Whitey said with a smile. How's that hand feeling? Jimmy looked over at Dave, caught his eyes just as Dave dropped them, Jimmy getting a strong sense the big cop was fucking with Dave, pushing him. Jimmy had experienced enough of that back in the day to know its tone, and he realized it was Dave's hand the cop was razzing him about. So what had he meant about shooting pool? Dave opened his mouth to speak, but then his face was stricken by something over Sean's shoulder. Jimmy followed his gaze, and every inch of him stiffened. Sean turned his head and saw Celeste Boyle holding a dark blue dress, the hanger up by her shoulder so that the dress hovered beside her, as if covering a body no one could see. Celeste saw the look on Jimmy's face and said, "I'll take it over to the funeral home, Jim. Really." Jimmy looked like he'd forgotten how to move. Annabeth said, "You don't have to do that." "I want to," Celeste said with a weird, desperate laugh. "Really? I'd like to. It'll get me out for a few minutes. I'd be happy to, Anna." "You're sure?" Jimmy said, his voice coming out of him with a small croak. Yeah, Celeste said. Sean couldn't remember the last time he'd seen a person so desperate to leave a room. He came out of his chair toward her, hand extended. "We met a few times. I'm Sean Devine." "Oh, right." Celeste's hand was slick with sweat as it slid into Sean's. "You cut my hair once," Sean said. "Oh, I know. I remember." "Well," Sean said. "Well, don't want to keep you." Celeste let out that desperate laugh again. No. So it was good seeing you. I gotta go. Bye. Bye. Dave said, "Bye, honey." But Celeste was already moving down the hallway and heading for the front door like she'd smelled a gas leak. Sean said, "Shit," and looked back over his shoulder at Whitey. Whitey said, "What?" "I left my report pad in the cruiser." Whitey said, "Oh, better go get it then." As Sean went down the hall, he heard Dave say, "What, he can't borrow a page from yours?" He didn't get to hear whatever bullshit Whitey slung because he moved out through the doorway and down the stairs, came out onto the front porch as Celeste reached the driver's side of the car. She got her key in the lock and opened the door, then reached in and unlocked the back door. She opened it and slid the dress carefully onto the back seat. When she closed the door, she looked over the roof and saw Sean coming down the stairs, and Sean could see pure terror in her face, the look of someone who expected to get hit by a bus. Now. He could be subtle or direct, and one look at her face told him direct was the only hope he had. Get her while she was unbalanced, for whatever reason. "Celeste," he said, "I just wanted to ask you a quick question." "Me?" He nodded as he reached the car and leaned into it, put his hands on the roof. "What time did Dave come home on Saturday night?" "What?" He repeated the question, holding her with his eyes. "Why would you be interested in Dave's Saturday night?" she said. "It's a little thing, Celeste. We asked Dave some questions today because he was in McGill's the same time Katie was. Some of Dave's answers didn't add up, and it's bothering my partner. Me, I just figured Dave had had a few that night and can't remember exact details, but my partner, he's a pain in the ass. So I just need to know what time he came back exactly so I can get my partner off my back and we can concentrate on finding Katie's killer." "You think Dave did it?" Sean leaned back from the car, cocked his head at her. "I didn't say anything like that, Celeste. Hell, why would I even think that?" "Well, I don't know." "But you said it." Celeste said, "What? What are we talking about? I'm confused." Sean smiled as comfortingly as he could. "The sooner I know what time Dave came home, the sooner I can get my partner to move on to other things besides holes in your husband's story." For a moment she looked like she might hurl herself backward into traffic. She looked that abandoned, that confused, and Sean felt the same raw pity for her that he often felt for her husband. "Celeste," he said, knowing Whitey would give him an F on his probationary report if he heard what he was about to say, "I don't think Dave did anything. I swear to God. But my partner does, and he's the ranking officer. He decides which avenues the investigation explores. You tell me what time Dave got home, we'll be done here, and Dave will never have to worry about us again." Celeste said, "But you saw his car." "What?" "I heard you talking earlier. Someone saw this car parked outside the last drop the night Katie was killed. Your partner thinks Dave killed Katie." Shit. Sean couldn't fucking believe this. "My partner wants to take a closer look at Dave. It's not the same thing. We don't have a suspect, Celeste. Okay? We don't. What we have are holes in Dave's story. We close those holes, it's over and done. No worries. He was mugged, Celeste wanted to say. He came home with blood all over him, but only because someone tried to mug him. He didn't do it. Even if I think he might have, another part of me knows that Dave is not that kind of guy. I make love to him. I married him. And I wouldn't marry a killer, you fucking cop! She tried to remember the way in which she'd planned to be calm when the police arrived, asking questions. That night, as she'd washed his clothes of blood, she was sure that she'd had a plan for how to deal with this. But she hadn't known Kitty was dead at that point, and that the cops would be questioning her about Dave's involvement in her death. How could she have predicted that? And this cop, he was so smooth and cocky and charming. He wasn't the pot-bellied, hungover, grizzled type she'd expected. He was an old friend of Dave's. Dave had told her that this man, Sean Devine, had been on the street with him and Jimmy Marcus when Dave had been abducted. And he'd grown up into this tall, smart, handsome guy with a voice you could listen to all night and eyes that seemed to peel you away in layers. Jesus Christ, how was she supposed to deal with this? She needed time. She needed time to think and be by herself and look at the situation rationally. She didn't need a dead girl's dress staring back up at her from the back seat and a cop on the other side of the car staring at her with venomous bedroom eyes. She said, "I was asleep." "Huh?" "I was asleep," she said. "Saturday night when Dave got home. I was already in bed." The cop nodded. He leaned into the car again, patted his hands on the roof. He seemed satisfied. He seemed as if all his questions had been answered. She remembered that his hair had been very thick and had almost toffee-colored streaks up by the crown amid the light brown. She remembered thinking he'd never have to worry about going bald. "Celeste," he said in that smoky, amber voice of his, "I think you're scared." Celeste felt like her heart was clenched in a dirty hand. "I think you're scared, and I think you know something. I want you to understand that I'm on your side. I'm on Dave's side, too. But I'm on your side more because, like I said, you're scared." "I'm not scared," she managed, and opened the driver's door. "Yes, you are," Sean said, and stepped back from the car as she got in it and drove off down the avenue. Chapter 19. Who They'd Planned to Be. When Sean got back up to the apartment, he found Jimmy in the hallway, talking on a cordless phone. Jimmy said, "Yeah, I'll remember the photographs. Thank you," and hung up. He looked at Sean. "Reed's funeral home," he said. "I picked up her body from the medical examiner's office, said I can come down with her effects." He shrugged. "You know, finalize the service details, that sort of thing." Sean nodded. "You get your report pad?" Sean patted his pocket. "Right here." Jimmy tapped the cordless against his thigh several times. "So I guess I better get down to Reed's. You look like you could use some sleep, man." "No, I'm all right." "Okay." As Sean went to pass him, Jimmy said, "I was wondering if I could ask you a favor." Sean stopped. "Sure." "Dave will probably be leaving soon to take Michael home. I don't know what your schedule's like, but I was kind of hoping maybe you'd keep Annabeth company for a bit. Just so she's not alone, you know? Celeste will probably be back, so it won't be long. I mean, Val and his brothers took the girls out to a movie, so there's no one in the house, and I know Annabeth doesn't want to come down to the funeral home yet, so I don't know, I figured." Sean said, "I don't think it'll be a problem. I gotta check with my sarge, but our official shift was over a couple hours ago. Let me talk to him. Okay?" "I appreciate it." "Sure." Sean started walking back toward the kitchen, and then he stopped, looked back at Jimmy. "Actually, Jim, I need to ask you something." "Go ahead," Jimmy said, getting that wary Conn's look of his. Sean came back down the hallway. "We got a couple of reports that you had a problem with that kid you mentioned this morning, that Brendan Harris." Jimmy shrugged. Not problems, really. I just don't care for the kid. Why? I don't know. Jimmy put the cell phone in his front pocket. Some people just rub you wrong, you know? Sean stepped in close, put a hand on Jimmy's shoulder. He was dating Katie, Jim. They were planning to elope. Bullshit, Jimmy said, his eyes on the floor. We found brochures for Vegas in her backpack, Jim. We made a few calls and found reservations under both their names with TWA. Brendan Harris confirmed it. Jimmy shrugged off Sean's hand. He killed my daughter? No. You're 100% positive? Close to it. He passed to Polly with flying colors, man. Plus, the boy don't strike me as the type. He seemed like he really loved your daughter. Fuck, Jimmy said. Sean leaned against the wall and waited, giving Jimmy time to take it all in. Elope, Jimmy said after a while. Yeah. Jim, according to Brendan Harris and both of Katie's girlfriends, you were dead set against them ever dating. What I don't understand is why. Kid didn't strike me as a problem kid, you know? Maybe a bit dim, I don't know. But he seemed decent, nice, really. I'm confused. You're confused, Jimmy chuckled. I just found out my daughter, who is, dead, was planning to elope, Sean. I know, Sean said, lowering his voice to nearly a whisper in hopes Jimmy would follow suit, the man about as agitated as Sean had seen him since yesterday afternoon by the drive-in screen. I'm just curious, man, why you were so adamant that your daughter never see the kid. Jimmy leaned against the wall beside Sean and took a few long breaths. Let them out slow. I knew his father. They called him Just Ray. What, he was a judge? Jimmy shook his head. There were so many guys named Ray around at the time. Crazy Ray Buchek and Psycho Ray Dorian and Ray the Woodchuck Lane, that Ray Harris got stuck with Just Ray because all the cool nicknames had been taken. He shrugged. Anyway, I never liked the guy much, and then he cut out on his wife when she was pregnant with that mute kid she's got now, and Brendan only 6, so I don't know, I just thought the acorn don't fall far from the tree and shit, and I didn't want him seeing my daughter. Sean nodded, though he didn't buy it. Something about the way Jimmy had said he'd never liked the guy much. There was a small hitch in his voice, and Sean had heard enough bullshit stories in his time to recognize one, no matter how logical it may have sounded. That's it, huh? Sean said. That's the only reason? That's it, Jimmy said, and pushed himself off the wall, started back up the hallway. I think it's a good idea, Whitey said as he stood outside the house with Sean. Stick close to the family for a bit, see if you can pick up any more. What'd you say to Boyle's wife, by the way? I told her she looked scared. She vouched for his alibi? Sean shook his head. Said she was asleep. But you think she was afraid? Sean looked back up at the windows fronting the street. He gestured to Whitey and tilted his head up the street, and Whitey followed him to the corner. She heard us talking about the car. Fuck, Whitey said. She tells the husband he might skip. And go where? He's an only child, mother deceased, low income, and he ain't got much in the way of friends. Ain't like he's gonna blow the country, try living in Uruguay. Doesn't mean he's not a flight risk. Sarge, Sean says, we got nothing to charge him with. Whitey took a step back, looked at Sean in the glow of the street lamp above them. You going native on me, Super Cup? I just don't see him for this man. Lack of motive, for one. His alibi's shit, Divine. His stories are so full of holes, they were a boat, they'd be sitting on the ocean floor. You said the wife was scared. Not annoyed. Scared. Okay, yeah, she was definitely holding something back. So, you think she really was asleep when he came home? Sean saw Dave when they were little kids getting in that car, weeping. He saw him dark and far away in the back seat as the car turned the corner. He wanted to bang his head against the wall behind him and knock the images right the fuck out. No, I think she knows when he came home. And now that she overheard us, she knows he was the last drop that night. So maybe she had all these things in her head about that night that didn't jibe, and now she's putting all the pieces together. And those pieces are scaring the shit out of her? Maybe. I don't know. Sean kicked at a piece of loose stone at the base of a building. I feel like... What? I feel like we got all these parts banging around near each other, but they don't fit. I feel like we're missing something. You really don't think Boyle did it? I'm not ruling him out. I'm not. I'd buy him for it if for 1 second I could imagine a motive. Whitey stepped back and lifted his heel, rested it against the light pole. He looked at Sean the way Sean had seen him look at a witness he wasn't sure would hold up in court. Okay, he said. Lack of motive's bothering me too. But not much, Sean. Not much. I think there's something out there that could tie him to this. Otherwise, why the fuck's he lying to us? Come on, Sean said. That's the job. People lie to us for no other reason but to see what it feels like. That block surrounding the last drop, there's some serious street trade there at night. You got regular hookers, transvestites, friggin' kids all working that circuit. Maybe Dave was just getting a Hummer in his car, doesn't want the wife to find out. Maybe he has a lady on the side, who knows? But nothing so far connects him to within a mile of murdering Catherine Marcus. Nothing but a bunch of his lies, and my feeling the guy's dirty. Your feeling, Sean said. Sean, Whitey said, and started ticking off points on his fingers. The guy lied to us about when he left McGill's. He lied to us about when he got home. He was parked outside the last drop when the victim left. He was at 2 of the same bars as she was, yet he's trying to cover that up. He's got a badly bruised fist and a bullshit story about how it got that way. He knew the victim, which, as we've already agreed, our suspect did too. He fits the profile to a fucking T of your average thrill killer. He's white, mid-30s, marginally employed, and guessing by what you told me yesterday, he was sexually abused as a kid. You kidding me? On paper, this guy should be in jail already. You said it yourself, though. He's a past victim of sexual abuse, and yet Catherine Marcus wasn't sexually assaulted. That don't make sense, Sarge. Maybe he just whacked off over her. There was no semen at the scene. It rained. Not where her body was found. In the random thrill kill, sexual emission is part of the equation, like 99.9% of the time. Where is it in this case? Whitey lowered his head and drummed the sides of the light pole with his palms. You were friends with the victim's father and a potential suspect when you were... Oh, come on. Kids, that compromises you. Don't tell me it don't. You're a fucking liability here. Sean lowered his voice and brought his hand back down from his chest. Look, he said, I'm just in disagreement with you over the profile of the suspect. I'm not saying that if we zero in on Dave Boyle for more than just a few inconsistencies that I won't be right there with you to bust him. You know I will be, but if you go to the DA right now with what you got, what's he going to do? Whitey's palms drummed a little harder against the pole. Really, Sean said. What's he going to do? Whitey raised his arms above his head and let out a shuddering yawn. He met Sean's eyes and gave him a weary frown. Point taken. But, he held up a finger. But, you clubhouse fucking lawyer, you, I'm gonna find the stick she was beat with, or the gun, or some bloody clothes. I don't know what exactly, but I'm going to find something. And when I find it, I'm gonna drop your friend. He ain't my friend, Sean said. Turns out you're right. I'll have my cuffs off my hip faster than yours. Whitey came off the pole and stepped up to Sean. Don't compromise yourself on this, Divine. You do that, you'll compromise me, and I'll bury you. I'm talking a transfer to the goddamn Berkshires, pulling radar gun details from a fucking snowmobile. Sean ran both hands up his face and through his hair, trying to rub the weariness out of him. Ballistics should be back by now, he said. Whitey stepped back from him. Yeah, that's where I'm going. Lab work on the prints should be in your computer, too. I'm going to run them, hope we get lucky. You got your cell? Sean patted his pocket. I'll call you later. Whitey turned away from Sean and headed down Crescent for the cruiser, Sean feeling watched in the man's disappointment, that probationary period suddenly seeming a lot more real than it did this morning. He headed back up Buckingham toward Jimmy's as Dave walked down the front steps with Michael. Heading home. Dave stopped. Yeah. I can't believe Celeste never came back with a car. I'm sure she's fine, Sean said. Oh, yeah, Dave said. I just gotta walk is all. Sean laughed. What's it, 5 blocks? Dave smiled. Almost 6, man. You look at it close. Better get going, Sean said, while there's still a little light left. Take it easy, Mike. Bye, Michael said. Take care, Dave said, and they left Sean by the stairs, Dave's steps just a bit spongy from the beers he'd been knocking back in Jimmy's place. Sean thinking, if you did do it, Dave, you better cut that shit out right away. You're going to need every brain cell you got if Whitey and I come gunning for you. Every goddamn one. The Penn Channel was silver at this time of night. The sun set, but some light still left in the sky. The treetops in the park had turned black, though, and the drive-in screen was just a hard shadow from over here. Celeste sitting in her car on the Shawmut side, looking down at the channel and the park, and then East Bucky rising like landfill behind it, the flats almost completely obscured by the park, except for stray steeples and the taller rooftops. The homes in the point, though, rose above the flats and looked down on it all from paved and rolling hills. Celeste couldn't even remember driving over here. She'd dropped off the dress with one of Bruce Reed's sons, the kid, decked out in funereal black, but his cheeks so clean-shaven and his eyes so young that he looked more like he was heading out for the prom. She'd left the funeral home, and the next thing she knew, she was pulling into the back of the long-closed Isaac Ironworks, driving past the empty shells of hangar-sized buildings and pulling to the end of the lot, her bumper touching the rotted pilings, and her eyes following the sluggish current of the Penn as it lapped toward the harbor locks. Ever since she'd overheard the 2 policemen talking about Dave's car, their car, the one she sat in right now, she'd felt drunk. But not a good drunk, all loose and easy with a soft buzz. No, she felt like she'd been drinking the cheap stuff all night, had come home and passed out, then woken up, still fuzzy-brained and thick-tongued, but rancid with the poison now, dull and dense and incapable of concentration. You're scared, the cop had said, cutting to the core of her so completely that her only response was pure, belligerent denial. No, I'm not, as if she were a child. No, I'm not. Yes, you are. No, I'm not. Yes, you are. I know you are, but what am I? Nah, 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 nah. She was scared. She was terrified. She felt turned to pudding by the fear. She talked to him, she told herself. He was still Dave, after all. A good father. A man who'd never raised a hand to her or shown a propensity for violence in all the years she'd known him. Never so much as kicked a door or punched a wall. She was sure she could still talk to him. She'd say, Dave? Whose blood did I wash off your clothes? Dave, she'd say, what really happened Saturday night? You can tell me. I'm your wife. You can say anything. That's what she'd do. She'd talk to him. She had no reason to fear him. He was Dave. She loved him, and he loved her, and all of this would somehow work out. She was sure of it. And yet she stayed there, on the far side of the Penn, dwarfed by an abandoned ironworks that had recently been purchased by a developer who supposedly planned to turn it into a parking lot if the stadium deal went through on the other side of the river. She stared across at the park where Katie Marcus had been murdered. She waited for someone to tell her how to move again. Jimmy sat with Bruce Reed's son, Ambrose, in his father's office, going over the details, wishing he was dealing with Bruce himself instead of this kid who looked straight out of college. You could see him playing frisbee a lot easier than hoisting a casket, and Jimmy couldn't imagine those smooth, unlined hands down in the embalming room, touching the dead. He'd given Ambrose Katie's date of birth and social security number, the kid filling it in with a gold pen on a form attached to a clipboard, and then saying in a velvet voice that was a younger version of his father's, "Good, good. Now, Mr. Marcus, will this be a traditional Catholic ceremony? A wake, a mass?" "Yeah." "I'd suggest we hold the wake on Wednesday, then." Jimmy nodded. "The church has already been reserved for Thursday morning at 9. 9 o'clock, the boy said, and wrote that down. "Have you thought of a time for the wake?" Jimmy said, "We'll do 2. One between 3 and 5, the other 7 to 9. 7 to 9, the boy repeated as he wrote it down. "I see you brought photographs. Good, good." Jimmy looked at the stack of framed photos on his lap. Katie at her graduation. Katie and her sisters on the beach. Katie and him at the opening of Cottage Market when she was 8. Katie with Eve and Diane. Katie, Annabeth, Jimmy, Nadine, and Sarah at Six Flags. Katie's 16th birthday. He put the stack on the chair beside him, felt a minor burning in his throat that went away when he swallowed. "Have you thought about flowers?" Ambrose Reed said. "I placed an order with Knopfler's this afternoon," he said. "And the notice?" Jimmy met the kid's eyes for the first time. "The notice?" "Yes," the kid said, and looked down at his clipboard. "How the notice should read in the paper. We can take care of it if you'll just give me the basic information on how you'd like it to read. If you'd prefer donations in lieu of flowers, things like that." Jimmy turned away from the kid's comforting eyes and looked down at the floor. Below them, somewhere in the basement of this white Victorian, Katie lay in the embalming room. She'd be naked before Bruce Reed and this boy and his 2 brothers as they went to work on her, cleaning her, touching her up, preserving her. Their cool, manicured hands would run over her body. They'd lift parts of it. They'd take her chin between thumb and index finger and turn it. They'd run combs through her hair. He thought of his child, naked and exposed, with the color drained from her flesh as she waited to be touched one last time by these strangers. With care, possibly, but a callous care, a clinical one. And then satin cushions would be propped behind her head in the casket, and she'd be wheeled into the viewing room with a doll's frozen face and her favorite blue dress. She'd be peered at and prayed over and commented on and grieved, and then ultimately she'd be entombed. She would descend into a hole dug by men who hadn't known her either, and Jimmy could hear the dirt thudding distantly as if he were on the inside of the coffin with her. And she would lie in the dark with the earth packed above her for 6 feet until it gave way to grass and open air she'd never see or feel or smell or sense. She would lie there for 1,000 years, unable to hear the footfalls of the people who came to visit her headstone, unable to hear anything of the world she'd left because all that dirt was packed in between. "I'm going to kill him, Katie. Somehow I'm going to find him before the police do, and I'm going to kill him. I'm going to put him in a hole a lot worse than the one you're going into. I'm going to leave them nothing to embalm, nothing to mourn. I'm going to make him vanish as if he'd never lived, as if his name and everything he was or thinks he is right now was just a dream that passed through someone's mind in a blip and was forgotten before they woke up. I'm going to find the man who put you on that table downstairs, and I'm going to erase him. And his loved ones, if he has any, will feel more anguish than yours do, Katie, because they'll never have the certainty in knowing what happened to him. And don't you worry whether I'm up to it, baby. Daddy's up to it. You never knew this, but Daddy's killed before. Daddy's done what needed to be done, and he can do it again." He turned back to Bruce's son, who was still new enough at this to be unnerved by long pauses. Jimmy said, "I'd like it to read Marcus, Catherine Juanita, dearly beloved daughter of James and Marita, deceased, stepdaughter of Annabeth, and sister to Sarah and Nadine." Sean sat out on the back porch with Annabeth Marcus as she took tiny sips from a glass of white wine and smoked her cigarettes no more than halfway before she'd extinguish them, her face lit by the exposed bulb above them. It was a strong face, never pretty, probably, but always striking. She was not unused to being stared at, Sean guessed, and yet she was probably oblivious as to why she was worth the trouble. She reminded Sean a bit of Jimmy's mother, but without the air of resignation and defeat, and she reminded Sean of his own mother, in her complete and effortless self-possession, reminded him of Jimmy, actually in that way as well. He could see Annabeth Marcus as being a fun woman, but never a frivolous one. "So," she said to Sean as he lit a cigarette for her, "what are you doing with your evening after you're released from comforting me?" "I'm not—" She waved it away. "I appreciate it. So what are you doing?" "I'm going to see my mother." "Really?" He nodded. "It's her birthday. Go celebrate it with her and the old man." "Uh-huh," she said. "And how long have you been divorced?" "It shows. You wear it like a suit." "Ah. Separated, actually, for a bit over a year." "She live here?" "Not anymore. She travels." You said that with acid. Travels. Did I? He shrugged. She held up a hand. "I hate to keep doing this to you. Getting my mind off Katie at your expense. So you don't have to answer any of my questions. I'm just nosy, and you're an interesting guy." He smiled. "No, I'm not. I'm actually very boring, Mrs. Marcus. You take away my job, and I disappear." "Annabeth," she said. "Call me that, would you?" "Sure." "I find it hard to believe, Trooper Divine, that you're boring. You know what's odd, though?" "What's that?" She turned in her chair and looked at him. "You don't strike me as the kind of guy who'd give someone phantom tickets." "Why's that?" "It seems childish," she said. "You don't seem like a childish man." Sean shrugged. In his experience, everyone was childish at one time or another. It's what you reverted to, particularly when the shit piled up. In over a year, he'd never spoken to anyone about Lauren. Not his parents, his few stray friends, not even the police psychologist the commander had made a brief and pointed mention of once Lauren's moving out had become common knowledge around the barracks. But here was Annabeth, a stranger who'd suffered a loss, and he could feel her probing for his loss, needing to see it, or share it, or something along those lines, needing to know, Sean figured, that she wasn't being singled out. "My wife's a stage manager," he said quietly. "For road shows, you know. Lord of the Dance toured the country last year. My wife stage managed. That sort of thing. She's doing one now. And you get your gun, maybe. I'm not sure, to tell you the truth. Whatever they're recycling this year. We were a weird couple. I mean, our jobs, right? How further apart can you get?" "But you loved her," Annabeth said. He nodded. "Yeah. Still do." He took a breath, leaning back in his chair and sucking it down. "It's the guy I gave the tickets to. He was—" Sean's mouth went dry, and he shook his head, had the sudden urge to just get the hell off this porch and out of this house. "He was a rival?" Annabeth said, her voice delicate. Sean took a cigarette from the pack and lit one, nodding. "That's a nice word for it. Yeah, we'll say that. A rival. And my wife and I, we were going through some shit for a while. Neither of us was around much, and so on. And this, rival, he moved in on her." "And you reacted badly," Annabeth said. A statement, not a question. Sean rolled his eyes in her direction. "You know anyone who reacts well?" Annabeth gave him a hard look, one that seemed to suggest that sarcasm was below him, Or maybe just something she wasn't a fan of in general. You still love her, though? Sure. Hell, I think she still loves me. He stubbed out his cigarette. She calls me all the time. Calls me and doesn't talk. Wait, I know, he said. Calls you up and doesn't say a word. Yep. Been going on for about 8 months now. Annabeth laughed. No offense, but that's the weirdest thing I've heard in a while. No argument. He watched a fly dart in and away from the bare light bulb. One of these days, I figure she's got to talk. That's what I'm holding out for. He heard his half-assed chuckle die in the night, and the echo of it embarrassed him. So they sat in silence for a bit, smoking, listening to the buzz of the fly as it made its crazy darts toward the light. What's her name? Annabeth asked. This whole time, you've never once said her name. Lauren, he said. Her name's Lauren. Her name hung in the air for a bit like the loose strand of a cobweb. And you loved her since you were kids? Freshman year of college, he said. Yeah, I guess we were kids. He could remember a November rainstorm, the two of them kissing for the first time in a doorway, the feel of goosebumps on her flesh, both of them shaking. Maybe that's the problem, Annabeth said. Sean looked at her. But we're not kids anymore? One of you, at least, she said. Sean didn't ask which one. Jimmy told me. You said Katie was planning to elope with Brendan Harris. Sean nodded. Well, that's just it, isn't it? He turned in his chair. What? She blew a stream of smoke up at the empty clotheslines. These silly dreams you have when you're young. I mean, what? Katie and Brendan Harris were going to make a life in Las Vegas? How long would that little Eden have lasted? Maybe they'd be on their second trailer park, second kid, but it would hit them sooner or later. Life isn't happily ever after and golden sunsets and shit like that. It's work. The person you love is rarely worthy of how big your love is, because no one is worthy of that, and maybe no one deserves the burden of it either. You'll be let down. You'll be disappointed and have your trust broken, and have a lot of real sucky days. You lose more than you win. You hate the person you love as much as you love him. But, shit, you roll up your sleeves and work at everything, because that's what growing older is. Annabeth, Sean said, anyone ever tell you that you're a hard woman? She turned her head to him, her eyes closed, a dreamy smile on her face. All the time. Brendan Harris went into his room that night and faced the suitcase under his bed. He'd packed it tightly with shorts and Hawaiian shirts, one sport coat and 2 pairs of jeans, but no sweaters or wool pants. He'd packed what he'd expected they wore in Las Vegas, no winter clothes, because he and Katie had agreed that they never wanted to face another wind chill or thermal sock sale at Kmart or windshield crusted with ice. So when he opened the suitcase, what stared back up at him was a bright array of pastels and floral patterns, an explosion of summer. This was who they'd planned to be. Tanned and loose, their bodies not weighted down by boots or coats or someone else's expectations. They would have drank drinks with goofy names from daiquiri glasses and spent afternoons in the hotel swimming pool, and their skin would have smelled of sunblock and chlorine. They would have made love in a room iced by the air conditioner, yet warmed where the sun cut through the blinds. And when the night cooled everything off, they would have dressed in the better of their clothes and walked the strip. He could see the two of them doing that, as if from far away, looking down from several stories at the two lovers as they strolled through the neon wash, and those lights swept the black tar with watery reds and yellows and blues. And there they were, Brendan and Katie, walking lazily down the middle of the wide boulevard, dwarfed by the buildings, the chatter and ching of the casinos rattling out through the doors. Which one do you want to go to tonight, honey? You pick. No, you pick. No, come on, you pick. Okay, how about that one? Looks good. That one it is, then. I love you, Brendan. I love you too, Katie. Then they would have walked up the carpeted stairs between the white columns and into the clamor of the smoky, clanging palace. They would have done this as man and wife, starting their lives together, still kids, really, and East Buckingham would have been 1,000,000 miles behind them and receding 1,000,000 more with every step they took. That's what it would have been like. Brendan sat down on the floor. He just needed to sit for a second. Just a second or two. He sat and pulled the soles of his high tops together and gripped his ankles like a little boy. He rocked a bit, dropping his chin to his chest and closing his eyes, and he felt the pain soften for an instant. He felt a calm in the dark and in his rocking. And then it passed, and the horror of Katie's removal from the earth, the total lack of her, swam back through his blood, and he felt pulverized by it. There was a gun in the house. It had belonged to his father, and his mother had left it behind the removable ceiling slat above the butler's pantry, where his father had always kept it. You could sit on the counter of the butler's pantry and reach under the lip of the curved wooden cornice, and touch the 3 slats there until you felt the weight of the gun. Then all you had to do was push up, reach in, and curl your fingers around it. It had been there since Brendan could remember, and one of his first memories was of stumbling out of the bathroom late one night and watching as his father withdrew his hand from underneath the cornice. Brendan had even taken the gun out and showed it to his friend Jerry DeVenta when they were 13, Jerry looking at it with wide eyes and saying, "Put it back, put it back." It was covered in dust and quite possibly had never been fired, but Brendan knew it was just a matter of cleaning it. He could take the gun out tonight. He could walk down to Cafe Society, where Roman Fallow hung out, or over to Atlantic Auto Glass, which Bobby O'Donnell owned and where, according to Katie, he conducted most of his business from the back office. He could go to either of those places, or better yet, both, and point his father's gun in each of their faces and pull the fucking trigger over and over and over until it clicked on an empty chamber and Roman and Bobby never killed another woman again. He could do that. Couldn't he? They did it in the movies. Bruce Willis, man, if someone killed the woman he loved, he wouldn't be sitting on the floor holding his ankles, rocking like a sped case. He'd be loading up, right? Brendan pictured Bobby's fleshy face in his sights, the man begging, "No, please, Brendan, no, please." And Brendan saying something cool like, "Please this, motherfucker. Please this all the way to hell." He started crying then, still rocking, still holding his ankles because he knew that he wasn't Bruce Willis, and Bobby O'Donnell was a real person, not something out of a movie. And the gun would need cleaning, serious cleaning, and he didn't even know if it had bullets because he wasn't even sure how to open the thing. And when you got right down to it, wouldn't his hand shake? Wouldn't it shake and jump the way his fist used to when he was a kid and knew there was no way out? He was going to get into a fight. Life wasn't a fucking movie, man. It was fucking life. It didn't play out like it did when the good guy had to win in 2 hours so you knew he would win. Brendan didn't know much about himself in the hero sense. He was 19 and he'd never been challenged in that way. But he wasn't sure he could walk into a guy's place of business. That is, if the doors weren't locked and there weren't all these other guys hanging around, and shoot the guy in the face. He just wasn't sure. But he missed her. He missed her so badly, and the pain of her not being around, and not ever going to be around again, made his teeth ache until he felt he had to do something. Anything, if only so he'd stop feeling like this for one fucking second of this newly miserable life. Okay, he decided. Okay, I'll clean the gun tomorrow. I'll just clean it and make sure it has bullets. I'll do that much. I'll clean the gun. Ray came into the room then, still wearing his rollerblades, using his new hockey stick as a walking staff as he seesawed on wobbly ankles over to his bed. Brendan stood up quick, wiped the tears from his cheeks. Ray took off his rollerblades, watching his brother, and then he signed. "You okay?" Brendan said, "No." Ray signed, "Anything I can do?" Brendan said, "It's all right, Ray. No, you can't. but don't worry about it. Ma says you are better off. Brendan said. What? Ray repeated it. Yeah? Brendan said. How does she figure? Ray's hands went flying. If you left, Ma would have bombed. She'd have gotten over it. Maybe, maybe not. Brendan looked at his brother, sitting on the bed, staring up into his face. Don't piss me off now, Ray. Okay? He leaned in close, thinking about that gun. I loved her. Ray gazed back, his face as empty as a rubber mask. You know what that's like, Ray? Ray shook his head. It's like knowing all the answers on a test the minute you sit down at your desk. It's like knowing everything's going to be okay for the rest of your life. You're going to ace. You're going to be fine. You'll walk around forever feeling relieved because you won. He turned away from his brother. That's what it's like. Ray tapped the bedpost so he'd look at him, and then he signed. You will feel it again. Brendan dropped to his knees and shoved his face into Ray's. No, I won't. Fucking get that? No. Ray pulled his feet up onto the bed and backed up, and Brendan felt ashamed, but still angry, because that was the thing about those who were mute. They could make you feel stupid for talking. Everything Ray said came out succinctly, just as he'd intended. He didn't know what it was like to fumble for words and trip over them because his speech was going faster than his brain. Brendan wanted to spill. He wanted the words to come out of his mouth in a gush of passionate, fucked up, not entirely sensible, but completely honest testament to Katie and what she'd meant to him, and how it had felt to press his nose against her neck in this bed, and hook one of his fingers around one of hers and wipe ice cream off her chin, and sit beside her in a car and watch her eyes dart as she came to intersections, and hear her talk and sleep and snore, and he wanted to go on for hours. He wanted someone to listen to him and to understand that speech wasn't just about communicating ideas or opinions. Sometimes it was about trying to convey whole human lives. And while you knew even before you opened your mouth that you'd fail, somehow the trying was what mattered. The trying was all you had. Ray, though, no way he could grasp that. Words for Ray were flicks of the fingers, deft droppings and raisings and sweepings of the hand. Words were not wasted with Ray. Communication was not relative to him. You said exactly what you meant, and then you were done with it. To unload his grief and over-emote in front of his blank-faced brother would have merely shamed Brendan. It wouldn't have helped. He looked down at his scared little brother, backed up on the bed and staring at him with bug eyes, and he held out his hand. I'm sorry, he said, and heard his voice crack. I'm sorry, Ray. Okay, I didn't mean to blast you. Ray took the hand and stood. So it's okay? He signed, his eyes on Brendan as if he was ready to dive out the window at the next outburst. It's okay, Brendan signed back. I guess it's all right. Chapter 20. When She Comes Home. Sean's parents lived in Wingate Estates, a gated community of 2-bedroom stucco townhouses 30 miles south of the city. Every 20 units formed a section, and each section had its own pool and a recreational center, where they held dances on Saturday nights. A small par-3 golf course stretched around the outer edge of the complex like a fallen slice of crescent moon, and from late spring until early autumn the air hummed with the buzz of cart engines. Sean's father didn't play golf. He'd long ago decided it was a rich man's game, and to take it up would represent some form of betrayal to his blue-collar roots. Sean's mother had tried it for a while, though, and then gave it up because she believed her companion secretly laughed at her form, her slight brogue, and her clothing. So they lived here quietly and, for the most part, friendless, though Sean knew his father had struck up an acquaintance with a small Irish plug of a guy named Riley, who'd also lived in one of the city's neighborhoods before coming to Wingate. Riley, who had no use for golf either, would occasionally join Sean's father for drinks at the Ground Round on the other side of Route 28. and Sean's mother, a natural, if reflexive caretaker, often tended to older neighbors with infirmities. She'd drive them to the drugstore to fill prescriptions or to the doctor's, so new prescriptions could take up residence in the medicine cabinet beside the older ones. His mother, pushing 70, felt young and vibrant on these drives, and given that most of the people she helped were widowed, she felt, too, that her and her husband's continued health was a blessing donated from above. "They're alone," she'd said to Sean once regarding her sickly friends, "and even if the doctors won't tell them, that's what they're dying from." Often when he pulled past the guard kiosk and drove up the main road, striped every 10 yards with yellow speed bumps that rattled his axles, Sean could almost see the ghost streets and ghost neighborhoods and ghost lives the Wingate residents had left behind, as if cold water flats and dull white iceboxes, wrought iron fire escapes, and shrieking children floated through the present landscape of eggshell stucco and spiky lawns, like a morning mist just beyond the limits of his peripheral vision. An irrational guilt would settle in him, the guilt of a son who'd packed his parents away in a retirement home. Irrational because Wingate Estates wasn't technically a community for people over 60, though Sean had frankly never seen a resident under that age, and his parents had moved here completely of their own volition, packing up their decades-long complaints about the city and its noise and crime and traffic jams to come here, where, as his father put it, you can walk at night without looking over your shoulder. Still, Sean felt as if he'd failed them, as if they'd expected he would have tried harder to keep them near. Sean saw this place, and he saw death, or at least the depot en route, and it wasn't just that he hated to think of his parents here, biding their time until the day someone needed to drive them to the doctor's. He hated to think of himself here, or someplace like it. Yet he knew there was little chance he'd end up anyplace else, and as it stood now, without kids or a wife to care. He was 36, a little more than halfway toward a Wingate duplex already, with the second half likely to pass at a far more furious clip than the first had. His mother blew out the candles on her cake at the small dinette table that perched in the alcove between the tiny kitchen and the more spacious living room, and they ate quietly, then sipped their tea to the click of the clock on the wall above them and the hum of the climate control system vents. When they were finished, his father stood. "I'll clear the plates." "No, I'll get them." "You sit down." "No, let me." "Sit, birthday girl." His mother sat back with a small smile, and Sean's father stacked the plates and took them around the corner into the kitchen. "Careful with the crumbs," his mother said. "I'm careful. If you don't wash them all the way down the drain, we'll get ants again. We had one ant. One." "We had more," she said to Sean. 6 months ago," his father said over the running water. "And mice. We've never had mice. Mrs. Feingold did, 2 of them. She had to get traps. We don't have mice. That's because I make sure you don't leave crumbs in the sink." "Jesus," Sean's father said. Sean's mother sipped her tea and looked over the cup at Sean. "I clipped an article for Lauren," she said when she'd placed the cup back on the saucer. "I've got it here someplace." Sean's mother was always clipping articles from the paper and giving them to him when he'd visit, or else she'd mail them in stacks of 9 or 10, Sean opening the envelope to see them folded neatly together like a reminder of how long it had been since his last visit. The articles varied in topic, but they were all of the household tip or self-help variety. Methods to prevent lint fires in your dryer, how to successfully avoid freezer burn every time, the pros and cons of a living will, how to avoid pickpockets while on vacation, health tips for men in high-stress jobs, walk your heart to the century mark. They were his mother's way of sending him love, Sean knew, the equivalent of buttoning his coat and fixing his scarf before he left for school on a January morning, and Sean still smiled when he thought of the clipping that had arrived 2 days before Lauren left. Leap into in vitro. His parents never grasping that Sean and Lauren's childlessness was a choice, if anything, one steeped in their shared, though never discussed, fear that they'd be terrible parents. When she finally had gotten pregnant, they'd kept it from his parents while they tried to figure out if she'd have the baby, their marriage crumbling around them, Sean discovering the affair she'd had with an actor of all things, starting to ask her, "Whose kid is it, Lauren?" And Lauren coming back with, "Take a paternity test, you're so worried." They'd backed out of dinners with his parents, made excuses for not being home when they made the drive into the city, and Sean felt his mind breaking apart under the fear that the child wasn't his, and the other fear, too, that he wouldn't want it even if it was. Since Lauren had left, Sean's mother would only refer to her absence as taking some sorting out time, and all the clippings were now for her, not him, as if one day they'd overflow in a drawer to the point that he and Lauren would have to get back together if only so they could close the drawer again. "You talked to her recently?" Sean's father asked from the kitchen, his face hidden behind the mint-green wall between them. "Lauren? Uh-huh. Well, who else?" his mother said brightly as she rummaged through a drawer in the sideboard. "She calls. She doesn't say anything. Maybe she's just making small talk because she—" "No. I mean, Dad, she doesn't speak. At all. Nothing." Zip. "Then how do you know it's her?" "I just know." "But how?" "Jesus," Sean said. "I can hear her breathing, okay?" "How odd," his mother said. "Do you talk, though, Sean?" "Sometimes. Less and less." "Well, at least you're communicating somehow," his mother said, and placed the latest clipping down in front of him. "You tell her I thought she'd find this interesting." She sat down and smoothed a wrinkle in the tablecloth with the outer edges of both palms. "When she comes home again," she said, peering at the wrinkle as it dissolved under her hands. "When she comes home," she repeated, her voice a light wisp, like the voice of a nun, certain of the essential order in all things. "Dave Boyle," Sean said to his father an hour later as they sat at one of the tall bar tables in the ground round. "That time he disappeared from in front of our house." His father frowned and then concentrated on pouring the rest of Killian's into his frosted mug. As the foam neared the top of the mug and the beer slowed to a trickle of fat drops, his father said, "What? You couldn't look it up in old newspapers." "Well, why ask me?" "Shite, it was on TV." "Not when his kidnapper was found," Sean said, hoping that would suffice, that his father wouldn't press him on why Sean had come to him because Sean didn't have a complete answer yet. It had something to do with needing his father to place him in the context of the event, maybe help him see himself back there in a way newspapers or old case files couldn't. And maybe it was just about hoping to talk to his father about something more than just the daily news, the Red Sox's need for a lefty in the bullpen. It seemed to Sean, sometimes, that he and his father may have once talked about more than just incidental things, just as it seemed that he and Lauren had, but for the life of him Sean couldn't remember what those things may have been. In the fog that was his remembrance of being young, he feared he'd invented intimacies and moments of clear communication between his father and him that, while they'd achieved a mythic stature over the years, had never happened. His father was a man of silences and half-sentences that trailed off into nothing, and Sean had spent most of his life interpreting those silences, filling in the blanks left in the wake of those ellipses, creating a concept of what his father meant to say. And lately Sean wondered if he himself ever finished sentences as he thought he did, or if he too was a creature of silences. Silences he'd seen in Lauren, too, and had never done enough about until her silence was the only piece of her he had left. That, and the air hiss on the phone when she called. "Why you want to go back there?" his father said eventually. "You know that Jimmy Marcus's daughter was murdered?" His father looked at him. "That girl in Penn Park?" Sean nodded. "I saw the name," his father said. "Figured it might be a relative, but his daughter?" "Yeah. He's your age. He has a 19-year-old daughter." "Jimmy had her when he was, 17 or so, a couple of years before he got sent up to Deer Island." "Oh, Jesus," his father said. That poor son of a bitch. His old man still in prison? Sean said, He died, Dad. Sean could see that the answer hurt his father, rocked him back to the kitchen on Gannon Street. He and Jimmy's father working on those soft Saturday afternoon beer buzzes as their sons played in the backyard, the thunder of their laughter exploding into the air. Shite, his father said. He die on the outside at least. Sean considered lying, but he was already shaking his head. Inside. Walpole. Cirrhosis. When? Not long after you moved. 6 years ago, maybe 7. His father's mouth widened around a silent 7. He sipped his beer, and the liver spots on the back of his hands seemed more pronounced in the yellow light hanging above them. It's so easy to lose track, to lose time. I'm sorry, Dad. His father grimaced. It was his only response to sympathy or compliments. Why? You didn't do it. Hell, Tim did himself in when he killed Sonny Todd. Over a pool game, right? His father shrugged. They were both drunk. Who knows anymore? They were drunk, and they both had big mouths and bad tempers. Tim's temper was just a lot worse than Sonny Todd's. His father sipped some more beer. So what's Dave Boyle's disappearance have to do with... What was her name? Was it Catherine? Catherine Marcus? Yeah. So what does the one have to do with the other? I'm not saying they do. You're not saying they don't. Sean smiled in spite of himself. Give him a hardened gangbanger in the box any day, some guy trying to lawyer up who knew the system better than most judges, because Sean would crack him. But take one of these old-timers, these hard-as-nails, mistrustful bastards from his father's generation, working stiffs with a lot of pride and no respect for any state or municipal office, and you could bang at them all night, and if they didn't want to tell you anything, you'd still be there in the morning, with nothing but the same unanswered questions. Hey, Dad, let's not worry about any connections just yet. Why not? Sean held up a hand. Okay, just humor me. Oh, sure, it's what's keeping me alive. The chance I might get to humor my own son. Sean felt his hand tighten around the handle of his glass mug. I looked up the case file on Dave's abduction. The investigating officer is dead. No one remembers the case, and it's still listed as unsolved. So? So I remember you coming into my room maybe a year after Dave came home and saying, "It's over. They got the guys." His father shrugged. They got one of them. So why didn't... In Albany, his father said. I saw the picture in the paper. The guy confessed to a couple of molestations in New York and claimed he'd done a few more in Massachusetts and Vermont. The guy hung himself in his cell before he could get to the particulars. But I recognized the guy's face from the sketch the cop drew in our kitchen. You're sure? He nodded. 100%. The investigating detective, his name was, Flynn, Sean said. His father nodded. Mike Flynn, right. He'd kept in contact with him, a bit. So I called him after I saw the picture in the paper, and he said, yeah, it was the same guy. Dave had confirmed it. Which one? Huh? Which guy? Oh, how do you describe him? The greasy one who looked sleepy. Sean's child's words seemed strange coming out of his father's mouth and across the table at him. The passenger. Yeah. And his partner? Sean said. His father shook his head. Died in a car crash. Or so the other one said. That's as far as I know, but I wouldn't put too much stock in what I know. Hell, you had to tell me Tim Marcus was dead. Sean drained what remained in his mug, pointed at his father's empty glass. Another? His father considered the glass for a bit. What the hell? Sure. When Sean came back from the bar with fresh beers, his father was watching Jeopardy run silently on one of the TV screens above the bar. As Sean sat down, his father said, "Who is Robert Oppenheimer?" to the TV. Without the volume, Sean said, how do you know if you got it right? Because I do, his father said, and poured his beer into his mug, frowning at the stupidity of Sean's question. "You guys do that a lot. I'll never understand it." "Do what? What guys?" His father gestured at him with the beer mug. "Guys your age. You ask a lot of questions without thinking the answer might be obvious if you just gave it some friggin' thought." "Oh," Sean said. "Okay." "Like this Dave Boyle stuff," his father said. "What does it matter what happened 25 years ago to Dave? You know what happened. He disappeared for 4 days with 2 child molesters. What happened was exactly what you'd think would happen. But here you come dredging it back up again because—" His father took a drink. "Hell, I don't know why." His father gave him a befuddled smile, and Sean matched it with his own. "Hey, Dad." "Yeah? You telling me that nothing ever happened in your past that you don't think about, turn over in your head a lot?" His father sighed. "That's not the point." "Sure it is." "No, it isn't. Bad shit happens to everyone, Sean. Everyone. You ain't special. But your whole generation, you're scab pickers. You just can't leave well enough alone. You have evidence linking Dave to Catherine Marcus's death?" Sean laughed. The old man had come around his flank, pushing Sean's buttons with the your generation slurs, while all the time what he wanted to know was if Dave was involved in Katie's death. "Let's say there are a couple of circumstantial things which make Dave look like someone we'd like to keep an eye on." "You call that an answer? You call that a question?" His father's terrific smile broke across his face then and erased a good 15 years from his face, Sean remembering how that smile could spread through the whole house when he was young, lighting everything up. "So you were bugging me about Dave because you're wondering if what those guys did to him could turn him into a guy who'd kill a young girl?" Sean shrugged. "Something like that." His father gave that some thought as he stirred the peanuts in the bowl between them and sipped some more beer. "I don't think so." Sean chuckled. "You know him that well, do you?" "No. I just remember him as a kid. He didn't have that kind of thing in him. A lot of nice kids grow up to be adults who do shit you wouldn't believe." His father cocked an eyebrow at him. "You're trying to tell me about human nature?" Sean shook his head. "Just police work." His father leaned back in his chair, considered Sean with the tug of a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. "Come on, enlighten me." Sean felt his face redden a bit. "Hey, no, I'm just— Please." Sean felt foolish. It was amazing how fast his father could do that, make him feel as if what would pass as a normal set of observations with most of the people Sean knew was, in his father's eyes, the little boy Sean had been, trying to act grown up, and merely succeeding at sounding pompous instead. "Give me a little credit. I think I know a bit about people and crime. It's, my job." "So you think Dave could have butchered a 19-year-old girl, Sean? Dave, who you used to play with in the backyard? That kid?" "I think anyone's capable of anything." "So I could have done it." His father put a hand to his chest. "Or your mother." "No. Better check our alibis." "I didn't say that. Jesus. Sure you did. You said anyone was capable of anything." "Within reason." "Oh," his father said loudly. "Well, I didn't hear that part." He was doing it again, wrapping Sean up in knots, playing him like Sean played suspects in the box. No wonder Sean was so good at interrogation. He'd learned from a master. They sat in silence for a bit, and eventually his father said, "Hey, maybe you're right." Sean looked at him, waited for the punchline. "Maybe Dave could have done what you think. I don't know. I'm just remembering the kid. I don't know the man." Sean tried to see himself through his father's eyes then. He wondered if that's what his father saw. The kid, not the man, when he looked at his son. Probably hard to do otherwise. He remembered the way his uncles used to talk about his father, the youngest brother in a family of 12 who'd emigrated from Ireland when his father was 5. The Old Bill, they'd say, referring to the Bill Devine who'd existed before Sean was born. The Scrapper. Only now could Sean hear their voices and feel the hint of patronization an older generation feels for a younger, most of Sean's uncles having a good 12 or 15 years on their baby brother. They were all dead now, all 11 of his father's brothers and sisters, and here was the baby of the family, closing in on 75 and holed up here in the suburbs by a golf course he'd never use. The last one left, and yet still the youngest, always the youngest, squaring off at all times against even the whiff of condescension from anyone, particularly his son, blocking out the whole world if he had to before he'd endure that, or even the perception of it, because all those who'd had the right to behave that way toward him had long since passed from the earth. His father glanced at Sean's beer and tossed some singles onto the table for a tip. "You're about done," he said. They walked back across Route 28 and up the entrance road with its yellow speed bumps and sprinkler spray. "You know what your mother likes," his father said. "What?" "When you write to her. You know, a card every now and then for no good reason. She says you send funny cards and she likes the way you write. She keeps them in the bedroom in a drawer. Has one going back to when you were in college." "Okay. Every now and then, you know. Drop one in the mail." "Sure." They reached Sean's car, and his father looked up at the dark windows of his duplex. "She gone to bed?" Sean asked. His father nodded. "She's driving Mrs. Coughlin to physical therapy in the morning." His father reached out abruptly and shook Sean's hand. "Good seeing you." "You too." "She coming back?" Sean didn't have to ask who she was. "I don't know. I really don't." His father looked at him under the pale yellow street lamp above them, and for a moment Sean could see that it pierced something in him. Knowing his son was hurting, knowing he'd been abandoned, damaged, and that did something permanent to you, spooned something out of you that you'd never get back. "Well," his father said, "you look good. Like you're taking care of yourself. You drinking too much, anything like that?" Sean shook his head. "I just work a lot." "Work's good," his father said. "Yeah," Sean said, and felt something bitter and abandoned rise up in his throat. So. His father clapped a hand on his shoulder. "So, okay, then. Don't forget to call your mother Sunday," he said, and left Sean by the car, walked toward his front door with the stride of a man 20 years younger. "Take care," Sean said, and his father raised his hand in confirmation. Sean used the remote to unlock the car, and he was reaching for the door handle when he heard his father say, "Hey." "Yeah?" He looked back and saw his father standing by the front door, his upper half dissolved in a soft darkness. "You were right not to get in that car that day. Remember that?" Sean leaned against his car, his palms on the roof, and tried to make out his father's face in the dark. "We should have protected Dave, though." "You were kids," his father said. "You couldn't have known. And even if you could have, Sean." Sean let that sink in. He drummed his hands on the roof and peered into the dark for his father's eyes. "That's what I tell myself." "Well?" He shrugged. "I still think we should have known. Somehow. Don't you think?" For a good minute, neither of them said anything, and Sean could hear crickets amid the hiss of the lawn sprinklers. "Good night, Sean," his father said through the hiss. "Night," Sean said, and waited until his father had gone inside before he climbed into his car and headed home. Chapter 21. Goblins. Dave was sitting in the living room when Celeste came home. He sat on the corner of the cracked leather couch with 2 columns of empty beer cans rising up beside the arm of the chair and a fresh one in his hand, the remote control resting on his thigh. He watched a movie where everyone, it seemed, was screaming. Celeste took her coat off in the hall and watched the light flicker off Dave's face, heard the screams grow louder and more panicked, intermingled with Hollywood sound effects of tables shattering and what could only be the squishing of body parts. "What are you watching?" she said. "Some vampire movie," Dave said, his eyes on the screen as he raised the bud to his lips. "They had vampires, killing everyone at this party the vampire slayers were having. They work for the Vatican." "Who?" "The vampire slayers." "Oh, shit," Dave said. "He just tore that guy's head clean off." Celeste stepped into the living room, looked at the screen as a guy in black flew across the room and grabbed a terrified woman by the face and snapped her neck. "Jesus, Dave." "No, it's cool, 'cause now James Woods is pissed." "Who's James Woods?" "The lead vampire slayer. He's a badass." She saw him now. James Woods in a leather jacket and tight jeans as he picked up some sort of crossbow and started to point it at the vampire. But the vampire was too quick. He swatted James Woods all the way across the room like he was a moth, and then another guy came running into the room, firing an automatic pistol at the vampire. It didn't seem to do much good, but then they were suddenly running past the vampire, as if he'd forgotten where they were. "Is that a Baldwin brother?" Celeste said. She sat on the arm of the couch, up by where it met the back, and leaned her head against the wall. "I think so, yeah." "Which one?" "I don't know. I lose track." She watched them run across a motel room strewn with more corpses than Celeste would have thought could fit in such a small place, and her husband said, "Man, the Vatican's going to have to train a whole new team of slayers." "Why does the Vatican care about vampires again?" Dave smiled and looked up at her with his boyish face and beautiful eyes. "They're a big problem, honey. Notorious chalice thieves." "Chalice thieves," she said, and felt an urge to reach down and run her hand through his hair, the whole horrible day dropping away in this silly discussion. "I didn't know that." "Oh, yeah, big problem," Dave said, and drained his beer as James Woods and the Baldwin brother and some drugged-up-looking girl raced down an empty road in a pickup truck, the vampire flying after them now. "Where you been?" "I dropped off the dress at Reed's." "Hours ago," Dave said. "And then I just felt like I needed to sit somewhere and think. You know?" "Think," Dave said. "Sure." He got up off the couch and walked into the kitchen, opened the fridge. "You want one?" She didn't, really, but she said, "Yeah, okay." Dave came back into the room and handed her the beer. She could often tell what kind of mood he was in by whether he'd opened the can for her. The can had been opened, but she wasn't sure if this was good or bad. She was having trouble gauging him. "So, what did you think about?" He popped the tab on his own can, and it was an even louder sound than the screeching tires on the TV as the pickup truck flipped over. "Oh, you know." "Not really, Celeste. No." "Things," she said, and took a sip of the beer. "The day, Katie being dead, poor Jimmy and Annabeth, those things." "Those things," Dave said. "You know what I was thinking about as I was walking back home with Michael, Celeste? I was thinking how embarrassing it must have been for him to hear his mother just drove off and didn't tell anyone where she was going or when she was coming back. I was thinking about that a lot." "I just told you, Dave." "Told me what?" He looked up at her and smiled again, but it wasn't boyish this time. "Told me what, Celeste?" "I just felt like thinking. I'm sorry I didn't call, but it's been a tough couple of days. I'm not myself." "Nobody's themselves." "What?" "Like this movie," he said. "They don't know who the real people are and who the vampires are. I've seen parts of this before, right? And that Baldwin brother there? He's going to fall in love with that blonde girl, even though he knows she's been bitten. So she's going to turn into a vampire, but he don't care, right? Because he loves her. Yet she's a bloodsucker. She's going to suck his blood and turn him into the walking dead. I mean, that's the whole thing about vampirism, Celeste. There's something attractive about it. Even if you know it'll kill you and damn your soul for an eternity, and you'll have to spend all your time biting people in the neck and hiding out from the sun and, Vatican hit squads. Maybe one day you wake up and forget what it was to be human. Maybe that happens, and then it's okay. You've been poisoned, but the poison ain't all that bad once you learn how to live with it. He propped his feet up on the coffee table, took a long drink from the can. That's my opinion, anyway. Celeste remained very still, sitting up on the arm of the couch and looking down at her husband. Dave, what the fuck are you talking about? Vampires, sweetie. Werewolves. Werewolves? You're not making any sense. I'm not? You think I killed Katie, Celeste? That's the kind of sense we're making these days. I don't... Where did you come up with that? He picked at the beer tab with his fingernail. You could barely look at me in Jimmy's kitchen before you left. You're holding the dress up like she's still inside of it. You couldn't even look at me. I start thinking about it. I think, why would my own wife seem repulsed by me? And then it hits me. Sean. He said something to you, didn't he? Him and that creepy fucking partner of his asked you questions. No. No. Bullshit. She didn't like how calm he was. She could chalk some of that up to the beer, Dave having always been something of a mellow drunk. But there was an ugly air to his calm now, a sense of something coiled too tightly. David. Oh, it's David. I don't think anything. I'm just confused. He tilted his head and looked back up at her. Well, let's talk it out then, honey. That's the key to any good relationship. Solid communication. She had $147 in her checking account and a $500 limit on her visa, with about $250 already spent. Even if she could get Michael out of here, they wouldn't get far. 2 or 3 nights in a motel somewhere, and Dave would find them. He'd never been a stupid man. He could track them, she was sure. The bag. She could hand over the trash bag to Sean Devine, and he could find blood in the fabric of Dave's clothes, she was sure. She'd heard all about the advances they'd been making in DNA technology. They'd find Katie's blood on the clothes and arrest Dave. Come on, Dave said. Let's talk, honey. Let's hash this out. I'm serious. I want to, allay your fears. I'm not afraid. You look it. I'm not. Okay. He brought his heels off the coffee table. So tell me what's bothering you, honey. You're drunk. He nodded. I am. Don't mean I can't have a conversation, though. On the TV, the vampire was decapitating someone again, a priest this time. Celeste said, Sean didn't ask me any questions. I overheard them talking when you went to get Annabeth's cigarettes. I don't know what you told them earlier, Dave, but they don't believe your story. They know you were at the last drop, around last call. What else? Someone saw our car in the parking lot around the time Katie left, and they don't believe your story about how you bruised your hand. Dave held the hand out in front of him, flexed it. That it? That's all I heard. And that made you think what? She almost touched him again. For a moment the threat seemed to have left his body and been replaced by defeat. She could see it in his shoulders and in his back, and she wanted to reach out and touch him, but she held back. Dave, just tell them about the mugger. The mugger. Yeah. So maybe you have to go to court. What's the big deal? It's a lot better than having a murder pinned on you. Now's the time, she thought. Say you didn't do it. Say you never saw Katie leave the last drop. Say it, Dave. Instead, he said, I see how your mind's working. I do. I come home with blood on me the same time Katie's murdered. I must have killed her. It popped out of Celeste. Well? Dave put down his beer then and started laughing. His feet came back up off the floor, and he fell into the couch cushions, and he laughed and laughed. He laughed like he was having a seizure of them, every gasp for breath turning into another giggling peal. He laughed so hard that tears sprang from his eyes, and his entire upper body shook. I... He couldn't get it out. The laughter was too strong. It rolled over him and out of him again, and the tears came hard now, pouring down his cheeks and into his open mouth, bubbling on his lips. It was official. Celeste had never been more terrified in her life. "Henry," he said, the laughter finally trailing off into chuckles. "What?" "Henry," he said. "Henry and George, Celeste. Those were their names. Isn't that fucking hilarious? And George, let me tell you, he was curious. Henry, though. Henry was just flat-out mean." "What are you talking about?" "Henry and George," he said brightly. "I'm talking about Henry and George. He took me for a ride, a 4-day ride, and they buried me in a cellar with this old ratty sleeping bag on a stone floor, and man, Celeste, did they have their fucking fun. No one came to help old Dave then. No one burst in to rescue Dave. Dave had to pretend it was happening to someone else. He had to get so fucking strong in his mind that he could split it in two. That's what Dave did. Hell, Dave died. The kid who came out of that cellar, I don't know who the fuck he was. Well, he's me, actually. But he's sure as shit not Dave. Dave's dead." Celeste couldn't speak. In 8 years, Dave had never talked about what everyone knew had happened to him. He'd told her he'd been playing with Sean and Jimmy, and he'd been abducted, and he'd escaped, and that was all he was ever going to say. She'd never heard the names of the men. She'd never heard about the sleeping bag. She'd never heard any of this. It was as if, right at this moment, they were awakening from a dream life of their marriage and confronting against their wills all the rationalizations, half-lies, submerged wants, and hidden selves they'd built it on. Watching it crumble under the wrecking ball truth that they'd never known each other. They'd merely hoped they would someday. "The thing is, right," Dave said, "the thing is, it's like I was saying about the vampire, Celeste. It's the same thing. The same goddamn thing." "What's the same thing?" she whispered. "It doesn't come out. Once it's in you, it stays." He was looking at the coffee table again, and she could feel him fading away on her. She touched him. "Dave, what doesn't come out? What's the same thing?" Dave looked at her hand like he was going to sink his teeth into it with a snarl, rip it off at the wrist. "I can't trust my mind anymore, Celeste. I'm warning you. I can't trust my mind." She removed her hand, and it tingled where it had touched his flesh. Dave stood up, wavering. He cocked his head and looked at her as if not sure who she was and how she'd gotten there on the edge of his couch. He looked over at the TV as James Woods fired that crossbow into someone's chest, and Dave whispered, "Blow 'em all away, Slayer. Blow 'em all away." He turned back to Celeste, gave her a drunken grin. "I'm gonna go out." "Okay," she said. "I'm gonna go out and think." "Yeah," Celeste said. "Sure. If I can just get my head around all this, I think it'll be all okay. I just need to get my head around it." Celeste didn't ask what it was. "So okay then," he said, and walked to the front door. He opened the door and had crossed the threshold when she saw his hand curl around the wood, and he leaned his head back in. Just his head, tilted and staring at her, when he said, "Oh, I took care of the trash. By the way." "What?" "The trash bag," he said. "Where you put my clothes and stuff? I took it out earlier and threw it away." "Oh," she said, and felt the need to vomit again. "So I'll be seeing you." "Yeah," she said, as he ducked his head back out onto the landing. "I'll see you." She listened to his footfalls until they reached the bottom landing. She heard the front door creak open and Dave step out onto the porch and descend the steps. She went over the stairs leading up to Michael's room, and she could hear him sleeping up there, his breathing deep. Then she went into the bathroom and threw up. He couldn't find where Celeste had parked the car. Sometimes, particularly during snowstorms, you might drive 8 blocks before you found a parking space, so Celeste could have buried the car as far away as the point for all Dave knew, even though he noticed some empty spaces not far from the house. It was probably just as well. He was too hammered to drive, in all likelihood. Maybe a good, long walk would help him clear his head. He walked up Crescent to Buckingham Avenue and took a left, wondering what the hell had been going through his head that he'd tried to explain things to Celeste. Christ, he'd even said those names. Henry and George. He'd mentioned werewolves, for crying out loud. Shit. And now it was confirmed. The police suspected him. They'd be watching. No more thinking of Sean as an old, long-lost friend. They were past that, and Dave could now remember what he hadn't liked about Sean when they were kids. The sense of entitlement. The sense that he was always sure he was right, like most kids who were lucky enough, and that's all it was, luck, to have both parents and a nice house and the newest clothes and athletic equipment. Fuck Sean. And those eyes of his, and that voice, and the way you could see the women in the kitchen all but drop their panties when he came in the room. Fuck him and his good looks. Fuck him and his morally superior attitude, and his funny, cool stories, and his cop swagger, and his name in the paper. Dave wasn't stupid either. He'd be up to the challenge once he got his head straight. He just needed to get his head straight. If that meant taking it off and screwing it back on tight, then he'd figure out a way to do even that. The biggest problem right now was that the boy who'd escaped the wolves and grown up was showing his face too much. Dave had hoped that what he'd done Saturday night would settle that, shut the fucker up, send him back deep into the forest of Dave's mind. He'd wanted blood that night, the boy. He'd wanted to cause some fucking pain. So Dave had obliged. At first, it had just been minor, a few punches, a kick. But then it had gotten out of control, Dave feeling the rage welling up inside of him as the boy took over. And the boy was one mean customer. The boy wasn't satisfied until he saw pieces of brain. But then, once it was over, the boy receded. He went away and left Dave to clean up the mess. And Dave had done that. He'd done a damn good job of it. Maybe not as good as he'd hoped, sure, but still pretty good. And he'd done it specifically so the boy would stay gone for a while. But the boy was a prick. Here was the boy again, knocking on the door, telling Dave he was coming out ready or not. "We got things to do, Dave." The avenue looked a little blurry before him, sliding from side to side as he walked, but Dave knew they were nearing the last drop. They were nearing the 2-block shithole of freaks and prostitutes, everyone gladly selling what Dave had had torn from him. "Torn from me," the boy said. "You grew up. Don't try to carry my cross." The worst were the kids. They were like goblins. They darted out from doorways or the shells of cars and offered you blowjobs. They offered you fucks for $20. They'd do anything. The youngest, the one Dave had seen Saturday night, couldn't have been older than 11. He had circles of grime around his eyes and white skin, and a big bushel of matted red hair on his head, which had only underscored the goblin effect. He should have been home watching sitcoms, but he was out here on the street offering blowjobs to freaks. Dave had seen him from across the street as he'd walked out of the last drop and stood by his car. The kid stood against a street pole, smoking a cigarette. And when he locked eyes with Dave, Dave felt it. The stirring, the desire to melt, to take the red-haired kid's hand and find a quiet place together. It would be so easy, so relaxing, so fucking welcome to just give in. Give in to what he'd been feeling for the last decade, at least. Yes, the boy said. Do it. But, and this is where Dave's brain always split in half, he knew deep in his soul that this would be the worst sin of all. He knew it would be crossing a line, no matter how inviting, from which he could never come back. He knew that if he crossed that line, he'd never be able to feel whole, that he might just as well have stayed in that basement with Henry and George for the rest of his life. He would tell himself this in times of temptation, passing school bus stops and playgrounds, public swimming pools in the summer. He would tell himself that he was not going to become Henry and George. He was better than that. He was raising a son. He loved his wife. He would be strong. This was what he told himself more and more every year. But that wasn't helping Saturday night. Saturday night the urge was as strong as he'd ever felt it. The red-haired kid leaning against the light pole seemed to know this. He smiled around his cigarette at Dave, and Dave felt tugged toward the curb. He felt as if he stood barefoot on a slope made of satin. And then a car had pulled up across the street, and after some talk, the kid had climbed in after giving Dave a pitying glance over the hood. Dave had watched the car, a two-toned, midnight blue and white Cadillac, pull across the avenue and come toward him into the rear of the Last Drop's parking lot. Dave climbed into his car, and the Cadillac pulled back by the overgrown trees that spilled over the sagging fence. The driver shut off the lights but left the engine running, and the boy had whispered in his ear, "Henry and George, Henry and George, Henry and George." Tonight, before he could reach the last drop, Dave turned around, even though the boy was screaming in his ears. The boy was screaming, "I am you, I am you, I am you." And Dave wanted to stop and cry. He wanted to put his hand out against the nearest building and weep because he knew the boy was right. The boy who'd escaped from wolves and grown up had become a wolf himself. He'd become Dave. Dave, the wolf. It must have happened recently because Dave couldn't remember any body-racking instance in which he'd felt his soul shift and evaporate to make way for this new entity. But it had happened, probably while he slept. But he couldn't stop. This section of avenue was too dangerous, too likely to be populated by junkies who'd see Dave, drunk as he was, as an easy mark. There, right now, across the street, he could see a car trolling along slowly, watching him, waiting for him to give off the scent of the victim. He sucked in a big breath and straightened his walk, concentrated on looking confident and aloof. He put a bit of rise into his shoulders, gave his eyes a "fuck you" glare, and started heading back the way he'd come, back toward home. His head not any clearer, really, what with the boy still screaming in his ears, but Dave decided to ignore him. He could do that. He was strong. He was Dave the wolf. And the volume of the boy's voice did lessen. It became more conversational as Dave walked back through the flats. "I am you," the boy said in the tone of a friend. "I am you." Celeste came out of the house with Michael half asleep on her shoulder and discovered that Dave had taken the car. She'd parked it half a block up, surprised to get the space this late on a weekday night, but now there was a blue Jeep in its place. That hadn't figured into her plans. She'd seen herself placing Michael in the passenger seat and their bags in the back seat and driving the 3 miles to the Econo Lodge along the expressway. Shit, she said aloud, and resisted the urge to scream. "Mommy?" Michael mumbled. "It's okay, Mike." And maybe it was, because she looked back up to see a cab turning off Perthshire onto Buckingham Avenue. Celeste raised the hand that held Michael's bag, and the cab pulled over, right in front of her, Celeste thinking she could spare the $6 for a ride to the Econo Lodge. She could spare 100 if it got her out of here right now, far enough away to think things through without having to watch for the turn of a doorknob and the return of a man who may have already decided she was a vampire, worthy only of a stake through her heart, followed by a swift beheading just to be sure. "Where you going?" the cabbie said, as Celeste put her bags on the seat and slid in beside them, with Michael on her shoulder. Anywhere, she wanted to say. Anywhere but here. Part 4. Gentrification. Chapter 22. The Hunting Fish. "You towed his car?" Sean said. "His car was towed," Whitey said. "Not the same thing." As they pulled out of the morning rush-hour traffic and down onto the East Buckingham exit ramp, Sean said, "For what kind of cause?" "It was abandoned," Whitey said, whistling lightly through his teeth as he turned onto Rose Claire. "Where?" Sean said. "In front of the man's house?" "Oh, no," Whitey said. "The car was found down in Rome Basin along the Parkway. Lucky for us, the Parkway's state jurisdiction, ain't it? It appears someone jacked it, took it for a joyride, then abandoned it. These things happen, you know." Sean had woken up this morning from a dream in which he'd held his daughter and spoken her name, even though he didn't know it and couldn't remember what he'd said in the dream, so he was still a little foggy. "We found blood," Whitey said. "Where?" "The front seat of Boyle's car." "How much?" Whitey held his thumb and index finger a hair's width apart. "A bit. Found some more in the trunk." "In the trunk?" Sean said. "A lot more, actually." "So?" "So it's at the lab." "No," Sean said. "I meant, so what if you found blood in the trunk? Katie Marcus never got in anyone's trunk." "That's a fly in the ointment, sure." "Sarge, your search of the car is going to be tossed out." "No." "No?" "The car was stolen and abandoned in state jurisdiction, purely for insurance purposes, and I might add, in the best interest of the owner." "You did a physical search and filed a report." "Ah, you're quick, boy." They pulled up in front of Dave Boyle's house, and Whitey raised the gear shift on the driver's column into park. He killed the engine. "I got enough to bring him in for a chat. That's all I want right now." Sean nodded, knowing there was no point in arguing with the man. Whitey got to be a sergeant in the homicide unit by the dog-to-a-bone tenacity he had regarding his hunches. You didn't talk him out of his hunches, you rode them out. "What about the ballistics?" Sean said. "That's a weird one, too," Whitey said as they sat looking at Dave's house, Whitey making no move to leave just yet. "The gun was a .38 Smith, like we figured. Part of a lot stolen from a gun dealer in New Hampshire in '81. Same gun that killed Catherine Marcus was involved in a liquor store holdup in '82. Right here in Buckingham." "The Flats?" Whitey shook his head. "Up in Rome Basin, place called Looney Liquors. It was a two-man job, both guys wearing rubber masks. They came in through the back after the owner had shut the front doors, and the first guy into the store fired a warning shot that went through a bottle of rye and embedded in the wall. Rest of the robbery went smooth and styling, but the bullet was recovered. Ballistics matched it to the same gun as the one killed the Marcus girl." "So that would tend to point in another direction, don't you think?" Sean said. 1982, Dave was like 17 and starting out at Raytheon. I don't think he was pulling any liquor store jobs." "Don't mean the gun didn't eventually end up in his hands? Shit, kid, you know the way they get passed around." Whitey didn't sound as sure of himself as he had last night, but he said, "Let's go get him," and pushed open his door. Sean got out of the passenger side, and they walked up to Dave's place, Whitey thumbing the cuffs on his hip like he was hoping he'd get an excuse to use them. Jimmy parked his car and carried a cardboard tray of coffee cups and a bag of donuts across the cracked tar parking lot toward the Mystic River. The cars slammed across the metal extension spans of the Tobin Bridge above him, and Katie knelt by the water's edge with just Ray Harris, both of them peering into the river. Dave Boyle was there, too, his bruised hand ballooned to the size of a boxing glove. Dave sat in a sagging lawn chair beside Celeste and Annabeth. Celeste had some kind of zipper contraption covering her mouth, and Annabeth smoked 2 cigarettes at once. All 3 of them wore black sunglasses and didn't look at Jimmy. They stared up at the underside of the bridge and gave off an air that said they'd prefer to be left alone in their lawn chairs, thank you very much. Jimmy put the coffee and donuts down beside Katie and knelt between her and just Ray. He looked down at the water and saw his reflection. Saw Katie's and just Ray's, too, as they turned toward him. Ray with a big red fish clamped between his teeth, the fish still flopping. Katie said, "I dropped my dress in the river." Jimmy said, "I can't see it." The fish plopped out of just Ray's mouth and landed in the water, lay there on top of the surface, flopping away. Katie said, "He'll get it. He's a hunting fish." "Tasted just like chicken," Ray said. Jimmy felt Katie's warm hand on his back, and then he felt Ray's on the back of his neck, and Katie said, "Why don't you go get it, Dad?" And they pushed him over the edge, and Jimmy saw the black water and the flopping fish rise up to meet him, and he knew he was going to drown. He opened his mouth to scream, and the fish jumped up inside there, cutting off his oxygen, and the water felt like black paint when his face plunged into it. He opened his eyes and turned his head, saw the clock reading 7:16, and he couldn't remember coming to bed. He must have, though, because here he was, Annabeth sleeping beside him, Jimmy waking up to a brand-new day with an appointment to pick out a headstone in a little over an hour, and just Ray Harris and the Mystic River knocking at his door. The key to any successful interrogation was to get as much time as possible before the suspect demanded a lawyer. The hard cases, the dealers and gangbangers and bikers and mobbed-up guys, usually asked for a mouth right off the bat. You could fuck with them a little bit, try to rattle them before the lawyer showed up, but for the most part, you were going to have to rely on physical evidence to make your case. Rarely had Sean taken a hard guy into the box and come out with much of use. When you were dealing with regular citizens or first-time felons, on the other hand, most of your cases were dunked during Q&As. The road rage case, Sean's career topper so far, had been made like that. Out in Middlesex, a guy is driving home one night. The right front tire of his SUV came off at 80 miles an hour. Just came off, rolled across the highway. The SUV flipped over 9 or 10 times, and the guy, Edwin Herka, was dead on scene. Turned out, the lug nuts on both his front tires were loose. So they were looking at involuntary manslaughter at best, because prevailing opinion was that it was probably just some hungover mechanic's error, and Sean and his partner Adolf found out that the victim did have his tires replaced just a few weeks before. But Sean had also found a piece of paper in the victim's glove compartment that bothered him. It was a license plate, hastily scrawled, and when Sean ran it through the RMV computer, he'd come up with the name Alan Barnes. He dropped by Barnes's house and asked the guy who answered the door if he was Alan Barnes. The guy, nervous as hell, said, "Yeah, why?" And Sean, feeling it through his whole body, said, "I'd like to talk to you about some lug nuts." Barnes broke right there in his doorway. Told Sean he'd just meant to fuck the guy's car up a little, give him a scare, the two of them having gotten into it a week before in the merge lane heading into the airport tunnel. Barnes so pissed by the end of it that he hung back, skipped his appointment, and followed Edwin Herka home. Waited till the guy had shut off all the lights in his house before he went to work with his tire iron. People were stupid. They killed each other over the dumbest things, and then they hung around hoping to get caught. Walked into court pleading not guilty after giving some cop a 4-page signed confession. It was knowing how stupid they really were that was a cop's best weapon. Let them talk. Always. Let them explain. Let them unload their guilt as you plied them with coffee and the tape recorder reels spun. And when they asked for a lawyer, and the average citizen almost always asked, you frowned and asked if they were sure that's what they wanted, and let a very unfriendly vibe fill the room until they decided that They'd really like all three of you to be friends, so maybe they'd talk a bit more before they brought that lawyer down here and spoiled the mood. Dave didn't ask for a lawyer, though. Not once. He sat in the chair that buckled when you leaned too far back in it, and he looked hungover and annoyed and pissed at Sean in particular, but he didn't look scared and he didn't look nervous, and Sean could tell it was beginning to get to Whitey. "Look, Mr. Boyle," Whitey said, "we know you left McGill's before you said you did. We know you showed up a half-hour later in the parking lot of the last drop around the same time the Marcus girl left. And we sure as shit know you didn't get that swollen hand by banging it off a wall making a pool shot." Dave groaned. He said, "How about a Sprite? Something like that." "In a minute," Whitey said, for the fourth time in the half an hour they'd been in here. "Tell us what really happened that night, Mr. Boyle." "I already did." "You lied." Dave shrugged. "Your opinion?" "No," Whitey said. "Fact. You lied about leaving McGill's. The fucking clock was stopped, Mr. Boyle, 5 minutes before you claimed to have left. 5 whole minutes. You think this is funny?" Dave leaned back a bit in the chair, and Sean waited to hear the telltale crack it emitted before it would buckle, but it didn't. Dave pushing it to the edge, but not going any further. "No, Sergeant, I don't think it's funny. I'm tired. I'm hungover. And my car was not only stolen, but now you're telling me you won't release it to me. You say I left McGill's 5 minutes before I said I did? At least." "Fine. I'll give you that. Maybe I did. I don't look at my watch as much as you guys apparently do. So if you say I left McGill's at 10 of 1 instead of 5 of 1, I say, okay, maybe I did. Oops. But that's it. I went home right after that. I didn't go to any other bar." "You were seen in the parking lot of—" "No," Dave said. "A Honda with a dented quarter panel was seen. Right? You know how many Hondas there are in the city? Come on, man. How many with dents, though, Mr. Boyle, in the same place as yours?" Dave shrugged. "A bunch, I bet." Whitey looked at Sean, and Sean could feel that they were losing. Dave was right. He could probably find 20 Hondas with dented quarter panels on the passenger side. 20 easy. And if Dave could throw that at them, then his lawyer would come up with a lot more. Whitey came around the back of Dave's chair and said, "Tell us how the blood got in your car." "What blood?" "The blood we found in your front seat. Let's start there." Dave said, "How about that Sprite, Sean?" Sean said, "Sure." Dave smiled. "I get it. You're a good cop. How about a meatball sub while you're at it?" Sean, half out of his chair, sat back down. "Ain't your bitch, Dave. Looks like you'll have to wait a while." "You're somebody's bitch, though, aren't you, Sean?" There was a crazy leer in his eyes when he said it, a preening cockiness, and Sean started thinking maybe Whitey was right. Sean wondered if his father, seeing this Dave Boyle, would have the same opinion of him as he'd had last night. Sean said, "The blood on your front seat, Dave. Answer the sergeant." Dave looked back up at Whitey. "We got a chain-link fence in our backyard. You know the kind, with the links curling inward at the top? I was doing yard work the other day. My landlord's old. I do it. He keeps the rent reasonable. So I'm cutting away these bamboo-looking things he's got back there." Whitey sighed, but Dave didn't seem to notice. "And I slip. I got this electric hedge trimmer in my hand, and I don't want to drop it, so when I slip, I fall into the chain-link fence, and I slice myself against it." He patted his rib cage. "Right here. It wasn't bad, but it bled like hell. Like 10 minutes later, I got to go pick up my son at Little League practice. It was probably still bleeding. I got into the seat. That's the best I can figure it." Whitey said, "So that was your blood in the front seat?" "Like I said, best I can figure it." "And what blood type are you?" "B negative." Whitey gave him a broad grin as he came back around the chair, perched on the edge of the table. "Funny. That's the exact type we found in the front seat." Dave held up his hands. "Well, there you go." Whitey mimicked Dave's hands. "Not quite. Care to explain the blood in the trunk? That blood wasn't B negative. I don't know anything about any blood in my trunk. Whitey chuckled. No idea how a good half pint of blood got in the trunk of your car? No, I don't, Dave said. Whitey leaned in, patted Dave's shoulder. I don't mind telling you, Mr. Boyle, that this is not the avenue you want to take. You claim in court that you don't know how someone else's blood got in your car. How's that going to look? Fine, I suppose. How do you figure? Dave leaned back again, and Whitey's hand fell from his shoulder. You filled out the report, Sergeant. What report? Whitey said. Sean saw it coming and thought, oh, shit, he's got us. The stolen car report, Dave said. So? So, Dave said, the car wasn't in my possession last night. I don't know what the car thieves used it for, but maybe you want to find out because it sounds like they were up to no good. For a long 30 seconds, Whitey sat completely still, and Sean could feel it dawning on him. He'd gotten too smart and he'd fucked himself. Just about anything they found in that car would be thrown out in court because Dave's lawyer could claim the car thieves had put it there. The blood was old, Mr. Boyle, older than a few hours. Yeah? Dave said. You can prove that? I mean, conclusively, Sergeant? You sure it didn't just dry fast? I mean, it wasn't a humid night last night. We can prove it, Whitey said, but Sean could hear the doubt in his voice, so he was pretty sure Dave could hear it too. Whitey got up off the table and turned his back to Dave. He put his fingers over his mouth and drummed them against his upper lip as he walked the length of the table down toward Sean's end, his eyes on the floor. Things looking any better on that Sprite? Dave said. We're bringing down the kid Sousa talked to, the one who saw the car. Tommy, Maldonado, Sean said. Yeah. Whitey nodded, his voice a little thin, his face a fist of distraction, the look of a guy who'd had a chair pulled out from under him, found his ass hitting the floor, wondering how he got there. We'll, put Boyle in a lineup, see if this Maldonado picks him out. It's something, Sean said. Whitey leaned against the corridor wall as the secretary passed them, her perfume the same kind Lauren used. Sean thinking maybe he'd call her on her cell, see how she was doing today, see if she'd talk now that he'd made the first move. Whitey said, He's too cool in there. Guy's first time in the box and he's not even sweating. Sean said, Sarge, it's not looking good, you know. No shit. No, I mean, even if we didn't get blown out on the car, it's not the Marcus girl's blood. There's nothing to tie him to this. Whitey looked back at the door to the interrogation room. I can break him. He kicked our asses in there, Sean said. I'm not even warmed up. Sean could see it in his face, though. The doubt, the first crumbling of the primary hunch. Whitey was stubborn and mean, too, if he thought he was right, but the man was too smart to ever flame out on a hunch that kept running into substantiation problems. Look, Sean said, let's let him sweat a bit in there. He ain't sweating. He might start, we leave him alone to think. Whitey looked back at the door like he wanted to burn it down. Maybe. I think it's the gun, Sean said. We bust this open on that gun. Whitey chewed the inside of his mouth and eventually nodded. It'd be nice to know more about the gun. You want to take that? Same guy still own the liquor store? Whitey said, I don't know. The case file was from '82, but the owner then was a Lowell Looney. Sean smiled at the name. Has a ring to it, don't it? Whitey said, why don't you take a ride over? I'll watch Fuckhead in there through the glass, see if he starts singing songs about dead girls in the park. Lowell Looney was about 80 years old and looked like he could beat Sean in a 100-yard dash. He wore an orange T-shirt from Porter's Gym over blue sweats with white piping and spanking new Reeboks, and he moved around like he'd jump for the highest bottle behind the counter if you asked him to. Right there, he said to Sean, pointing at a row of half-pint bottles behind the counter. Went in through a bottle and stuck right in that wall there. Sean said, Scary, huh? The old man shrugged. Scarier than a glass of milk, maybe. Not as scary as some nights around here, though. Some wacko kid put a shotgun in my face 10 years ago. Had that crazed dog look in his eyes. Kept blinking at the sweat. That was scary, son. The guys who put the bullet in the wall, though, they were pros. Pros I can deal with. They just want the money. They ain't pissed at the world. So these two guys come in the back, Lowell Looney said, zipping down to the other end of the counter where a black curtain hung over the storeroom. There's a door back there that leads to the loading dock. I had a kid working part-time for me back then who dumped the trash, smoke himself a little weed while he was out there. Half the time he'd forget to lock the door when he'd come back in. Either he was in on it, or they watched him enough times to know he was brain-dead. That night they came in through the unlocked door, fired off the warning round to keep me from reaching for my own gun, and took what they came for. How much they hit you for? $6 grand, Sean said. That's a chunk of change. Thursdays, Lowell said, I used to cash checks. I don't anymore, but back then I was stupid. Of course, if the thieves had been a little brighter, they would have hit me in the morning before a lot of those checks were cashed. He shrugged. He said they were pros, just not the smartest pros around, I guess. This kid who left the door open, Sean said. Marvin Ellis, Lowell said. Hell, maybe he was involved. I fired him the next day. Thing is, the only reason they would have fired that shot was because they knew I kept the piece under the counter. And it wasn't like that was common knowledge, so it was either Marvin who told him, or one of them two who used to work here. And you told the police that at the time? Oh, sure. The old guy waved his hand at the memory. They went through my old records, questioned everyone who used to work for me. So they said, anyway. They never arrested no one. You say the same gun was used in another crime? Yeah, Sean said. Mr. Looney. Lowell, for Christ's sake, please. Lowell, Sean said. You still got those employment records? Dave stared at the mirrored glass in the interrogation room, knowing that Sean's partner, and maybe Sean too, stared back at him. Good. How's it going? I'm enjoying this Sprite myself. What's that they put in the stuff? Lyman. That's right. I'm enjoying my Lyman, Sergeant. Good. Yes, sirree. Can't wait to get me another can of this. Dave stared straight into the center of the mirror from the other side of the long table, and he felt great. True, he didn't know where Celeste had gone with Michael, and a dread came with the ignorance that polluted his brain far more than the 15 or so beers he'd downed last night. But she'd come back. He seemed to remember he might have scared her last night. He definitely hadn't made much sense going on about vampires and things that went in you not being able to come back out, so maybe she'd gotten a little spooked. Couldn't say he blamed her. It was really his fault, allowing the boy to take over like that and show his ugly, feral face. But outside of Celeste and Michael being gone, he felt strong. He felt none of the indecision he'd felt over the last few days. Hell, he'd even managed to sleep 6 hours last night. He woke feeling stale and woolen-mouthed, his skull weighted down by granite, yet somehow clear. He knew who he was, and he knew he'd done right. And killing someone, and Dave couldn't blame it on the boy anymore. It was him, Dave. He'd done the killing, had empowered him now that he'd gotten his head around it. He'd heard somewhere of ancient cultures that used to eat the hearts of the people they murdered. They ate the hearts, and the dead were subsumed into them. It gave them power, the power of two, the spirit of two. Dave felt that way. No, he hadn't eaten anyone's heart. He wasn't that fucked in the head. But he had felt the glory of the predator. He had murdered, and he had done right, and he had stilled the monster inside of him, the freak who longed to touch a young boy's hand and melt into his embrace. That freak was fucking gone now, man. Gone down to hell with Dave's victim. In killing someone, he'd killed that weak part of himself. That freak who had lain in him since he was 11 years old, standing in his window, looking down at the party they were throwing on Rester Street in honor of his return. He'd felt so weak, so exposed at that party. He'd felt people were secretly laughing at him, parents smiling at him with the fakest smiles, and he could see behind their public faces that they privately pitied him and feared him and hated him. And he'd had to leave the party just to escape that hate because it made him feel like a puddle of piss. But now another's hate would make him strong, because now he had another secret that was better than his old, sorry secret, the one that most people seemed to guess anyway. Now he had a secret that made him tall, not small. Come close, he'd feel like saying to people now. I've got a secret. Closer, and I'll whisper it in your ear. I've killed someone. Dave locked his eyes on the fat cop behind the mirror. I've killed someone, and you can't prove it. Who's weak now? Sean found Whitey in the office on the other side of the two-way mirror overlooking interview room C. Whitey stood there, one foot planted on the seat of a torn leather chair, looking in at Dave and sipping coffee. You do the lineup? Not yet, Whitey said. Sean came up beside him. Dave was looking directly back at them, seemed almost to be locking eyes with Whitey, as if he could see him. And, even weirder, Dave was smiling. It was a small smile, but it was there. Sean said, Feeling bad, huh? Whitey looked over at him. I've felt better. Sean nodded. Whitey pointed his coffee cup at him. You've got something. I can tell, prick. Give it up. Sean wanted to draw it out a little longer, drive Whitey a little nuts with the waiting, but in the end, he didn't have the heart. I got someone interesting who used to work at Looney Liquors. Whitey placed his coffee cup on the table behind him and took his foot off the chair. Who? Ray Harris. Ray? Sean felt his grin break wide across his face. Brendan Harris's father, Sarge. And he's got a rap sheet. Chapter 23. Little Vince. Whitey sat up on the empty desk across from Sean's own with the probation report open in his hand. Raymond Matthew Harris, born September the 6th, 1955, grew up on 12 Mayhew Street in the East Bucky Flats. Mother Dolores, a housewife. Father Seamus, a laborer, left the family in 1967. Predictable shit follows as the father is arrested on petty larceny in Bridgeport, Connecticut in 1973. Bunch of DUIs and D&Ds follow. Father dies of a coronary in Bridgeport in 1979. Same year, Raymond marries Esther Scannell. That lucky bastard. And takes a job working for the MBTA as a subway car operator. First child, Brendan Seamus, born in 1981. Late the same year, Raymond indicted in a scam to embezzle $20,000 in subway tokens. Charges ultimately dismissed, but Raymond is fired for cause from the MBTA. Works odd jobs after that. Day laborer on a home improvement crew, stock clerk at Looney Liquors, bartender, forklift operator. Lost the forklift operator job over the disappearance of some petty cash. Again, charges filed, then dropped. Raymond gets fired. Questioned in the 1982 robbery of Looney Liquors, released on lack of evidence. Questioned in the robbery same year of Blanchard Liquors in Middlesex County. Once again, released on lack of evidence. Beginning to become known, though, Sean said. He's getting popular, Whitey agreed. A known associate, one Edmund Reese, fingers Raymond in the 1983 heist of a rare comic book collection from a dealer in... Fucking comic books? Sean laughed. You go, Raymond. $150,000 worth of comic books, Whitey said. Oh, excuse me. Raymond returns said literature unharmed and is given 4 months a year suspended, 2 months time served. Comes out of prison apparently with a wee bit of a chemical dependency problem. My. Cocaine, of course, this being the 80s, and that's where the rap sheet grows. Somehow Raymond's smart enough to keep whatever it is he's doing to pay for the cocaine under the radar, but not so smart he doesn't get picked up in his attempts to procure said narcotic. Violates his parole, does a year solid inside, where he learns the error of his ways. Apparently not. Picked up by a joint major crime unit FBI sting for trafficking stolen goods across state lines. You're gonna love this. Guess what Raymond stole? Think 1984 now. No hints? Go with your first instinct. Cameras. Whitey shot him a look. Fucking cameras. Go get me some coffee. You're not a cop anymore. What then? Trivial Pursuit, Whitey said. Never saw that one coming, did you? Comic books and Trivial Pursuit. Our boy's got style. He's got a shitload of grief, too. He stole the truck in Rhode Island, drove it into Massachusetts. Hence the Federal Interstate rap. Hence, Whitey said, shooting Sean another look. They got his balls, basically, but he does no time. Sean sat up a bit, took his feet off his desk. He rolled on someone? Looks that way, Whitey said. After that, nothing else on the rap sheet. Raymond's probie notes that Raymond is dutiful and appearing for his appointments until he's released from probation in late '86. His employment records? Whitey looked over the file at Sean. Sean said, "Oh, I can talk now." He opened his own file. Employment records, IRS records, Social Security payments. Everything comes to a dead halt in August of 1987. Poof, he disappears. You check nationally? The request is being processed as we speak, good sir. What are our possibilities? Sean propped the soles of his shoes up on his desk again and leaned back in his chair. 1, he's dead. 2, he's in witness protection. 3, he went deep, deep, deep underground and just popped back into the neighborhood to pick up his gun and shoot his son's 19-year-old girlfriend. Whitey tossed his file down onto the empty desk. We don't even know if it's his gun. We don't know shit. What are we doing here, Devine? We're getting up for the dance, Sarge. Come on. Don't gas out on me this early. We got a guy who was a prime suspect in a robbery 18 years ago, during which the murder weapon was used. Guy's son dated the victim. Guy has a rap sheet. I want to look at him, and I want to look at the son. You know, the one with no alibi. Who passed a poly, and who you and I agreed didn't have the stuff necessary to do this. Maybe we were wrong. Whitey rubbed his eyes with the heels of his hands. Man, I'm sick of being wrong. So you're saying you were wrong about Boyle? Whitey's hands remained over his eyes as he shook his head. Ain't saying that at all. I still think the guy's a piece of shit, but whether I can tie him to Catherine Marcus's death is another matter. He lowered his hands. The puffy flesh under his eyes ringed red now. But this Raymond Harris angle doesn't look too promising either. Okay, we take another run at the son, fine, and we try to track down the father. But then what? We tie somebody to that gun, Sean said. Gun could be in the fucking ocean by now. I know that's what I'd do with it. Sean tipped his head toward him. You would have done that after you held up a liquor store 18 years ago, though, too. True. Our guy didn't. Which means he ain't as bright as me, Whitey said. Or me. Jury's still out there. Sean stretched in his chair, locking his fingers and raising his arms above his head, pushing toward the ceiling until he could feel the muscles stretch. He let loose a shudder of a yawn and brought his head and hands back down. Whitey, he said, trying to hold back as long as possible on the question he'd known he'd have to ask all morning. What's up? Anything in your file on known associates? Whitey lifted the file off the desk and flipped it open, turned the first few pages over. Known criminal associates, he read. Reginald, a.k.a. Reggie Duke Neal, Patrick Morahan, Kevin Whackjob Sirachi, Nicholas Savage, Anthony Waxman. He looked up at Sean, and Sean knew it was there. James Marcus, Whitey said, a.k.a. Jimmy Flats, reputed leader of a criminal crew sometimes called the Rester Street Boys. Whitey closed the file. Sean said, and the hits just keep on coming, don't they? The headstone Jimmy picked was simple and white. The salesman spoke in a low, respectful voice, as if he'd rather be any place but here, and yet he kept trying to nudge Jimmy toward more expensive stones, ones with angels and cherubs or roses engraved in the marble. "Maybe a Celtic cross," the salesman said. "A choice that's quite popular with—" Jimmy waited for him to say, "your people," but the salesman caught himself and finished with, "an awful lot of people these days." Jimmy would have forked over the money for a mausoleum if he thought it would make Katie happy, but he knew his daughter had never been a fan of ostentation or over-adornment. She'd worn simple clothes and simple jewelry, no gold, and she'd rarely used makeup unless it was a special occasion. Katie had liked things clean, with just a subtle hint of style, and that's why Jimmy chose the white and ordered the engraving in the calligraphic script, the salesman warning him that the latter choice would double the engraver's cost, and Jimmy turning his head to look down at the little vulture, backing him up a few feet as he said, "Cash or check?" Jimmy had asked Val to drive him over, and when he left the office, he got back in the passenger seat of Val's Mitsubishi 3000 GT, Jimmy wondering for probably the 10th time how a guy in his mid-30s could drive a car like this and not think he looked anything but silly. "Where to next, Jim?" "Let's get some coffee." Val usually had some sort of bullshit rap music blaring from his speakers, the bass throbbing behind tinted windows as some middle-class black kid or white trash wannabe sang about bitches and hoes and whipping out his gat, and made what Jimmy assumed were topical references to all these MTV pussies Jimmy would never have known of if he hadn't overheard Katie using their names on the phone with her girlfriends. Val kept his stereo off this morning, though, and Jimmy was grateful. Jimmy hated rap, and not because it was black and from the ghetto. Hell, that's where P-Funk and soul and a lot of kick-ass blues had come from, but because he couldn't for the life of him see any talent in it. He strung a bunch of limericks together of the man from Nantucket variety, had a DJ scratch a few records back and forth, and threw out your chest as you spoke into a microphone. Oh yeah, it was raw, it was street, it was the truth, motherfucker. So was pissing your name in the snow and vomiting. He'd heard some moron music critic on the radio say once that sampling was an art form, and Jimmy, who didn't know much about art, wanted to reach through the speaker and bitch-slap the obviously white, obviously overeducated, obviously dickless pinhead. If sampling was an art form, then most of the thieves Jimmy had known growing up were artists too. Probably be news to them. Maybe he was just getting old. He knew it was always a first sign that your generation had passed the torch of relevancy if it couldn't understand the music of the younger one. Still, deep in his heart, he was pretty sure that wasn't it. Rap just sucked, plain and simple, and Val listening to it was a lot like Val driving this car, trying to hold on to something that had never been all that worthwhile in the first place. They stopped at a Dunkin' Donuts and tossed their lids in the trash on their way out the door, sipped their coffee leaning against the spoiler attached to the trunk of the sports car. Val said, "We went out last night. Asked around like you said." Jimmy tapped his fist into Val's. "Thanks, man." Val tapped back. "It ain't just 'cause you did 2 years for me, Jim. Ain't just 'cause I miss your brain running things either. Katie was my niece, man. I know. Maybe not by birth or nothing, but I loved her." Jimmy nodded. "You guys were the best uncles any kid could have had." "No shit." "No shit." Val sipped some coffee and went silent for a bit. "Well, all right. Here's the deal. Looks like the cops were right about O'Donnell and Farrow. O'Donnell was in county lockup. Farrow was at a party, and we personally talked to like 9 guys who vouched for him. All solid?" "Half, at least," Val said. "We also sniffed around, and there's been no contracts floating along the street for a while. And, Jim, it's been a year and a half since the last time I can even remember a hired hit, so we'd have heard, you know?" Jimmy nodded and drank some coffee. "Now, the cops have been all over this," Val said. "They're smothering the bars, the street trade around the last drop, everything. Every hooker I talked to has already been questioned, every bartender, every single soul who was in McGill's at the last drop that night. I mean, the law descended, Jim. So it's out there. Everyone's trying to remember something. You talked to anybody who did?" Val held up 2 fingers as he took another drink. "One guy. You know Tommy Maldonado? Jimmy shook his head. Grew up in the basin, paints houses. Anyway, he claims he saw someone staking out the parking lot of the last drop just before Katie left. He said the guy definitely wasn't no cop. Drove a foreign car with a dented front quarter, passenger side. Okay. Other weird thing was, they talked to Sandy Green. Remember her from the Louis? Jimmy could see her sitting in the classroom, brown pigtails, crooked teeth, always chewed her pencils until they snapped in her mouth and she had to spit out the lead. Yeah. What's she doing these days? Hooking, Val said. She looks rough, man. Our age, right? And my mother looked better in a coffin. Anyway, she's like the oldest pro out there on that circuit near the last drop. She says she sort of adopted this kid. Runaway kid, works the trade. Kid? Like 11, 12-year-old boy. Oh, Jesus. Hey, that's life. Anyway, this kid, she thinks his real name is Vincent. Everyone called him Little Vince except Sandy. She said he preferred Vincent. And Vincent's a lot older than 12, you know? Vincent's a pro. She says he'll fuck you up you try anything with him. Keeps a razor blade tucked under his swatch band, that sort of thing. There 6 nights a week. Until this Saturday, that is. What happened to him on Saturday? No one knows. But he vanished. Sandy said he sometimes crashed at her place. She gets back there Sunday morning and his shit is gone. He blew town. So he blew town, good for him. Maybe got out of the life. That's what I said. Sandy said no, this kid was into it. She said he was going to make one very scary adult, you know? But for now he's a kid and he dug the work. She said if he blew town, only one thing could have caused it, and that was fear. Sandy thinks he saw something that terrified him, and she said that something would have to be pretty bad because little Vince don't scare easy. You got feelers up? Yeah. It's hard, though. The kiddie trading, like, organized, you know? They're just living on the street, picking up a couple of bucks however they can, blowing town whenever they feel like it. But I got people looking. We find this Vincent kid, I figure maybe he knows something about the guy sitting in the parking lot of the last drop. Maybe he saw the, Katie's death. If it had anything to do with this guy in the car. Maldonado said the guy gave off a bad vibe. Something about him, he said, even though it was dark, he couldn't see the guy good. He just said a vibe came from that car. A vibe, Jimmy thought. Oh, yeah. That's helpful. And this was just before Katie left? Just before, yeah. The police, right, they sealed off the parking lot Monday morning, had a whole team down there, scraping the asphalt. Jimmy nodded. So something went down in that parking lot. Yeah, that's what I don't get. Katie was taken off on Sydney, man. That's like 10 blocks away. Jimmy drained his coffee cup. What if she went back? Huh? To the last drop. I know what the prevailing theory is. She dropped Eve and Diane, drove up Sydney, and that's when it happened. But what if she drove back to the last drop first? She drove back, she runs into the guy. He abducts her, forces her to drive back to Penn Park, and then it goes down like the cops think. Val tossed his empty coffee cup back and forth between his hands. That's possible. But what brought her back to the last drop? I don't know. They walked to the trash barrel and dumped their cups, and Jimmy said, What about just Ray's kid? You find anything out there? Asked around in general about him. The kid's a mouse by all accounts. No trouble to anyone. If he wasn't so good-looking, I'm not sure anyone would even remember meeting him. Eve and Diane both said he loved her, Jim. Loved her like once-in-a-lifetime kind of love. I'll take a run at him you want. Let's hold off for the time being, Jimmy said. Watch and wait when it comes to him. Try to track down that Vincent kid. Yeah, okay. Jimmy opened the passenger door, saw Val looking at him over the roof. Val holding something back, chewing it. What? Val blinked in the sunlight, smiled. Huh? You want to spit something. What is it? Val lowered his chin out of the sun, spread his arms on the roof. I heard something this morning, just before we left. Yeah? Yeah, Val said, and looked off into the donut shop for a moment. I heard those 2 cops were by Dave Boyle's again. You know, Sean from the Point and his partner, the fat one. Jimmy said, Dave was in McGill's that night, yeah. They probably just forgot to ask him something, had to come back. Val's gaze left the donut shop and his eyes met Jimmy's. They took him with him when they left, Jim. You know what I mean? Put him in the back seat. Marshal Burden came into the homicide unit during lunch hour and called to Whitey as he pushed through the small gate attached to the reception desk. You guys looking for me? Whitey said, That's us. Come on over. Marshal Burden was a year short of 30, and he looked it. He had the milky, wet eyes of a man who'd seen more of the world and more of himself than anyone wanted to, and he carried his tall, flabby frame like he'd prefer to move backward than forward, as if the limbs were at war with the brain, and the brain just wanted out of the whole deal. He'd run the property room for the last 7 years, but before that he'd been one of the aces of the whole state police department, groomed for a colonel's slot, working his way up from narcotics to homicide to major crimes without a bump in the road until one day, the story went, he just woke up scared. It was a disease that usually afflicted the guys who worked undercover and sometimes the highway troopers who suddenly couldn't pull over one more car, so sure were they that the driver had a gun in his hand and nothing left to lose. But Marshal Burden caught it somehow, too. Started becoming the last guy through the door and dragging his ass to calls, freezing in stairwells as everyone else kept climbing. He took a seat beside Sean's desk, giving off an air of spoiled fruit, and thumbed through the Sporting News page-a-day calendar Sean kept there, the pages going back to March. Divine, right? He said without looking up. Yeah, Sean said. Good to meet you. We studied some of your work in the academy, man. Marshall shrugged, as if the memory of his old self embarrassed him. He thumbed through a few more pages. So what's up, guys? I gotta get back in half an hour. Whitey wheeled his chair over by Marshal Burden. You worked the task force with the Phoebes in the early 80s, right? Burden nodded. You took down a small-timer named Raymond Harris, stole a truckload of Trivial Pursuit from a rest stop in Cranston, Rhode Island. Burden smiled at one of the Yogi Berra quotes in the calendar. Yeah. Trucker went to take a piss, didn't know he was staked out. The Harris guy jacked the truck and drove away, but the trucker called in, put it on the wire right away. We pulled the thing over and need him. But Harris walked, Sean said. Burden looked up at him for the first time, Sean seeing the fear and self-hatred in those milky eyes and hoping he never caught what Burden had. He didn't walk, Burden said. He rolled. He rolled on the guy who'd hired him for the trucking job, guy named Stilson, I think. Yeah, Meyer Stilson. Sean had heard about Burden's memory, supposedly photographic, but to see the guy reach back 18 years and pluck names out of the fog like he'd been talking about them yesterday was humbling and depressing at the same time. The guy could have run the whole show, for Christ's sake. So we rolled, and that was it? Whitey said. Burden frowned. Harris had a record. He wasn't walking just because he gave us his boss's name. No, BPD's anti-gang unit stepped in to get info on another case, and he rolled again. On who? Guy ran the rest of Street Boys, Jimmy Marcus. Whitey looked over at Sean, one eyebrow cocked. This was after the counting room robbery, right? Sean said. What counting room robbery? Whitey asked. It's what Jimmy did time for, Sean said. Burden nodded. Him and another guy took off the MBTA counting room on a Friday night. In and out in 2 minutes. They knew what time the guards changed shifts. They knew exactly when they bagged up the cash. They had 2 guys out on the street who stole DeBrink's truck as it came to make the pickup. They were slick as hell, and they knew too much not to have had a guy on the inside, or at least someone who'd worked for the T at some point in the previous year or two. Ray Harris, Whitey said. Yep, he gave us Stilson, and he gave the BPD the rest of Street Boys. All of them? Burden shook his head. No, just Marcus, but he was the brains. Cut off the head, the body dies, you know. BPD picked him up, coming out of a storage warehouse the morning of the St. Pat's parade. That was the day they planned to split up the take, so Marcus had a suitcase full of money in his hand. But wait, Sean said. Did Ray Harris testify in open court? No. Marcus cut a deal long before it went to court. He dummied up on who he'd been working with, and he took the fall. All the shit everyone knew he'd been behind they couldn't prove. Kid was like 19 or something. 20? He'd been running that crew since he was 17, and he'd never even been arrested. DA cut the deal for 2 inside, 2 suspended, because he knew there was a good chance they wouldn't even be able to convict in open court. Heard the anti-gang guys were pissed, but what are you going to do? So, Jimmy Marcus never knew Ray Harris ratted him out? Burden looked up from the calendar again, fixed his swimming eyes on Sean with a vague contempt. In a 3-year span, Marcus pulled off something like 16 major heists. Once, right, he hit 12 different jewelers in the Jewelers Exchange building on Washington Street. Even now, no one knows how the fuck he did it. He had to circumvent close to 20 different alarms. Alarms running off phone lines, satellites, cellular, which was a completely new technology back then. He was 18. You believe that shit? 18 years old, and he's breaking alarm codes the pros in their 40s couldn't crack. The Keldar Technics job? He and his guys went in through the roof, jammed the fire department frequencies, and then they set off the sprinkler system. Best anyone could figure at the time, they were hanging suspended up at the ceiling until the sprinkler system shorted out the motion detectors. The guy was a fucking genius. If he went to work for NASA instead of himself, we'd be taking the wife and kids on vacation to Venus. You think a guy this smart wouldn't have figured out who fingered him? Ray Harris vanished from the face of the earth 2 months after Marcus rotated back into the free world. What does that tell you? Sean said, It tells me you think Jimmy Marcus murdered Ray Harris. Or he had that midget prick Val Savage do it. Look, call Ed Folan at the D7. He's a captain there now, but he used to work the anti-gang unit. He can tell you all about Marcus and Ray Harris. Every cop who worked East Bucky in the 80s will tell you the same thing. If Jimmy Marcus didn't kill Ray Harris, I'm the next Jewish pope. He pushed the calendar away with his finger and stood up, hitched his pants. I gotta go eat. Take her easy, fellas. He walked back through the squad room, his head swiveling as he took it all in. Maybe the desk he used to sit at, the board where his cases used to be listed beside everyone else's, the person he had been in this room before that person went AWOL, ended up in the property room praying for the day when he could punch that clock for the last time, go someplace where no one remembered who he could have been. Whitey turned to Sean. Pope, Marshall, the Lost? The longer he sat in the rickety chair in that cold room, the more Dave realized that what he thought was a hangover this morning had merely been the continuation of last night's drunk. The true hangover began to set in around noon, crawling through him like tight packs of termites, taking over his bloodstream and then his circulation, squeezing his heart and picking at his brain. His mouth dried up and sweat turned his hair damp, and he could smell himself suddenly as the alcohol began to leak through his pores. His legs and arms filled with mud, his chest ached, and a wash of the downs cascaded through his skull and settled behind his eyes. He didn't feel brave anymore. He didn't feel strong. The clarity that just 2 hours ago had seemed as permanent as a scar left his body and took off out of the room and down the road, only to be replaced by a dread far worse than any he'd ever experienced. He felt certain he was going to die soon, and die badly. Maybe he'd stroke out right here in this chair, slam the back of his head off the floor as his body shook with convulsions, and his eyes leaked blood, and he swallowed his tongue so deeply no one could pull it back out. Maybe a coronary, his heart already banging against the walls of his chest like a rat in a steel box. Maybe once they let him out of here, if they ever did, he'd step out on the street, hear a horn right beside him, and be flat on his back as the thick treads of a bus tire rolled up his cheekbone and kept rolling. Where was Celeste? Did she even know he'd been picked up and taken down here? Did she even care? And what about Michael? Did he miss his father? The worst thing about being dead was that Celeste and Michael would move on. Oh, it might hurt them for a small amount of time, but they would endure and start new lives, because that's what people did every day. It was only in movies that people pined for the dead, their lives freezing up like broken clocks. In real life, your death was mundane, a forgettable event to everyone but you. Dave sometimes wondered if the dead looked down on the ones they had left behind and wept to see how easily their loved ones were getting along without them. Like Stanley the Giant's kid, Eugene. Was he up there in the ether somewhere with his little bald head and white hospital Johnny, looking down at his dad laughing in a bar, thinking, "Hey, Dad, what about me? You remember me? I lived." Michael would get a new dad, and maybe he'd be in college, and he'd tell a girl about the father who'd taught him baseball, the one he barely remembered. "It happened so long ago," he'd say. "So long ago." And Celeste was certainly attractive enough to get another man. She'd have to. Loneliness, she'd tell her friends. It just got to me. And he's a nice guy. He's good with Michael. And her friends would betray Dave's memory in a flash. They'd say, "Good for you, honey, it's healthy. You have to get back on that bike and move ahead with your life." And Dave would be up there with Eugene, the two of them looking down, calling out their love in voices none of the living could hear. Jesus. Dave wanted to huddle in the corner and hug himself. He was falling apart. He knew if those cops came back in now, he'd crack. He'd tell them anything they wanted to know if they'd just show him a little warmth and get him another Sprite. And then the door to the interrogation room opened up on Dave and his dread and his need for human warmth, and the trooper who entered in full uniform was young and looked strong and had those trooper eyes, the kind that managed to be impersonal and imperious at the same time. "Mr. Boyle, if you could come with me now." Dave stood up and went to the door, his hands trembling slightly as the alcohol continued to fight its way out of him. "Where?" he asked. "You'll be stepping into a lineup, Mr. Boyle. Someone wants to take a look at you." Tommy Maldonado wore jeans and a green T-shirt speckled with paint. There were specks of paint in his curly brown hair and teardrops of it on his tan work boots, and chips of it on the frames of his thick glasses. It was the glasses that worried Sean. Any witness who walked into court wearing glasses might as well have put a target sign on his chest for the defense attorney. And the juries, forget about it. Experts all in regard to eyeglasses and the law, thanks to Matlock and the practice. They watched the bespectacled take the stand the same way they watched drug dealers, blacks without ties, and jailhouse rats who'd cut a deal with the DA. Maldonado pressed his nose up against the viewing room glass and looked in at the 5 men in the lineup. "I can't really tell with them looking head on. Can they turn to the left?" Whitey flicked the switch on the dais in front of him and spoke into the microphone. "All subjects, turn to the left." The 5 men shifted left. Maldonado put his palms against the glass and squinted. "Number 2. He could be number 2. Could you get him to step closer?" "Number 2?" Sean said. Maldonado looked back over his shoulder at him and nodded. The second guy in the lineup was a narc named Scott Paisner, who normally worked Norfolk County. "Number 2, Whitey said with a sigh. "Take 2 steps forward." Scott Paisner was short, bearded, and round, with a rapidly receding hairline. He looked about as much like Dave Boyle as Whitey did. He turned face front and stepped up to the glass, and Maldonado said, Yeah, that's the guy I saw." "You sure?" 95%, he said. "It was night, you know. There are no lights in that parking lot, and hey, I was buzzed. But otherwise, I'm almost positive that's the guy I saw." "You didn't mention a beard in your statement," Sean said. "No, but I think now that... Yeah, the guy had a beard, maybe." Whitey said, "No one else in that lineup looks like the guy?" "Shit, no," he said. "They ain't even close. What are they, cops?" Whitey lowered his head to the dais and whispered, "Why do I even do this fucking job?" Maldonado looked at Sean. "What?" "What?" Sean opened the door behind him. Thanks for coming down, Mr. Maldonado. We'll be in touch. I did good, though, right? I mean, I helped. Sure, Whitey said. We'll FedEx that merit badge to you. Sean gave Maldonado a smile and a nod and shut the door on him as soon as he crossed the threshold. No witness, Sean said. Oh, no shit. The physical evidence from the car won't hold up in court. I'm aware of that. Sean watched Dave put a hand over his eyes and squint into the light. He looked like he hadn't slept in a month. Sarge, come on. Whitey turned from the microphone and looked at him. He was starting to look exhausted, too, the whites of his eyes gone pink. Fuck it, he said. Kick him loose. Chapter 24. A Banished Tribe. Celeste sat by the window of Nate and Nancy's coffee shop on Buckingham Avenue across from Jimmy Marcus's house, as Jimmy and Val Savage parked Val's car half a block up and started walking back down toward the house. If she were going to do this, actually do it, she had to get out of her chair now and approach them. She stood, her legs trembling, and her hand hit the underside of the table. She looked down at it. Trembling, too, and the skin scraped along the lower half of the thumb bone. She raised it to her lips and then turned toward the door. She still wasn't sure she could do this, say the words that she'd prepared in the motel room this morning. She'd decided to tell Jimmy only what she knew, the physical details of Dave's behavior since early Sunday morning, without any conclusions as to what they meant, and allow him to make his own judgments. Without the clothes Dave had worn home that night, it didn't make much sense to go to the police. She told herself this. She told herself this because she wasn't sure the police could protect her. She had to live in this neighborhood after all, and the only thing that could protect you from something dangerous in the neighborhood was the neighborhood itself. And if she told Jimmy, then not only he, but the Savages as well, could form a kind of moat around her that Dave would never dare cross. She went through the door as Jimmy and Val neared their front steps. She raised her sore hand. She called Jimmy's name as she stepped into the avenue, looking like a crazy woman, she was sure, hair wild, eyes puffy and black with fear. "Hey, Jimmy! Val!" They turned as they reached the bottom step and looked over at her. Jimmy gave her a small, bewildered smile, and she noticed again what an open, lovely thing his smile was. It was unforced and strong and genuine. It said, "I'm your friend, Celeste. How can I help?" She reached the curb, and Val kissed her cheek. "Hey, cuz." "Hey, Val." Jimmy gave her a light peck, too, and it seemed to enter her flesh and tremble at the base of her throat. He said, "Annabeth was trying you this morning. Couldn't get you at home or work." Celeste nodded. "I've been, She looked away from Val's stunted, curious face as it peered into her own. "Jimmy, can I talk to you a sec?" Jimmy said, "Sure," the bewildered smile returning. He turned to Val. "We'll talk about those things later, right?" "You bet. See you soon, cuz." "Thanks, Val." Val went inside, and Jimmy sat down on the third step, made a space for Celeste beside him. She sat and cradled her bruised hand in her lap and tried to find the words. Jimmy watched her for a bit, waiting, and then he seemed to sense that she was all bottled up, incapable of speaking her mind. In a light voice, he said, "You know what I was remembering the other day?" Celeste shook her head. "I was standing up by those old stairs above Sydney. Remember the ones where we'd all go and watch the drive-in movies, smoke some bones?" Celeste smiled. "You were dating, oh, don't say it, Jessica Lutzen and her bodacious bod, and I was seeing Ducky Cooper." "The Duckster," Jimmy said. "Whatever happened to him?" "I heard he joined the Marines, caught some weird skin disease overseas, lives in California." "Huh." Jimmy tilted his chin up, his gaze gone back half his lifetime, and Celeste could suddenly see him doing the exact same thing 18 years ago, when his hair was a little blonder and he was a whole lot crazier. Jimmy, the kind of guy who'd climb telephone poles in thunderstorms, all the girls watching, praying he didn't fall. And yet even at the craziest times there was this stillness, these sudden pauses of self-reflection, this sense one got from him, even when he was a boy, that he carefully considered everything with the exception of his own skin. He turned and lightly slapped her knee with the back of his hand. "So what's up, dude? You look, you can say it." "What?" "No, you look, well, a little tired is all." He leaned back on the step and sighed. "Hell, I guess we all do, right? I spent last night at a motel. With Michael." Jimmy stared straight ahead. "Okay." "I don't know, Jim. I may have left Dave for good." She noticed a change in his face, a setting of the jawbone, and she suddenly had the feeling Jimmy knew what she was going to say. "You left Dave." His voice was a monotone now, his gaze on the avenue. "Yeah. He's been acting... well, he's been acting nuts lately. He's not himself. He's starting to frighten me." Jimmy turned to her then, and the smile on his face was so icy she almost slapped it with her hand. In his eyes she could see the boy who'd climbed those telephone poles in the rain. "Why don't you start from the beginning?" he said. "When Dave started acting different." She said, "What do you know, Jimmy?" "No." "You know something. You're not surprised." The ugly smile faded, and Jimmy leaned forward, his hands entwined in his lap. "I know he was taken in by the police this morning. I know he's got a foreign car with a dent in the front passenger quarter. I know he told me one story about how he fucked up his hand, and he told the police another. And I know he saw Katie the night she died, but he didn't tell me that until after the police had questioned him about it." He unlocked his hands and spread them. "I don't know what all this means exactly, but it's beginning to bug me, yeah." Celeste felt a momentary wash of pity for her husband as she pictured him in some police interrogation room, perhaps handcuffed to a table, a harsh light in his pale face. Then she saw the Dave who'd craned his head around the door last night and looked at her, tilted and crazed, and fear overrode pity. She took a deep breath, let it out. "At 3 a.m. on Sunday, Dave came back to our apartment covered in someone else's blood." It was out there now. The words had left her mouth and entered the atmosphere. They formed a wall in front of her and Jimmy, and then that wall sprouted a ceiling and another wall behind them, and they were suddenly cloistered within a tiny cell created by a single sentence. The noises along the avenue died, and the breeze vanished, and all Celeste could smell was Jimmy's cologne and the bright May sun baked into the steps at their feet. When he spoke, Jimmy sounded like someone's hand clenched his throat. "What did he say happened?" She told him. She told him everything, up to and including last night's vampire madness. She told him, and she saw that every word out of her mouth became just one more word he wanted to hide from. They burned him. They entered his skin like darts. His mouth and eyes curled back from them, and the skin tightened on his face until she could see the skeleton underneath, and her body temperature dropped at an image of him lying in a coffin, with long pointed fingernails and a crumbling jaw, flowing moss for hair. And when the tears began to fall silently down his cheeks, she resisted the urge to press his face to her neck, to feel those tears leak into her blouse and down her back. She kept talking because she knew if she stopped, she'd stop for good, and she couldn't stop because she had to tell someone why she'd left, why she'd run from a man she'd sworn to stand by in good times and bad, a man who'd fathered her child and told her jokes and caressed her hand and provided his chest for her to fall asleep on, a man who'd never complained and who'd never hit her and who'd been a wonderful father and a good husband. She needed to tell someone how confused she was when that man seemed to vanish, as if the mask that had been his face fell to the floor, and a leering monstrosity peeked back at her. She finished up by saying, "I still don't know what he did, Jimmy. I still don't know whose blood that was. I don't. Not conclusively. I just don't. But I am so scared." Jimmy turned on the step so that his upper half was propped against the wrought iron banister. The tears had dried into his skin, and his mouth formed a small oval of shock. He stared back at Celeste with a gaze that seemed to go through her and down the avenue and fixate on something blocks away that no one else could see. Celeste said, "Jimmy," but he waved her away and closed his eyes tight. He lowered his head and sucked oxygen into his mouth. The cell around them evaporated, and Celeste nodded at Joan Hamilton as she walked by and gave them both a sympathetic and yet vaguely suspicious glance before clicking her shoes up the sidewalk. The sounds of the avenue returned with its beeps and door creakings, its distant calling of names. When Celeste looked back at Jimmy, she was fixed in his gaze. His eyes were clear, his mouth closed, and he'd pulled his knees up by his chest. He rested his arms on them, and she could feel a fierce and belligerent intelligence coming from him, his mind beginning to work far faster and with more originality than most people would muster in a lifetime. "The clothes he wore are gone," he said. She nodded. "I checked, yeah." He placed his chin on his knees. "How scared are you? Honestly." Celeste cleared her throat. "Last night, Jimmy, I thought he was going to bite me, and then just keep biting." Jimmy tilted his face so that his left cheek rested on his knees now, and he closed his eyes. "Celeste," he whispered. "Yes?" "Do you think Dave killed Katie?" Celeste felt the answer rumble up through her body like last night's vomit. She felt its hot feet pound across her heart. "Yes," she said. Jimmy's eyes snapped open. Celeste said, "Jimmy, God help me." Sean looked across his desk at Brendan Harris. The kid looked confused and tired and scared, just the way Sean wanted him. He'd sent 2 troopers over to pick him up at his house and bring him back down here, and then he'd let Brendan sit on the other side of his desk while he scrolled down his computer screen and studied all the data he'd amassed on the kid's father, taking his time about it, ignoring Brendan, letting him sit there and fidget. He looked back at the screen now, tapped the scroll-down key with his pencil simply for effect, and said, "Tell me about your father, Brendan." "What?" "Your father, Raymond Sr. You remember him?" "Barely. I was like 6 when he bailed on us." "So you don't remember the guy?" Brendan shrugged. "I remember little things. He used to come in the house singing when he was drunk. He took me to Kenobi Lake Park once and bought me cotton candy, and I ate half of it and puked all over the teacup ride. He wasn't around a lot. I remember that." "Why?" Sean's eyes were back on the screen. "What else you remember?" "I don't know. He smelled like Schlitz and Dentine. Sean could hear a smile in Brendan's voice, and he looked up, caught it sliding softly across his face. "He what, Brendan?" Brendan shifted in his chair, his gaze fixed on something that wasn't in the squad room, wasn't even in the current time zone. "He used to carry all this change, you know? It weighed down his pockets, and he made noise when he walked. When I was a kid, I'd sit in the living room at the front of the house. It was a different place than where we live now. It was nice. And I'd sit there around 5 o'clock and keep my eyes closed until I heard him and his coins coming up the street. And I'd bolt out of the house to see him, and if I could guess how much he had in one pocket, if I was even close, you know, he'd give it to me." Brendan's smile widened, and he shook his head. "The man had a lot of change." "What about a gun?" Sean said. "Your father have a gun?" The smile froze, and Brendan's eyes narrowed at Sean, like he didn't understand the language. "What?" "Did your father have a gun?" "No." Sean nodded and said, "You seem pretty sure for someone who was only 5 when he left." Connolly entered the squad room carrying a cardboard box. He walked over to Sean and placed the box on Whitey's desk. "What is it?" Sean said. "A bunch of stuff," Connolly said, peering inside. "CSS reports, ballistics, fingerprint analysis, the 911 tape, a bunch of stuff." "You already said that." "What's up on the fingerprints?" No matches to anyone in the computer. You ran it through the national database? Connolly said, and Interpol. Zip. There's one real flawless Lehane we pulled off the door. It's a thumb. If it's the doer, he's short. Short, Sean said. Yep, short. Could be anyone's, though. We pulled 6 clean ones, not a match on any of them. You listen to the 911? No. Should I? Connolly, you should familiarize yourself with everything and anything that has to do with the case, man. Connolly nodded. You gonna listen to it? Sean said, That's what we got you for. He turned back to Brendan Harris. About your father's gun. Brendan said, My father didn't have a gun. Really? Yeah. Oh, Sean said. Then I guess we were misinformed. By the way, Brendan, you talk to your father much? Brendan shook his head. Never. He said he was going out for a drink and he took off. Left my mother and me behind, and her pregnant, too. Sean nodded, as if he could feel his pain. But your mother never filed a missing persons report. It's because he wasn't missing, Brendan said, some fight coming into his eyes. He told my mother he didn't love her. He told her she was always harping on him. 2 days later, he leaves. She never tried to find him? Nothing like that? No. He sends him money, so fuck it. Sean took his pencil away from the keyboard and laid it flat on his desk. He looked at Brendan Harris, trying to read the kid, getting nothing back but a whiff of depression and residual anger. He sends money? Brendan nodded. Once a month, like clockwork. From where? Huh? The envelopes the money comes in, where they sent from. New York. Always? Yeah. Is it cash? Yeah. $500 a month, mostly. More at Christmas. Sean said, Does he ever write a note? No. So how do you know it's him? Who else would send us money every month? He's guilty. My ma says he was always that way. He'd do shitty things, think that just because he felt bad about them, it absolved him, you know? Sean said, I want to see one of the envelopes the money came in. My mother throws them away. Sean said, Shit, and swiveled the computer screen out of his line of vision. Why are you asking me if my father had a gun? Brendan said. Sean was suddenly tired of games and being polite and cautious. You know why, kid. No, Brendan said. I don't. Sean leaned across the desk, barely resisting an inexplicable desire to keep going, to lunge at Brendan Harris and squeeze his throat in his hand. The gun that killed your girlfriend, Brendan, was the same gun your father used in a robbery 18 years ago. You want to tell me about that? My father didn't have a gun, he said, but Sean could see something beginning to go to work in the kid's brain. No? Bullshit! He slapped the desk hard enough to jerk the kid in his chair. You say you loved Katie Marcus? Let me tell you what I love, Brendan. I love my clearance rate. I love my ability to put down cases in 72 hours. Now you are fucking lying to me. No, I'm not. Yes, you are, kid. You know your father was a thief? He was a subway. He was a fucking thief. He worked with Jimmy Marcus, who was also a fucking thief. And now Jimmy's daughter is killed with your father's gun? My father didn't have a gun. Fuck you, Sean bellowed, and Connolly shot up in his chair, looked over at them. You want to bullshit someone, kid? Bullshit your cell. Sean took his keys from his belt and tossed them over his head at Connolly. Lock this maggot up. Brendan stood. I didn't do anything. Sean watched Connolly step up behind the kid, tensing on the balls of his feet. You got no alibi, Brendan, and you had a prior relationship with the victim, and she was shot with your father's gun. Until I got better, I'll take you. Have a rest. Think about the statements you just made to me. You can't lock me up. Brendan looked behind him at Connolly. You can't. Connolly looked back at Sean, wide-eyed, because the kid was right. Technically, they couldn't lock him up unless they charged him. And they had nothing to charge him with, really. It was against the law in this state to charge anyone with suspicion. But Brendan didn't know any of that. and Sean gave Conley a look that said, "Welcome to homicide, new boy." Sean said, "You don't tell me something right now, kid. I'm doing it." Brendan opened his mouth, and Sean saw a dark knowledge pass through him like an electric eel. Then his mouth closed, and he shook his head. "Suspicion of capital murder," Sean said to Conley. "Jail his ass." Dave got back to his empty apartment in the mid-afternoon and went straight to the fridge for a beer. He hadn't eaten anything, and his stomach felt hollow and bubbling with air. Not the best conditions under which to throw back a beer, but Dave needed one. He needed to soften the edge in his head and take the crimps out of his neck, ease the wild rat banging of his heart. The first one went down easy as he walked around the empty apartment. Celeste could have come home while he was gone and then went off to work, and he thought of calling Ozma's to see if she was in there now, cutting heads and chatting with the ladies, flirting with Paolo, the gay guy who worked the same shifts as she did and flirted in that loose but not entirely harmless way gay men did. Or maybe he'd go down to Michael's school, give him a big wave and a hug, then walk him back toward home, stop for chocolate milk on the way. But Michael wasn't in school and Celeste wasn't at work. Dave somehow knew that they were hiding from him. So he finished his second beer sitting at the kitchen table, feeling it work its way into his body, calming everything, turning the air in front of him a tad silver and a tad swirly. He should have told her. Right from the start, he should have told his wife what had really happened. He should have had faith in her. Not many wives stood by has-been high school ball players who'd been molested as children and couldn't hold down a decent job. But Celeste had. Just the thought of her over the sink the other night, washing those clothes, saying she was taking care of the evidence, babe. Jesus, she was something. How could Dave have lost sight of that? How did you get to the point where you'd been around someone for so long that you couldn't even see them? Dave got the third and last beer out of the fridge and walked around the apartment some more, his body filling with love for his wife and love for his son. He wanted to curl up against his wife's naked body as she stroked his hair and tell her how much he'd missed her in that interrogation room, with its cracked chair and its cold. Earlier he'd thought he'd wanted human warmth, but the truth was he'd just wanted Celeste's warmth. He wanted to wrap her body around his and make her smile and kiss her eyelids and caress her back and smother himself with her. "It's not too late," he'd tell her when she came home. "My brain's just been miswired recently, all jumbled up. This beer in my hand ain't helping matters, I suppose, but I need it until I have you again. And then I'll quit. I'll quit drinking, and I'll take computer classes or something and get a white-collar job. The National Guard offers tuition reimbursement, and I can do that. I can do 1 weekend a month and a few weeks in the summer for my family. For my family, I can do that standing on my head. It'll help me get back into shape, lose the beer weight, clear my mind. And when I get that white-collar job, I'll move us out of here, out of this whole neighborhood with its steadily rising rents and stadium deals and gentrification. Why fight it? They'll push us out sooner or later. Push us out and make a crate and barrel world for themselves, discuss their summer homes at the cafes and in the aisles of the Whole Food markets. We'll go someplace good, though, he'd tell Celeste. We'll go someplace clean where we can raise our son. We'll start fresh. And I'll tell you what happened, Celeste. It's not pretty, but it's not as bad as you think. I'll tell you that I have some scary, perverse things in my head, and maybe I need to see someone about them. I have wants that disgust me, but I'm trying, honey. I'm trying to be a good man. I'm trying to bury the boy. Or at the very least teach him something about compassion. Maybe that's what the guy in the Cadillac had been looking for. A little compassion. But the boy who'd escaped from wolves wasn't about any fucking compassion Saturday night. He'd had that gun in his hand, and he'd hit the guy in the Cadillac through his open window, Dave hearing bone crack as the red-haired kid scrambled up and out through the passenger door. Stood there, with his mouth agape as Dave hit the guy again and again. He'd reached in and pulled him out through the door by his hair, and the guy hadn't been as helpless as he'd pretended. He'd been playing possum, and Dave only saw the knife as it sliced through his shirt and into his flesh. It was a switchblade, feebly swung, but sharp enough to cut Dave before he rammed his knee into the guy's wrist, pinned his arm against the car door. When the knife fell to the pavement, Dave kicked it under the car. The red-haired boy looked scared, but excited, too, and Dave, enraged beyond reason now, brought the butt of the gun down on top of the guy's head so hard he cracked the handle. The guy rolled onto his stomach, and Dave hopped on his back, feeling the wolf, hating this man, this freak, this fucking degenerate child molester, getting a good grip on the bastard's hair and pulling his head up and then ramming it down into the pavement. Just ramming it over and over again, pulverizing this guy, this Henry, this George, this... oh, Jesus, this Dave. This Dave. Die, you motherfucker. Die. 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 The red-haired kid ran off then, Dave turning his head and realizing the words were coming out of his mouth. Die. 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 Dave watched the kid run off through the parking lot, and he scrambled after him, his hands dripping with the guy's blood. He wanted to tell the red-haired kid that he'd done this for him. He'd saved him, and he would protect him forever if that's what he wanted. He stood in the alley behind the bar, out of breath, knowing the kid was long gone. He looked up at the night sky. He said, "Why? Why put me here? Why give me this life? Why give me this disease? A disease that I despise in particular more than any other. Why scramble my brain with moments of beauty and tenderness and intermittent love for my child and my wife? Glimpses, really, of a life that could have been mine if that car hadn't rolled down Gannon Street and taken me to that basement. Why? Answer me, please. Oh, please. Please, answer me." But of course there was nothing. Nothing but silence, and the drip of gutters, and the light rain turning stronger. He walked back out of the alley a few minutes later and found the man lying beside his car. Wow, Dave thought. I killed him. But then the guy rolled over onto his side, gasping like a fish. He had blonde hair and a pillow for a belly on an otherwise slim frame. Dave tried to remember what his face had looked like before he'd plunged his hand through the open window and hit him with the gun. He remembered only that his lips had seemed too red and too wide. The guy's face was gone now, though. It looked like it had been pressed against a jet engine, and Dave felt a wave of nausea as he watched this bloody thing suck at the air, heaving. The guy didn't seem to be aware of Dave standing over him. He rolled onto his knees and started crawling. He crawled toward the trees behind the car. He crawled up the small embankment and put his hands on the chain-link fence that separated the parking lot from the scrap metal company on the other side. Dave took off the flannel shirt he was wearing over his T-shirt. He wrapped it around the gun as he walked toward the faceless creature. The faceless creature reached up another rung in the fence, and then his energy left him. He fell back down and tilted to his right, ended up sitting against the fence, his legs splayed, his faceless face watching Dave come. "No," he whispered. "No." But Dave could tell he didn't mean it. He was as exhausted with who he'd become as Dave was. The boy knelt in front of the guy and placed the wrapped-up ball of flannel shirt against his torso, just above the abdomen, Dave floating above them now, watching. "Please," the guy croaked. "Shh," Dave said, and the boy pulled the trigger. The faceless creature's body jerked hard enough to kick Dave in the armpit, and then the air left it with the whistle of a kettle. And the boy said, "Good." It was only once he'd manhandled the guy into the Honda's trunk that Dave realized he should have used the guy's Cadillac. He'd already rolled up its windows and shut off the engine, and then wiped down the front seat and everything he'd touched with the flannel shirt. But what was the point of riding around in his Honda with the guy in the trunk, trying to find a place to dump him when the answer was right in front of him? So Dave backed his car in beside the caddy, his eyes on the side door of the bar, no one having come out for a while. He popped his trunk, then popped the caddy's trunk, and pulled the body from one car to the other. He shut the two trunks and wrapped the switchblade and his gun in the flannel shirt, tossed it on the Honda's front seat, and got the hell out of there. He threw the shirt and knife and the gun off the Roseclair Street Bridge and into the penitentiary channel, realizing only later that as he'd been doing that, Katie Marcus was probably in the process of dying herself in the park below. And then he'd driven home, certain that any minute someone would find the car and the body in the trunk. He'd driven by the last drop late Sunday, and there was a car parked beside the caddy, the lot otherwise empty. But he recognized the other car as belonging to Reggie Damone, one of the bartenders. The caddy looked innocent, forgotten. Later that same day, he'd gone back, and felt like he was having a heart attack when he saw an empty slot where the caddy used to be. He realized he couldn't ask about it, even casually, like, "Hey, Reggie, you guys tow if a car's in your lot too long?" And then he realized, whatever had happened to it, there was nothing to connect it to him anymore. Nothing but the red-haired kid. But as time had passed, it occurred to him that even though the kid had been scared, he'd been pleased, too, excited. He was on Dave's side. He wasn't anything to worry about. And now the cops had nothing. They didn't have a witness. They didn't have the evidence from Dave's car, not the kind they could use in court anyway. So Dave could relax. He could talk to Celeste and come clean and let the chips fall where they may, offer himself up to his wife and hope she'd accept him as flawed but trying to change, as a good man who'd done a bad thing for a good reason, as a man who was trying his damnedest to slay the vampire in his soul. "I will quit driving by parks and public swimming pools," Dave told himself as he drained his third beer. He held up the empty can. "I will quit this, too. But not today." Today he was already 3 beers in, and what the hell, Celeste didn't look like she'd be coming home soon. Maybe tomorrow. That'd be good. Give them both some space, time to heal and repair. She'd come home to a new man, an improved Dave with no more secrets. "Because secrets are poison," he said aloud in the kitchen where he'd last made love to his wife. "Secrets are walls." And then with a smile, "And I'm all out of beer." He felt good, jaunty almost, as he left the house to walk up to Eagle Liquors. It was a gorgeous day, the sun flooding the street. When they'd been kids, the L tracks used to run down here, splitting Crescent in the center and piling it with soot and blotting out the sky. It only added to the sense one got of the flats as a place cloaked from the rest of the world, tucked under it like a banished tribe, free to live any way it chose as long as it did so in exile. Once they'd removed the tracks, the flats had risen into the light, and for a while they'd thought that was a good thing. So much less soot, so much more sun. Skin looked healthier. But without the cloak, everyone could look in on them, appreciate their brick row houses and view of the penitentiary channel and proximity to downtown. Suddenly they weren't an underground tribe. They were prime real estate. Dave would have to think about how that had happened when he got back home, formulate a theory with his 12-pack. Or he could find a cool bar, sit in the dark on a bright day and order a burger, chat with a bartender, see if the two of them together could figure out when the flats had started slipping away, when the whole world had started revolving past them. Maybe that's what he'd do. Sure, take a leather seat at a mahogany bar and while away the afternoon. He'd plan his future. He'd plan his family's future. He'd figure out each and every way in which he could atone. It was amazing how friendly 3 beers could be after a long, hard day. They were taking Dave by the hand as he walked up the hill toward Buckingham Avenue. They were saying, "Hey, ain't it great to be us? Ain't it just the flat-out balls to be turning a new leaf, shedding yourself of soiled secrets, ready to renew your vows to your loved ones and become the man you always knew you could be? Why, it's just terrific. And look who we have ahead of us, idling at the corner in his shiny sports car. He's smiling at us. That's Val Savage, smiling away, waving us over. Come on, let's go say hi." "Dandy Dave Boyle," Val said as Dave approached the car. "How they hangin', brother?" "Always to the left," Dave said, and squatted down by the car. He rested his elbows on the slot where the window had descended into the door and peered in at Val. "What are you up to?" Val shrugged. "Not much, man. Was looking for someone to grab a beer with, maybe a bite to eat." Dave couldn't believe this. Here, he'd been thinking the same thing. "Yeah? Yeah. You could go for a few pops, maybe a game of pool, right, Dave?" "Sure." Dave was a bit surprised, actually. He got along with Jimmy and Val's brother, Kevin, even sometimes with Chuck, but he never remembered Val showing anything but complete apathy in his presence. It must be Katie, he figured. In death, she was bringing them all together. They were united in their loss, forging bonds through the sharing of tragedy. "Hop in," Val said. "We'll hit a place I know across town. Good bar. A buddy of mine owns it." Across town? Dave looked back up the empty street he'd just come down. "Well, I have to get home at some point." Sure, Val said. "I'll take you back whenever you want. Come on, hop in. We'll have ourselves a boys' night in the middle of the day." Dave smiled, and took the smile with him as he walked around the front of Val's car toward the passenger door. Boys' night in the middle of the day, exactly what was called for. Him and Val hanging like old pals. And that was one of the great things about a place like the Flats. The thing he feared would be lost. The way old feelings and entire pasts could be laid to rest with time as you aged, once you realized that everything was changing, and the only things that remained the same were the people you'd grown up with and the place you'd come from. The neighborhood. May it live forever, Dave thought as he opened the door, if only in our minds. Chapter 25. Trunk Boy. Whitey and Sean had a late lunch in Pat's diner, one highway exit down from the barracks. Pat's had been around since World War II and had been a hangout for the Stadies so long that Pat III liked to say his may have been the only family of restaurateurs to go 3 full generations without getting robbed. Whitey swallowed a hunk of cheeseburger and chased it with his soda. "You don't think for a second the kid did it, do you?" Sean took a bite of his tuna sandwich. "I know he was lying to me. I think he knows something about that gun. And I think, just possibly now, that his old man's still alive." Whitey dipped an onion ring in some tartar sauce. "The $500 a month from New York?" "Yeah. You know what that adds up to over the years? Almost 80 grand. Who's going to send that if it ain't the father?" Whitey dabbed his lips with a napkin and then dove back into his cheeseburger, Sean wondering how the guy had managed to dodge a heart attack so far, eating and drinking the way he did, pulling 70-hour weeks when a case sank its teeth into him. "Let's say he is alive," Whitey said. "Let's. What's this, then? Some grand mastermind plot to get back at Jimmy Marcus for something by wasting his daughter? What, we're starring in a movie now?" Sean chuckled. "Who would play you think?" Whitey sucked his soda through a straw until it slurped against the ice. "I think about that a lot, you know. It could happen. We bust this case, Super Cop. Phantom from New York kind of shit. You know we'd be up there on the big screen, and Brian Dennehy would be all over the chance to play me." Sean considered him. "That's not entirely insane," he said, wondering how he'd never seen it before. "You're not as tall, Sarge, but you got the gut." Whitey nodded and pushed his plate away. "I'm thinking one of those friends' pussies could play you. You know, guys look like they spend an hour every morning clipping their nose hair and plucking their eyebrows, get pedicures once a week. Yeah, one of them would do just fine." "Jealous." "That's the thing, though," Whitey said. "This Ray Harris angle is such a curve. It's got a probability quotient of like 6 out of 10 out of 1,000. Backtrack, okay? Ray Harris rats out Jimmy Marcus. Marcus finds out, gets out of the stir, puts a hit on Ray. Harris, he gets away somehow. Goes to New York, finds a steady enough job to send 5 bills home each and every month for the next 13 years. Then one day he wakes up and goes, okay, payback time, and gets on a bus, comes here, and smokes Catherine Marcus. And not just in the regular everyday kind of way, but he smokes her with extreme prejudice. That was psycho rage in that park. And then old Ray, and I do mean old, he's got to be 45, humping through that park after her, he just gets on a bus and goes back to New York with his gun? Did you check New York? Sean nodded. No matches on the social, no credit cards in his name, no employment history for a guy with his name and age. NYPD and state have never arrested anyone matching his prints. But you think he killed Catherine Marcus? Sean shook his head. No. I mean, not for sure. I don't even know if he's alive. I'm just saying I think he could be. And it's real likely that the murder weapon was his gun. I think Brendan knows something, and he definitely has no one who can confirm that he was home in bed when Katie Marcus was murdered. So I'm hoping he spends enough time in that cell he'll tell us a few things. Whitey let out a burp that ripped the air. You're a prince, Sarge. Whitey shrugged. We don't even know that Ray Harris held up that liquor store 18 years ago. We don't know if that was his gun. It's all conjecture. It's circumstantial at best. Never rolled up in court. Hell, a good ADA wouldn't even present it. Yeah, but it feels right. Feels. He looked over Sean's shoulder as the door behind Sean opened. Ah, Jesus, the moron twins. Sousa came around the side of their booth with Conley a few steps behind. And you said it was nothing, Sarge. Whitey put a hand behind his ear, looked up at Sousa. What's that, boy? My hearing, you know? We ran the tow records from the parking lot of the last drop, Sousa said. That's BPD jurisdiction, Whitey said. What'd I tell you about that? We found a car ain't been claimed yet, Sarge. And? We had the attendant go out to double-check it was still there. He came back on the phone. Said the trunk's leaking. Leaking what? Sean said. Don't know, but he said it smelled awful ripe. The Cadillac was two-toned, a white hardtop over a midnight blue body. Whitey bent by the passenger window, his hands on either side of his eyes. I'd say that's a suspicious-looking brown smear by the driver's door console. Conley, standing by the trunk, said, Jesus, you smell this shit? It's reeking like friggin' low tide at Wollaston. Whitey came around the back just as the tow lot attendant put the lock puncher into Sean's hand. Sean stepped up beside Conley, moving the man out of the way as he said, Use your tie. What? Over your mouth and nose, man. Use your tie. What are you using? Whitey pointed at his own shiny upper lip. We put Vicks on during the ride over. Sorry, boys. All out. Sean positioned the rim at the end of the lock punch. He slipped it over the Cadillac's trunk lock and drove it home, felt the metal slide over metal and then catch, grip the entire lock cylinder. We in? Whitey said. First try on everything. We're in. Sean pulled back hard, taking the lock cylinder with him, getting a glimpse of the hole he'd left behind before the latch clicked free and the trunk lid rose up, and that low-tide smell was replaced by something worse, a combined stench of swamp gas and boiled meat left rotting in a pile of scrambled eggs. Jesus! Conley pressed his tie over his face and stepped back from the car. Whitey said, "Monte Cristo sandwich, anyone?" And Conley turned the shade of grass. Sousa was cool, though. He stepped up to the trunk, one hand pinching his nose, and said, "Where's the guy's face?" "That's his face," Sean said. The guy was curled in a fetal position, his head tilted back and to the side as if his neck were broken, the rest of his body curled in the opposite direction. His suit was top shelf, his shoes, too, and Sean guessed his age at around 50 after a glance at his hands and hairline. He noticed the hole in the back of the guy's suit jacket, and he used a pen to lift the fabric away from his back. Sweat and heat yellowed the white shirt underneath, but Sean found a match for the hole in the jacket, halfway up the back, the shirt puckered into the flesh there. "Got an exit wound, Sarge. Definitely gunshot." He peered into the trunk for a bit. "I can't find the shell, though." Whitey turned to Conley as the man started to sway. "Get in your car and head back to the parking lot of the last drop. Inform the BPD first thing. We don't need a fucking turf war. Work your way out from where you found the majority of the blood in that parking lot. There's a good chance there's a bullet there somewhere, trooper. You got me?" Conley nodded, gulping air. Sean said, "Bullet entered the sternum through the lowest quadrant, almost dead center." Whitey said to Conley, "Get CSS down there and as many troopers as you can without pissing off the BPD. You find that bullet and you personally accompany it to the lab." Sean craned his head into the trunk and took a good look at the pulverized face. Judging by the amount of gravel, someone rammed his face off the pavement till he couldn't ram no more. Whitey put his hand on Conley's shoulder. "Tell BPD they're going to need a full homicide crew down here. Techs, photographers, the on-call ADA, and the ME. Tell them Sergeant Powers requests someone who can give me a blood type on scene. Go." Conley was elated to just get the hell away from the smell. He ran to his cruiser, had it in gear and fishtailing out of the lot in under a minute. Whitey shot a roll of film around the outside of the car and then nodded at Sousa. Sousa slid on a pair of surgical gloves and used a Slim Jim to pop the passenger door lock. "You find any ID?" Whitey asked Sean. Sean said, "Wallet in his back pocket. Take some shots while I get my gloves on." Whitey came around and photographed the body, then let the camera hang from the strap around his neck as he scribbled a crime scene diagram in his report pad. Sean pulled the wallet from the corpse's back pocket and flipped it open as Sousa called from the front of the car. "Registration's in the name of August Larson of 323 Sandy Pine Lane in Weston." Sean looked down at the driver's license. "Same guy." Whitey looked over his shoulder. "You got an organ donor card in there, anything like that?" Sean searched through credit cards and video club cards, a health club membership ID, AAA card, finally found a Tufts health plan ID. He held it up so Whitey could see it. "Blood type A." "Sousa," Whitey said, "call dispatch. Put out an APB on David Boyle, 15 Crescent Street, East Buckingham. White male, brown hair, blue eyes, 5'10", 165 pounds. Should be considered armed and dangerous." "Armed and dangerous?" Sean said. "I doubt it, Sarge." Whitey said, "Tell that to Trunk Boy here." BPD headquarters was only 8 blocks away from the tow lot, so 5 minutes after Conley had left, a battalion of cruisers and unmarked cars came through the gates, followed by the city medical examiner's van and a CSS truck. Sean took off his gloves and stepped back from the trunk as soon as he saw them. It was their show now. They wanted to ask Sean any questions, fine, but otherwise he was out of it. The first homicide dick out of a tan Crown Vic was Bert Corrigan, a warhorse from Whitey's generation with a similar history of blown relationships and bad diet. He shook Whitey's hand, the two of them Thursday night regulars at J.J. Foley's and members of the same dart league. Bert said to Sean, "You ticket this car yet? Or are you going to wait till after the funeral?" "Good one," Sean said. "Who writes them for you these days, Bert?" Bert slapped his shoulder as he came around the back of the car. He looked in, took a sniff, and said, "Funky." Whitey stepped up to the trunk. "We think the murder took place in the parking lot of the last drop in East Bucky on early Sunday morning." Bert nodded. Didn't one of our forensic teams meet your guys out there Monday afternoon? Whitey nodded. Same case. You sent guys over today? A few minutes ago, yeah. Supposed to meet a Trooper Conley and search for a bullet. Yep. You put a name out on the wires too, right? David Boyle, Whitey said. Bert looked in at the dead guy's face. We'll need all your case notes, Whitey. No problem. I'll hang with you for a bit, see how it plays out. You bathe today? First thing. All right, then. He looked over at Sean. What about you? Sean said, I got a guy in holding I want to talk to. This is yours now. I'll take Sousa back with me. Whitey nodded and walked with him toward their car. We tie Boyle to this, might turn him on the Marcus murder. Get ourselves a twofer. Sean said, a double homicide 10 blocks apart? Maybe she walked out of the bar and saw it. Sean shook his head. Timeline's all fucked up. If Boyle killed that guy, he did it between 1:30 and 1:55. Then he'd have to drive 10 blocks, find Katie Marcus just driving down the street at 1:45. I don't buy it. Whitey leaned against the side of their car. Yeah, I don't either. Plus, the hole coming out of that guy's back, it was small. Too small for a .38, you ask me. Different guns, different doers. Whitey nodded, looking down at his shoes. You gonna take another run at the Harris kid? Keeps coming back around to his father's gun. Maybe get a picture of the father. Have someone do an age progression, float that around. See if someone's seen him. Sousa came around and opened the passenger door. I'm with you, Sean. Sean nodded, turned back to Whitey. It's a little thing. What's that? Whatever we're missing. It's a minor detail. I figure it out. I'll close this. Whitey smiled. What's the last open homicide you got on your plate, kid? The name popped off Sean's tongue. Eileen Fields, 8 months cold. They can't all be Dunkers, Whitey said, and started walking back toward the Cadillac. Know what I mean? Brendan's time in the holding cell hadn't been kind to him. He looked smaller and younger, but meaner, too, as if he'd seen things in there that he'd never wished to know existed. But Sean had been careful to have him tossed in an empty cell, away from the dregs and junkies, so he had no idea what could have been so horrible for him, unless he really couldn't handle isolation. Where's your father? Sean said. Brendan chewed a nail and shrugged. New York. Haven't seen him? Brendan went to work on another nail. Not since I was 6. Did you kill Catherine Marcus? Brendan dropped the finger from his mouth and stared at Sean. Answer me. No. Where's your father's gun? I don't know anything about my father having a gun. There was no blinking this time. He didn't avert his eyes from Sean's. He stared into Sean's face with a kind of cruel and beaten fatigue that allowed Sean to sense a potential for violence in the kid, for the first time since he'd met him. What the hell had happened in that holding cell? Maybe it was only that he'd had time to think, to piece something together. Sean said, Why would your father want to kill Katie Marcus? My father, Brendan said, didn't kill anyone. You know something, Brendan, and you're not telling me. Tell you what, let's see if the polygraph's free right now. We'll ask you a few more questions. Brendan said, Let me talk to a lawyer. In a minute. Brendan repeated it. Let me talk to a lawyer. Now. Sean kept his voice level. Sure. You got anyone in mind? My mom knows one. Let me make my phone call. Sean said, Look, Brendan. Now, Brendan said. Sean sighed and pushed his phone across the desk. Dial 9 first. Brendan's lawyer was an old Irish blowhard who'd been chasing ambulances since the days they'd been drawn by horses. But he'd been around enough to know Sean didn't have the right to hold his client on lack of alibi and nothing else. Sean said, Hold him? They put my client in a cell, the lawyer said. We didn't lock it or nothing, Sean said. Kid wanted to look. The lawyer made a face like Sean had disappointed him, and then he and Brendan walked out of the squad room, not looking back once. Sean read through some case files, the words making no impact. He closed the files and leaned back in his chair, shut his eyes, saw his dream Lauren and his dream child in his head. He could smell them. He really could. He opened his wallet, pulled out a slip of paper with Lauren's cell phone number on it, placed it on his desk, and flattened the creases with his hand. He'd never wanted kids. Outside of priority seating on an airline, he couldn't see the upside to them. They took over your life and filled you with terror and weariness, and people acted like having one was a blessed event and talked about them in the reverent tones they once reserved for gods. When it came down to it, though, you had to remember that all those assholes cutting you off in traffic and walking the streets and shouting in bars and turning their music up too loud and mugging you and raping you and selling you lemon cars, all those assholes were just children who'd aged. No miracle. Nothing sacred in that. Besides, he wasn't even sure she was his. He'd never taken the paternity test because his pride said, "Fuck that. Take a test to prove I'm a father? Could it get any more undignified? Excuse me, I need to get some blood drawn because my wife was fucking another guy and got pregnant." Fuck it. Yeah, he missed her. Yeah, he loved her. And yeah, he dreamed of holding his child. So what? Lauren had betrayed him, and then she'd abandoned him, and she'd had a baby while she was gone, and still she'd never apologized. Still, she'd never said, "Sean, I was wrong. I'm sorry I hurt you." And had Sean hurt her? Well, yeah, of course. When he first found out about the affair, he'd come damn close to hitting her, pulling back his fist at the last moment and putting it in his pocket. Lauren seeing the urge in his face, though. And all those things he'd called her. Jesus. But still, his anger, his pushing her away, was reactive. He had been wronged, not her. Right? He gave it another few seconds of thought. Right. He put the number back in his wallet and closed his eyes again, drifted off in his chair. He was woken by steps in the hallway and opened his eyes as Whitey rolled into the squad room. Sean could see the booze in his eyes before he smelled it on his breath. Whitey dropped into his chair and threw his feet up on the desk, kicked aside the box of miscellaneous evidence Conley had dropped off early this afternoon. "Long fucking day," he said. "You find him?" "Boyle?" Whitey shook his head. "Nope. Landlord said he heard him go out about 3, never came back. Said the wife and kid ain't been around in a while either. We called his work. He works a Wednesday through Sunday rotation, so they ain't seen him." He belched. "They'll turn up." "What about the bullet?" "We found one at the last drop. Problem is, it hit a metal post behind where the guy was shot. Ballistics said maybe they can ID it, maybe not." He shrugged. "The Harris kid?" Lawyered up. "Did he now?" Sean came over to Whitey's desk, started sifting through the box. "No footprints," he said. "Fingerprints don't match anyone on file. Gun was last used in a robbery 18 years ago. I mean, what the fuck?" He dropped the ballistics report back into the box. "The only guy without an alibi is the only guy I don't suspect." "Go home," Whitey said. "Really?" Yeah. He took the 911 cassette tape out of the box. "What's that?" Whitey said. "Snoop Dogg. I thought he was dead. That's Tupac. Hard to keep up." Sean placed the tape in the recorder on the corner of his desk and pressed play. 911, police services. What is the nature of your emergency?" Whitey stretched a rubber band over his finger and fired it at the ceiling fan. "There's like this car with blood in it, and, the door's open, and, What's the location of the car?" "In the flats, by Penn Park. Me and my friend found it." "Is there a street address?" Whitey yawned into his fist and reached for another rubber band. Sean stood up and stretched, wondered what he had in the fridge for dinner. "Sydney Street. There's blood in there and the door's open." "What's your name, son?" "He wants to know her name. Called me son." "Son? I said your name. What's your name?" "We're so fucking out of here, man. Good luck." The connection broke, and then the operator placed his call to Central Dispatch, and Sean shut the recorder off. "I always thought Tupac had more of a rhythm section," Whitey said. "It was Snoop, I told you." Whitey yawned again. "Go home, kid. Okay." Sean nodded and popped the tape out of the recorder. He slid it back into its case and tossed it over Whitey's head into the box. He took his Glock and holster out of his top drawer and snapped the holster onto his belt. "Her," he said. "What?" Whitey looked over at him. "The kid on the tape. He said her name. He wants to know her name. Talking about the Marcus girl." "Right," Whitey said. "Dead girl. You refer to her as a she." "But how the hell's he know that?" "Who?" "The kid who made the call. How's he know the blood in that car came from a woman?" Whitey's foot came off the desk and he looked at the box. He reached in and took out the tape. He flicked his wrist and Sean caught the tape in his hand. "Play it again," Whitey said. Chapter 26. Lost in Space. Dave and Val passed through the city and drove over the Mystic River to this dive bar in Chelsea where the beer was cheap and cold and there wasn't much of a crowd. Just a few old-timers who looked like they'd worked the waterfront their whole lives, and 4 construction workers who were having an argument about someone named Betty, who apparently had great tits but a bad attitude. The bar was tucked under the Tobin Bridge with its back against the Mystic, and it looked like it had been there going back several decades. Everyone knew Val and said their hellos. The owner, a skeletal guy with the blackest hair and the whitest skin, was named Huey. He worked the bar and gave them the first 2 rounds on the house. Dave and Val shot pool for a while and then settled into a booth with a pitcher and 2 shots. The small square windows fronting the street had turned from gold to indigo, the night having dropped in so quickly Dave felt almost bullied by it. Val was actually a pretty easygoing guy when you got to know him. He told stories about prison and thefts that had gone awry, and they were all kind of scary, actually, but somehow Val made them funny, too. Dave found himself wondering what it must be like to be a guy like Val, utterly fearless and confident, and yet so damn small. This one time, back in the day, right? Jimmy's been set up and we're still trying to hold our crew together. We haven't figured out yet that the only reason any of us are thieves is because Jimmy planned everything for us. All we had to do was listen to him and follow his orders, and we'd be fine. But without him, we were morons. So there's one time. We take off this stamp collector. He's tied up in his office, and me and my brother Nick and this kid, Carson Leverett, who couldn't tie his own fucking shoes, he didn't show him, we're going down in this elevator. And we're cool. We're wearing suits, looking like we fit in. This lady gets on the elevator, and she gasps. Loud, too, and we don't know what's going on. We're looking respectable, right? I turn to Nick, and he's looking at Carson Leverett because the fucking bonehead's still wearing his mask. Val slapped the table, laughing. You believe that? He's got a Ronald Reagan mask, the big smiley one they used to sell, and he's wearing it. And you guys hadn't noticed? No, that's the point, Val said. We walked out of the office, and me and Nick took ours off, just assumed Carson did too. Little shit happens like that on jobs all the time. 'Cause you're jumpy and you're stupid and you just want to get in the clear, and sometimes you miss the most obvious detail. It's staring you in the face. You can't see it. He chuckled again and threw back his shot. That's why Jimmy was so missed. He thought of every detail. Like the way they say a good quarterback sees the whole field. Jimmy saw the whole field on the job. He saw everything that could possibly go wrong. Guy was a fucking genius. But he went straight. Sure, Val said, lighting a cigarette. For Katie. And then for Annabeth. I don't think his heart's ever been in it between you and me, but there you go. Sometimes people grow up. My first wife said that was my problem. I couldn't grow up. I like the night too much. Day's just something you sleep through. I always thought it would be different, Dave said. What's that? Being grown up. You'd feel different, right? You'd feel grown up. A man. You don't feel that way? Dave smiled. Sometimes, maybe. In glimpses. But most of the time, I don't feel much different than I did when I was 18. I wake up a lot going, I got a kid? I got a wife? How'd that happen? Dave could feel his tongue thickening with the booze, his head getting that floating feel because he never had gotten that bite to eat. He felt a need to explain, to make Val see the guy he was, and to like that guy. I think I always figured one day it would be permanent. You know, one day you just wake up and feel grown up. Feel like you had a handle on things, the way fathers always did in those old TV shows. Ward Cleaver-like, Val said. Yeah. Or even like those sheriffs, you know? James Arness, guys like that, they were men. Permanently. Val nodded and sipped some beer. Guy in prison says to me once, he says, happiness comes in moments, and then it's gone until the next time. Could be years. But sadness, Val winked. Sadness settles in. He stubbed out a cigarette. I liked that guy. He was always saying cool shit. I'm gonna get another shot. You? Val stood. Dave shook his head. Still working on this one. Come on, Val said. Live it up. Dave looked into his scrunched, smiling face and said, Okay, fine. Good man. Val slapped his shoulder and walked up to the bar. Dave watched him, standing up at the bar, chatting with one of the old dock workers as he waited for his drinks. Dave thinking the guys in here knew what it was to be men. Men without doubts. Men who never questioned the rightness of their own actions. Men who weren't confused by the world or what was expected of them in it. It was fear, he guessed. That's what he'd always had that they didn't. Fear had settled into him at such an early age. Permanently, the way Val's prison friend had claimed sadness did. Fear had found a place in Dave and never left. And so he feared doing wrong, and he feared fucking up, and he feared not being intelligent, and he feared not being a good husband or a good father or much of a man. Fear had been in him so long he wasn't sure he could remember what it had felt like to live without it. A passing headlight bounced off the front door and flashed white directly in his face as the door opened, and Dave blinked several times, caught only the silhouette of the man who came through the door. He had a bulky frame and what could have been a leather jacket on. He looked a bit like Jimmy, actually, but bigger, wider at the shoulders. In fact, it was Jimmy, Dave realized as the door shut again and his eyes began to clear. Jimmy wearing a black leather jacket over a dark turtleneck and khakis, nodding at Dave as he stepped up to Val at the bar. He said something in Val's ear, and Val looked back over his shoulder at Dave, and then said something to Jimmy. Dave started to feel woozy. It was all the booze on an empty stomach, he was sure. But it was also something about Jimmy. Something about the way he'd nodded to him, his face blank and yet somehow determined. And why the hell did he look bulked up, as if he'd gained 10 pounds since yesterday? What was he doing over here in Chelsea, the night before his daughter's wake? Jimmy came over and slid into Val's seat across from Dave. He said, How's it going? A little drunk, Dave admitted. You gained some weight? Jimmy gave him a quizzical smile. No. You look bigger. Jimmy shrugged. What are you doing around here? Dave asked. I come here a lot. Me and Val have known Huey for years. I mean, going way back. Why don't you drink that shot, Dave? Dave picked up the shot glass. I'm feeling a bit hammered already. Who's it hurt? Jimmy said, and Dave realized Jimmy held a shot of his own. He raised it and met Dave's glass. To our children, Jimmy said. To our children, Dave managed, really feeling out of sorts now, as if he'd slid out of the day, through the night, and into a dream in which all the faces were too close, but their voices sounded like they were coming from the bottom of a sewer. Dave downed the shot, grimacing against the burn, and Val slid into the booth beside him. Val put his arm around him and took a drink of beer directly from the pitcher. I always liked this place. It's a good bar, Jimmy said. No one bothers you. That's important, Val said. No one bothering you in this life. No one fucking with you or your loved ones or your friends. Right, Dave? Dave said, Absolutely. This guy's a hoot, Val said. He can get you going. Jimmy said, Yeah? Oh, yeah, Val said, and squeezed Dave's shoulder. My man, Dave. Celeste sat on the edge of the motel bed as Michael watched TV. She had the phone in her lap, her palm flexing over the receiver. During the late afternoon she'd spent with Michael by the tiny swimming pool and rusted chairs, she'd gradually begun to feel tiny and hollow, as if she could be seen from above, and she looked discarded and silly and, worse, unfaithful. Her husband. She'd betrayed her husband. Maybe Dave had killed Katie. Maybe so. But what had she been thinking when she told Jimmy, of all people? Why hadn't she waited, thought some more on it? Why hadn't she considered every other conceivable alternative? Because she was afraid of Dave? But this new Dave she'd seen in the last few days was an aberration, a Dave produced by stress. Maybe he hadn't killed Katie. Maybe. The point was, she needed to at least give him the benefit of the doubt until the matter was ironed out. She wasn't sure she could live with him and put Michael at risk, but she knew now she should have gone to the police, not to Jimmy Marcus. Had she wanted to hurt Dave? Had she expected something more to come from looking into Jimmy's eyes and telling him her suspicions? And if so, what? Of all the people in the world, why had she told Jimmy? There were a lot of possible answers to that question, and she didn't like any of them. She picked up the receiver and dialed Jimmy's home. She did so with tremors in her wrists, thinking, please, someone answer. Just answer. Please. Smile on Jimmy's face was sliding now, back and forth, up one side, back down, and then up the other, and Dave tried to focus on the bar, but that was sliding too, as if the bar were on a boat and the sea was getting pissed. Remember we took Ray Harris here that one time? Val said. Sure, Jimmy said. Good old Ray. Now Ray, Val said, and slapped the table in front of Dave, was one hilarious son of a bitch. Yeah, Jimmy said softly. Ray was funny. He could make you laugh. Most people called him just Ray, Val said, as Dave tried to concentrate on just who the fuck they were talking about. But I called him Ray Jingles. Jimmy snapped his fingers, pointed at Val. That's right, 'cause of all the change. Val leaned into Dave, spoke into his ear. This guy, right? He carried like $10 in change in his pocket on any given day. No one knew why. He just liked having a lot of change in his pocket, in case he had to make a phone call to Libya or some fucking place, I guess. Who knows? But he'd walk around with his hands in his pockets and just jingle that change all day long. I mean, the guy was a thief, and it was like, who wouldn't hear you coming, Ray? But apparently he left the change at home during jobs. Val sighed. Funny guy. Val took his arm off Dave's shoulder and lit another cigarette. The smoke climbed up into Dave's face, and he felt it crawl all over his cheeks and burrow through his hair. Through the smoke, you could see Jimmy watching him with that flat, determined expression. Something in Jimmy's eyes he didn't like. Something familiar. It was the cop's look, he realized. Sergeant Powers. The sense that he was peeking directly into Dave's mind. The smile returned to Jimmy's face, riding up and down like a dinghy, and Dave felt his stomach go with it, bouncing as if riding a wave. He swallowed several times and took a deep suck of the air. You all right? Val said. Dave held up a hand. If everyone would just shut up, he'd be fine. Yeah. You sure? Jimmy said. You're looking green, man. It surged up inside of him, and he felt his windpipe close like a fist, and then pop back open, and beads of sweat explode across his brow. "Oh, shit. Dave. I'm gonna be sick," he said, feeling it beginning to surge again. "Really?" Val said, Okay, and slid out of the booth fast. "Use the back door. Huey don't like cleaning off toilet rooms. Got it?" Dave pushed out of the booth, and Val gripped his shoulders and turned them, so that Dave could see the door at the far end of the bar, past the pool table. Dave walked toward the door, trying to keep his steps straight, 1 foot in front of the other, 1 foot in front of the other, but the door listing a bit anyway. It was a dark door, and small, the oak painted black and scarred and chipped over the years. Dave could feel the heat in this place suddenly. It was clammy and thick, and it blew on him as he lurched toward the door, reaching out for the brass knob, grateful for how cool it felt in his hand as he turned it and pushed the door open. The first thing he saw were weeds, then water. He stumbled out, surprised at how dark it got back here, and as if on cue, a light over the door snapped on and bathed the cracked tar directly in front of him. He could hear the traffic honking and banging away on the bridge above him, and suddenly he felt the wave of nausea pass. He might be all right after all. He took a deep gulp of the night. On his left, someone had piled stacks of rotting wooden pallets and rusted lobster traps, some of them with ragged holes as if they'd been attacked by sharks. Dave wondered what the hell lobster traps were doing so far inland and on a river, then decided he was too drunk to figure out the answer anyway. Beyond the piles was a chain-link fence, as rusty as the lobster traps and strangled in weeds. A field of weeds, taller than most men, stood to the right of him, going back through the torn and cracked gravel for a good 20 yards. Dave's stomach lurched again, and the new surge was the strongest yet, punching its way up through his body. He stumbled to the water's edge and got his head down just as the fear and the Sprite and the beer poured out of him into the oily mystic. It was pure liquid. There was nothing else in him. He couldn't honestly remember the last time he'd eaten. But the moment it cleared his mouth and hit the water, he felt better. He felt the cool of the dusk in his hair. A slight breeze rose up off the river. He waited, on his knees, to see if he'd heave up any more, though he doubted it. It was as if he'd been cleansed. He looked up at the underside of the bridge, everyone battling to either get into the city or out of it, everyone in an irritated rush, probably half aware that they wouldn't feel any better once they got home. Half of them would go right back out again, to the market for something they'd forgotten, to a bar, to the video store, to a restaurant where they'd wait in line again. And for what? What did we line up for? Where did we expect to go? And why were we never as happy as we thought we'd be once we got there? Dave noticed a small boat with an outboard to his right. It was tied up to a flat plank, so tiny and sagging you couldn't justifiably call it a dock. Huey's boat, he figured, and smiled at an image of the deathly-looking stick of a guy rolling out into these greasy waters, the wind in his pitch-black hair. He turned his head and looked around at the pallets and weeds. No wonder people came out here to puke. It was completely isolated. Unless you were on the other side of the river with binoculars, you couldn't see this spot. It was blocked on 3 sides, and it was so quiet, the sound of the cars overhead having a muffled distance to them, the weeds blocking out everything but the caws of the gulls and the lap of the water. If Huey was smart, he'd clear the weeds and pallets, build a deck out here, attract some of the yuppies moving into Admiral Hill and trying to turn Chelsea into the next battleground for gentrification once they got done with East Bucky. Dave spit a few times and then wiped his mouth with the back of his hand. He stood, deciding he'd have to tell Val and Jimmy that he'd need to get something to eat before he had another drink. It didn't have to be great food, just substantive. And when he turned around, they were standing by the back door. Val to the left of it, Jimmy to the right. The door shut tight. Dave thinking they looked kind of funny, like they were here to deliver furniture, couldn't see where they were going to drop it in all those weeds. Dave said, "Hey guys, come to make sure I didn't fall in." Jimmy came off the wall and walked toward him, and the light that hung over the door snapped off. Jimmy, gone black in the dark, approached slowly. his white face picking up some light from the bridge and moving in and out of shadow. "Let me tell you about Ray Harris," Jimmy said, talking so quietly that Dave had to lean forward. "Ray Harris was a buddy of mine, Dave. He used to come and visit me when I was in prison. He used to check up on Marita and Katie and my mother, see if they needed anything. He did these things so I'd think he was my friend. But the real reason was guilt. He felt guilty for getting his balls caught in a vice and ratting me out to the police. He felt real bad about it. But after he'd been coming by the prison for a few months, a weird thing happened." Jimmy reached Dave, and he stopped, looked into Dave's face with his head slightly cocked. "I discovered I liked Ray. I mean, I honestly enjoyed the guy's company. We'd talk about sports, about God, about books, about our wives, our children, the politics of the day, what have you. Ray was the kind of guy, he could talk about anything. He had an interest in everything. That's rare. Then my wife died. You know. She died, and they sent some guard into my cell to say, 'Sorry, convict, your wife passed last night at 8:15. She's gone.' And the thing was, what killed me about my wife dying, Dave? It was that she had to go through it completely alone. I know what you're thinking. We all die alone. True. That last stage, when you've slipped away, yeah, you're alone. But my wife had skin cancer. She spent the last 6 months dying slow. And I could have been there for that. I could have helped her with the dying. Not the death, but the dying. I wasn't there, though. Ray, the guy I liked, robbed me and my wife of that." Dave could see an ink-blue slice of river, lit by the bridge lights and shining, reflected in Jimmy's pupils. He said, "Why are you telling me this, Jimmy?" Jimmy pointed over Dave's left shoulder. "I made Ray kneel down right over there, and I shot him twice. Once in the chest, once in the throat." Val came off the wall by the door and walked over to Dave's left, taking his time, the weeds rising up behind him. Dave's throat closed up and his insides went dry. Dave said, "Hey, Jimmy, I don't know what—" Jimmy said, Ray begged. He said we were friends. He said he had a son. He said he had a wife. He said his wife was pregnant. He said he'd move away. He said he'd never bother me again. He begged me to let him live so he could see his child being born. He said he knew me, and he knew I was a good man, and he knew I didn't want to do this." Jimmy looked up at the bridge. "I wanted to say something back to him. I wanted to say I loved my wife, and she died, and I hold you responsible, and besides, on general principle, you never rat out your friends if you want to live a long life." But I didn't say anything, Dave. I was crying too hard. That's how pathetic it was. He was blubbering, I was blubbering. I could barely see him. "So why'd you kill him?" Dave said, and there was a desperate keen in his voice. "I just told you," Jimmy said, like he was explaining himself to a 4-year-old. "Principle. I was a 22-year-old widower with a 5-year-old daughter. I'd missed the last 2 years of my wife's life. And fucking Ray, he damn well knew rule number 1 of our business. You don't rat out your friends." Dave said, "What is it you think I did, Jimmy? Tell me." "When I killed Ray," Jimmy said, I felt a complete lack of myself. I felt like God was staring down at me as I weighted him down and rolled him into that water. And God was just shaking his head. Not mad, really. He was just disgusted, but not all that surprised, I guess, the way you'd get when a puppy shits on your rug. I stood right there, behind where you're standing now, and I watched Ray sink, his head going under the last. And I remember thinking how when I was a kid I used to think that if you swam to the bottom of any body of water, you'd push through the floor and your head would pop out into space. I mean, that's how I pictured the globe, Something So there I'd be, my head sticking out of the globe, and all that space and stars and black sky around me, and I'd just fall. I'd drop into space and float away, keep floating for 1,000,000 years, out in all that cold. And when Ray went under, that's what I thought of. That he'd just keep sinking till he popped out through a hole in the planet and sank through 1,000,000 years of space. Dave said, "I know you're thinking something here, Jimmy, but you're wrong. You think I killed Katie, don't you? Is that it?" Jimmy said, "Don't talk, Dave." No, Dave said, noticing the gun in Val's hand suddenly. "I didn't have anything to do with Katie's death." "They're going to kill me," Dave realized. "Oh, Jesus, no. This is something you have to be able to prepare for. You don't just step outside a bar to throw up and turn around to realize it's the end of your life. No. I'm supposed to go home. I'm supposed to make things right with Celeste. I'm supposed to eat that meal." Jimmy reached into his jacket and came back out with a knife in his hand. His hand was trembling a bit as he pulled the blade open. So was his upper lip and part of his chin, Dave realized. There was hope. Don't let the brain freeze up. There's hope. You came home the night Katie died with blood all over your clothes, Dave. You told 2 different stories about how you fucked up your hand, and your car was seen outside the last drop, around the time Katie left. You lied to the cops, and you've been lying to everyone else. Look, Jimmy. Please look at me. Jimmy kept his eyes on the ground. "Jimmy, I had blood on me, yeah. I beat someone, Jimmy. Beat him bad." "Oh, is this the mugger story?" Jimmy said. "No. He was a child molester. He was having sex with a kid in his car. He was a vampire, Jim. He was poisoning that kid." "So it wasn't a mugger. It was some guy who, I get it, was molesting a kid, of course, Dave, sure. You killed this guy." "Yeah. Well, me and the boy." Dave had no idea why he'd said that. He'd never spoken of the boy. You didn't do that. People didn't understand. Maybe it was the fear. Maybe it was a need for Jimmy to see into his head, to understand that, yes, it was a mess in there, but see me, Jimmy. Realize I'm not the kind of man who'd kill an innocent. "So you and the molested kid went and—" "No," Dave said. "No what?" "You said that you and the boy—" No, forget that. My head gets fucked up sometimes. I say—" "No shit," Jimmy said. "So you killed a child molester. You telling me this, but you don't tell your wife?" "I would think she'd be the first person you'd tell. Particularly last night when she told you she didn't believe the mugger story. I mean, why not tell her? Most people don't really mind when a child molester dies, Dave. Your wife was thinking you killed my daughter, and you'd have me believe that you'd have preferred she thought that than think you killed a pedophile." "Explain that to me, Dave." Dave wanted to say, "I killed him because I was afraid I was turning into him. If I ate his heart, I would subsume and submerge his spirit. But I can't say that aloud. I can't speak that truth. I know I swore today that there'd be no more secrets, but come on, that secret has to stay one, no matter how many lies I have to tell to keep it buried. Come on, Dave. Just tell me why. Why couldn't you tell your own wife the truth?" And the best Dave could come up with was, "I don't know." "You don't know. Okay, so in this fairy tale, you and the kid, what's he supposed to be? You, when you were a kid? You and him go and—" "It was just me," Dave said. "I killed the faceless creature." "The fucking what?" Val said. "The guy, the molester. I killed him. Me, just me, in the parking lot of the last drop." Jimmy said, "I didn't hear of any dead guys found near the last drop," and looked over at Val. Val said, "Let this bag of shit explain, Jim? What, are you kidding me?" "No, it's the truth," Dave said. "I swear on my son. I put the guy in the trunk of his car. I don't know what happened to the car, but I did. I swear to God. I want to see my wife, Jimmy. I want to live my life. Dave looked up at the dark underside of the bridge, heard the tires slapping away up there, the yellow lights streaming home. Jimmy, please, don't take that from me. Jimmy looked in Dave's face, and Dave saw his death there. It lived in Jimmy, like the wolves. Dave wished so hard that he could face this, but he couldn't. He couldn't face dying. He stood here now, right now, with his feet on this pavement, his heart pumping blood, his brain sending messages to his nerves and muscles and organs, his adrenal glands open wide, and any second, it could be the very next one. A blade would plunge through his chest, and within all that pain would come the certainty that this life, his life and his vision and his eating and love-making and laughing and touch and smell, would end. He couldn't be brave to that. He'd beg. He would. He'd do anything they wanted if they just didn't kill him. I think you got in that car 25 years ago, Dave, and someone else came back in your place. I think your brain got fried or something, Jimmy said. She was 19. You know, 19. And she never did nothing to you. She actually liked you. And you fucking killed her? Why? Because your life sucks? Because beauty hurts you? Because I didn't get in that car? Why? Just tell me that, Dave. Tell me that. Tell me that, Jimmy said, and I'll let you live. Fuck no, Val said. Jimmy. No, come on. You feeling pity for this fucking turd? Listen. Shut up, Val, Jimmy said, pointing across the tar at him. I handed you a fucking machine when I went in the joint, and you ran it into the ground. Everything I gave you and the best you can do is run muscle and sell fucking drugs? Don't you give me advice, Val. Don't you fucking think of doing that. Val turned away, kicked at the weeds, talking fast to himself in a whisper. Tell me, Dave, but don't give me that child molester bullshit, because we're not purchasing bullshit tonight. Okay? Tell me the truth. If you tell me the lie again, I'll open you the fuck up. Jimmy took a few breaths. He held a knife up in front of Dave's face, and then he lowered it and slid it between his belt and pants over his right hip. He held his empty hands wide. Dave, I will give you your life. You just tell me why you killed her. You'll go to jail. I ain't bullshitting you there, but you'll live. You'll breathe. Dave felt so grateful he wanted to thank God aloud. He wanted to embrace Jimmy. 30 seconds ago, he'd filled with the blackest despair. He'd been ready to fall to his knees and beg and say, I don't want to die. I'm not ready. I'm not ready to leave. I don't know what's out there beyond me. I don't think it's heaven. I don't think it's bright. I think it's dark and cold and an endless tunnel of nothing. Like your hole in the planet, Jim. And I don't want to be alone in nothing. Years of nothing, centuries of cold, cold nothing, and only my lonely heart floating through it. Alone, and alone, and alone. Now, he could live. If he lied. If he bit the bullet and told Jimmy what he wanted to hear. He would be reviled. He would probably be beaten, but he would live. He could see that in Jimmy's eyes. Jimmy didn't lie. The wolves had gone away, and all that was left in front of him was a man with a knife who needed closure. A man who was sinking under the weight of all this not knowing, grieving for a daughter he would never touch again. I will come home to you, Celeste. We will make that good life. We will. And then I promise no more lies. No more secrets. But I think I need to tell this one last lie, the worst lie of my lion life, because I can't tell the worst truth of my life. I'd rather he think I killed his daughter than know why I killed that pedophile. This is a good lie, Celeste. It will buy us our lives back. Tell me, Jimmy said. Dave told as close to the truth as he could. I saw her in McGill's that night, and she reminded me of a dream I've had. About what? Jimmy said, and his face crumbled. His voice cracked. Youth, Dave said. Jimmy hung his head. I don't remember having one, Dave said. And she was the dream of it. And I just snapped, I guess. It killed him to say this to Jimmy, to tear him with this, but Dave just wanted to get home and get his head right and see his family. And if this is what it took, he was going to do it. He was going to make things right. And a year from now, when the real killer had been caught and convicted, Jimmy would understand his sacrifice. Some part of me, he said, never got out of that car, Jim. Just like he said. Some other Dave came back to the neighborhood in Dave's clothing, but he wasn't Dave. Dave's still in the basement. You know? Jimmy nodded, and when he raised his head, Dave could see that his eyes were damp and shiny and filled with compassion, maybe even love. It was the dream, then? Jimmy whispered. It was the dream. Yeah, Dave said, and felt the cold of his lie spread through his stomach and grow so cold that he thought it might have been hunger, having emptied his insides just minutes before into the Mystic River. It was a different cold, though, different than any he'd ever felt before. A freezing cold, so cold it was almost hot. No, it was hot. It was on fire now and licking its way down through his groin and up through his chest, sucking the air out of him. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw Val Savage jump in the air and shout, "Yes! That's what I'm talking about!" He looked in Jimmy's face. Jimmy, his lips moving too slowly and too quickly at the same time, said, "We bury our sins here, Dave. We wash them clean." Dave sat down. He watched the blood leak out of him and onto his pants. It was pouring from him, and when he put his hand to his abdomen, his fingers touched a crevice that ran from one side to the other. He said, "You lied." Jimmy bent down over him. "What?" "You lied." "See his fucking lips moving," Val said. "He's moving his lips. I got eyes, Val." Dave felt the knowledge sweep over him then, and it was the ugliest knowledge he'd ever faced. It was mean and indifferent. It was callous, and it was merely this: I am dying. I cannot come back from this. I cannot cheat or slide away from this. I cannot beg my way out or hide behind my secrets. I cannot expect a reprieve based on sympathy. Sympathy from who? No one cares. No one cares. Except me. I care. I care a lot. And this isn't fair. I can't handle that tunnel alone. Please don't let me go there. Please wake me up. I want to wake up. I want to feel you, Celeste. I want to feel your arms. I'm not ready. He forced his eyes to focus as Val handed Jimmy something, and Jimmy lowered it to Dave's forehead. It was cool. It was a circle of cool, of kindness and relief from the burning in his body. Wait! No. No, Jimmy. I know what that is. I can see the trigger. Don't look at me. See me. Don't do this. Please. If you get me to a hospital, I'll be all right. They'll fix me up. Oh, God, Jimmy, don't you do that with your finger. Don't you do that. I lied. Please, don't take me away from this. Please don't. I can't prepare for a bullet in my brain. No one can. No one. Please don't. Jimmy lowered the gun. Thank you, Dave said. Thank you. Thank you. Dave lay back and saw the shafts of light streaming across the bridge, cutting through the black of night, glowing. Thank you, Jimmy. I'm going to be a good man now. You've taught me something. You have. And I'll tell you what that something is as soon as I've caught my breath. I'm going to be a good father. I'm going to be a good husband. I promise. I swear. Val said, "So okay. It's done." Jimmy looked down at Dave's body, the canyon he'd cut in his abdomen, the bullet hole he'd fired through his forehead. He kicked off his shoes and took off his jacket. Next, he removed the turtleneck and khakis he'd stained with Dave's blood. He shed the nylon running suit he'd worn underneath and added it to the pile beside Dave's body. He heard Val place the cinder blocks and length of chain in Huey's boat, and then Val came back with a large green trash bag. Underneath the running suit, Jimmy wore a t-shirt and jeans, and Val pulled a pair of shoes from the trash bag and tossed them to him. Jimmy slid them on and checked the t-shirt and jeans for any blood that might have leaked through. But there was none. Even the jogging suit was barely stained. He knelt by Val and stuffed his clothes into the bag. Then he took the knife and the gun to the edge of the wharf and threw them, one at a time, out into the center of the Mystic River. He could have placed them in the bag with clothes, tossed them off the boat later along with Dave's body, but for some reason he needed to do it now, to experience the motion of his arm as it shot out into the air and the weapons spiraled, arced, plummeted, and sank with soft splashes. He knelt over the water. Dave's vomit had long since floated away, and Jimmy plunged his hands into the river, oily and polluted as it was, and washed his hands of Dave's blood. Sometimes, in his dreams, he was doing this very thing, washing himself in the Mystic, when just Ray Harris's head would pop back up, stare at him. Just Ray always said the same thing. You can't outrun a train. And Jimmy, confused, said, "No one can, Ray." Just Ray, starting to sink again, smiled. "You in particular, though." 13 years of those dreams. 13 years of Ray's head bobbing on the water, and Jimmy still didn't know what the hell he meant by that. Chapter 27. Who Do You Love? Brendan's mother had gone out to bingo by the time he got home. She left a note. "Chicken in fridge. Glad you're okay. Don't make a habit of it." Brendan checked his and Ray's room, but Ray was out too, and Brendan took a chair from the kitchen and placed it down in front of the butler's pantry. He stepped up on the chair, and it sagged to the left, where one of the legs was missing a bolt. He looked at the ceiling slat and saw the smudge marks of fingers in the dust, and the air directly in front of his eyes began to swim with tiny dark specks. He pressed his right palm against the slat, lifted it slightly. He brought his hand down, wiped it on his pants, and took several breaths. There were some things you didn't want to know the answers to. Brendan had never wanted to run into his father once he was grown, because he didn't want to look in his father's face and see how easy it had been to leave him. He'd never asked Katie about old boyfriends, even Bobby O'Donnell, because he didn't want to picture her lying on top of someone else, kissing him the way she kissed Brendan. Brendan knew about the truth. In most cases, it was just a matter of deciding whether you wanted to look it in the face or live with the comfort of ignorance or lies. And ignorance and lies were often underrated. Most people Brendan knew couldn't make it through the day without a saucerful of ignorance and a side of lies. But this truth had to be faced, because he'd already faced it in the holding cell, and it had sliced through him like a bullet and lodged in his stomach. And it wasn't coming out, which meant He couldn't hide from it, couldn't tell himself it wasn't there. Ignorance was not a possibility. Lying was no longer an accessible part of the equation. "Shit," Brendan said, and pushed the ceiling slat aside and reached back into the darkness, his fingers touching dust and chips of wood and more dust, but no gun. He felt around up there for another full minute, even though he knew it was gone. His father's gun, and it wasn't where it was supposed to be. It was out in the world, and it had killed Katie. He put the slat back up in place. He got a dustpan and swept up the dust that had fallen to the floor. He took the chair back to the kitchen. He felt the need to be precise in his movements. He felt it was important that he remain calm. He poured himself a glass of orange juice and placed it on the table. He sat down in the chair with a sagging leg and turned so that he was looking at the door in the center of the apartment. He took a sip of his orange juice and waited for Ray. "Look at this," Sean said, pulling the latent prints file from the box and opening it in front of Whitey. "That's the cleanest one they pulled off the door. It's small, because it's a kid's." Whitey said, "Old Lady Pryor heard 2 kids playing on the street just before Katie banged a car up. Playing with hockey sticks," she said. "She said she heard Katie say hi. Maybe it wasn't Katie. A little kid's voice could sound like a woman's. And no footprints? Of course not. What do they weigh, 100 pounds? You recognize that kid's voice?" Sounded a lot like Johnny O'Shea's. Whitey nodded. The other kid not saying anything at all. "Because he can't fucking speak," Sean said. "Hey, Ray," Brendan said as the 2 boys entered the apartment. Ray nodded. Johnny O'Shea waved. They started heading back toward the bedroom. "Come on in here a sec, Ray." Ray looked at Johnny. "Just a second, Ray. I got something I want to ask you." Ray turned, and Johnny O'Shea dropped the gym bag he'd been carrying and sat on the edge of Mrs. Harris's bed. Ray came down the short hall into the kitchen and held out his hands, looked at his brother like, "What?" Brendan hooked a chair with his foot and pulled it out from under the table, nodded at it. Ray's head tilted up as if he smelled something in the air, a scent he wasn't fond of. He looked at the chair. He looked at Brendan. He signed. "What did I do?" "You tell me," Brendan said. "I didn't do anything." "So sit down." "I don't want to." "Why not?" Ray shrugged. Brendan said, "Who do you hate, Ray?" Ray looked at him like he was nuts. "Come on," Brendan said. "Who do you hate?" Ray's sign was brief. "Nobody." Brendan nodded. "Okay. Who do you love?" Ray gave him that face again. Brendan leaned forward, his hands on his knees. "Who do you love?" Ray looked down at his shoes, then up at Brendan. He raised his hand and pointed at his brother. "You love me?" Ray nodded, fidgeting. "What about Ma?" Ray shook his head. "You don't love Ma?" Ray signed, "Don't feel one way or the other." "So I'm the only person you love?" Ray thrust his small face out and scowled. His hands flew. "Yes. Can I go now?" "No," Brendan said. "Have a seat." Ray looked down at the chair, his face red and angry. He looked back at Johnny O'Shea. He raised his hand and extended his middle finger at Brendan, and then he turned to walk out of the kitchen. Brendan didn't even realize he'd moved until he had most of Ray's hair in his hand and was pulling him up off his feet. He pulled back with his arm, hard, as if he were pulling the cord on a rusty lawnmower, and then he opened his fingers and Ray flew backward out of his hand and over the kitchen table. He hit the wall and then dropped onto the table, brought the whole thing crashing to the floor with him. "You love me," Brendan said, not even looking down at his brother. "You love me so you kill my fucking girlfriend, Ray? Huh?" That got Johnny O'Shea moving, as Brendan had figured it would. Johnny grabbed his gym bag and bolted for the door, but Brendan was all over him. He picked the little prick up by his throat and slammed him against the door. "My brother never does anything without you, O'Shea. Never." He pulled back his fist, and Johnny screamed, "No, Bren, don't!" Brendan punched him so hard in the face he heard the nose break, and then he punched him again. When Johnny hit the floor, he curled into a ball and spit blood on the wood, and Brendan said, "I'm coming back. I'm coming back, and I just might beat you to death, you piece of fucking garbage." Ray was standing on wobbly feet, his sneakers sliding on broken plates, when Brendan came back in the kitchen and slapped him so hard across the face he knocked him into the sink. He grabbed his brother by the shirt, Ray looking into his face with tears streaming from his hate-filled eyes and blood smearing his mouth, and Brendan threw him to the floor and spread his arms and knelt on them. "Speak," Brendan said. "I know you can. Speak, you fucking freak, or I swear to God, Ray, I'll kill you." "Speak!" Brendan shouted and brought his fists down into Ray's ears. "Speak. Say her name. Say it. Say Katie, Ray. Say Katie." Ray's eyes went foggy and dull, and he spit some blood up onto his own face. "Speak!" Brendan screamed. "I'll fucking kill you if you don't." He grabbed his brother by the hair along his temples and pulled his head off the floor, shook it from side to side until Ray's eyes focused again, and Brendan held his head still and looked deep into those gray pupils. Saw so much love and hate in there that he wanted to rip his brother's head clean off and throw it out the window. He said it again. "Speak." But this time it came out in a hoarse, strangled whisper. "Speak." He heard a loud cough and looked behind him. Saw Johnny O'Shea on his feet, spitting blood down onto the floor, Ray Sr.'s gun in his hand. Sean and Whitey were coming up the stairs when they heard the racket, someone screaming in the apartment and the unmistakable snaps of flesh hitting flesh. They heard a man scream, "I'll fucking kill you!" and Sean had his hand on his Glock as he reached for the doorknob. Whitey said, "Wait!" But Sean had already turned the knob, and he stepped into the apartment and saw a gun pointed at his chest from 6 inches away. "Hold it! Don't pull that trigger, kid!" Sean looked into the bloody face of Johnny O'Shea, and what he saw there scared the shit out of him. There was nothing there. Probably never had been. He saw it in malls and in movie theater lobbies and arcades. Nothing, nothing, and more nothing looking back at you from these glassy-eyed midgets with headphones curled around their necks and fingers calloused from computer keyboards and flesh turned the color of ash. The kid wouldn't pull the trigger because he was angry or because he was scared. He'd pull the trigger because he had only a slight conception of Sean as a human being. Just like he had only conceptions about everything else, and all these conceptions ended up in the soup of the kid's brain without any emotional subtext. Sean was a 6'2" video image in front of the kid, and the gun was just a joystick. "Johnny, you need to point that gun at the floor." Sean could hear Whitey's breathing from the other side of the threshold. "Johnny." Johnny O'Shea said, "He fucking punched me. Twice. Broke my nose." "Who?" "Brendan." "We'll arrest him for that if you want." "Don't want him fucking arrested. I want him dead." "Dead's a big thing, Johnny. Dead's never coming back, you know." "I know," the kid said. "I fucking know all about that." "You gonna use that?" Sean said, "What?" Johnny O'Shea nodded at Sean's hip. "A gun. It's a Glock, right?" "It's a Glock, yeah. Glocks kick ass, man. I'd like to get me one of those." "Is he gonna use it?" "Now?" "Yeah." "You gonna draw on me?" Sean smiled. "No, Johnny." Johnny said, "The fuck you smiling for? Draw on me. We'll see what happens. It'll be cool." He thrust the gun out, his arm straight, the muzzle maybe an inch from Sean's chest now. Sean said, I'd say you got the drop on me, partner. Know what I mean? Got the drop, Ray, Johnny called. But a fucking cop, dude. Me. Check it out. Sean said, let's not let this get out of. Saw this movie once, right? Cops chasing this black guy on a roof. Nigga threw his ass off. Cops like all that shit the whole way down. Nigga's so badass he don't care the cop got the wife and little shits at home. Nigga's that cool, man. Sean had seen this before. Back when he was in uniform and sent as crowd control on a bank robbery gone bad, the guy inside, gradually growing stronger for a 2-hour period, feeling the power of the gun in his hand and the effect it had. Sean watching him rant and rave over the monitor hooked up to the bank cameras. At the start, the guy had been terrified, but he'd gotten over that. Fell in love with that gun. And for one moment, Sean saw Lauren looking over at him from the pillow, one hand pressed to the side of her head. He saw his dream daughter, smelled her, and thought about what a shitty thing it would be to die without meeting her or seeing Lauren again. He focused on the empty face before him. He said, "You see that guy to your left, Johnny? The one in the doorway?" Johnny's eyes darted fast to his left. "Yeah?" "He doesn't want to shoot you. He doesn't." "Don't care if he does," Johnny said. But Sean could see it got to the kid, his eyes getting rabbity now, jerking up and down. "But if you shoot me, he has no choice. Ain't afraid of dying. I know that. Thing is, though, he won't shoot you in the head or nothing. We don't kill kids, man. But if he shoots you from where he's standing, you know where that bullet's gonna go?" Sean kept his eyes on Johnny, even though his head seemed to be magnetized to the gun in the kid's hand, wanting to look down on it, see where the trigger was, if the kid was pulling on it at all. Sean thinking, I don't want to get shot, and I definitely don't want to get shot by a kid. He couldn't think of a more pathetic way to go. Johnny licked his lips. "It's going to go through your armpit and into your spine, man. It's going to paralyze you. It'll be like those kids on those Jimmy Fund commercials. You know the ones. Sitting in the wheelchair, all frozen up on one side, head hanging off the chair. There'll be a drooler, Johnny. People will have to hold the cup up beside your head so you can suck from the straw." Johnny made up his mind. Sean could see it, as if a light had clicked off in the kid's dark brain, and Sean felt the fear seize him now, knew this kid was going to pull the trigger if only to hear the sound. "Fuck it," Johnny said, and turned toward Whitey. Sean heard his own breath pop out of his mouth in surprise, and he looked down to see that gun sweeping away from his body, as if revolving on top of a tripod. He reached out so fast it was as if someone else was controlling his arms, and closed his hand over the gun as Whitey stepped into the room, Glock pointed at the kid's chest. A sound came out of the kid's mouth, a gasp of defeated surprise, as if he'd opened a Christmas present to find a soiled gym sock inside. And Sean pushed the kid's forehead back against the wall and stripped the gun from him. Sean said, "Motherfucker," and blinked at Whitey through the sweat in his eyes. Johnny started to cry the way only a 13-year-old could, as if the whole world were sitting on his face. Sean turned him to the wall and pulled his hands behind his back, saw Brendan and Ray Harris standing in a kitchen that looked like it had been hit by a cyclone. Whitey stepped up behind Sean, put a hand on his shoulder. "How you doing?" "Kid was gonna do it," Sean said, feeling the sweat that drenched every inch of clothes, even his socks. "No, I wasn't," Johnny wailed. "I was just kidding." "Fuck you," Whitey said, and leaned his face into the kid's. "Nobody cares about your tears, but your mommy, little bitch. Get used to it." Sean snapped the cuffs on Johnny O'Shea and took him by the shirt, led him into the kitchen and dropped him in a chair. Whitey said, "Ray, you look like someone threw you from the back of a truck." Ray looked at his brother. Brendan leaned against the oven, and his body was sagging so bad, Sean figured he'd fall over in a light breeze. "We know," Sean said. "What do you know?" Brendan whispered. Sean looked at the kid, sniffling in the chair, and the other kid, mute, looking up at them like he hoped they'd leave soon so he could get back to playing Doom in the back bedroom. Sean was pretty sure once he got a sign language interpreter and a social worker and questioned them that they'd say they did it because they had the gun. Because they were on the street when she drove up. Maybe because Ray had never really liked her. Because it seemed like a cool idea. Because they'd never killed anyone before. Because when you had your finger curled around a trigger, you just had to pull it, or otherwise that finger would itch for weeks. "What do you know?" Brendan repeated, his voice gone hoarse and wet. Sean shrugged. He wished he had an answer for Brendan, but looking at these two kids, nothing came to mind. Nothing at all. Jimmy took a bottle with him to Gannon Street. There was an assisted living home for the elderly at the end of the street, a chunk of 1960s limestone and granite that was 2 stories tall and ran half a block down Hiller Court, the street that began where Gannon ended. Jimmy sat on the white front steps and looked back down Gannon. He'd heard they were kicking the old people out of here, actually, the Point having grown so popular that the owner of the building was going to sell to a guy who specialized in starter condos for young couples. The Point was gone, really. It had always been the snobby sister of the flats, but now it was like it wasn't even in the same family. Pretty soon they'd probably draw up a charter, get the name changed, carve it off the Buckingham map. Jimmy took the pint from his jacket and sipped some bourbon, looked at the spot where they'd last seen Dave Boyle that day the men had taken him, his head looking back through the rear window, covered in shadow, gone soft with distance. "I wish it hadn't been you, Dave. I really do." He raised the pint to Katie. "Daddy got him, honey. Daddy put him down." "Talking to yourself?" Jimmy looked over and saw Sean climbing out of his car. Sean had a roadie beer in his hand, and he smiled at Jimmy's pint. "What's your excuse?" "Tough night," Jimmy said. Sean nodded. "Me too. Saw a bullet with my name on it." Jimmy slid to the side, and Sean sat down beside him. "How do you know to look for me here?" "Your wife said you might be here." "My wife?" Jimmy had never told her about his trips here. Christ, she was a real piece of work. "Yeah. Jimmy, we made a bust today." Jimmy took a long pull from the bottle, his chest fluttering. "A bust?" "Yeah. We got your daughter's killers. Got 'em cold." "Killers?" Jimmy said. "Plural?" Sean nodded. "Kids, actually. 13 years old. Ray Harris's son, Ray Jr., and a kid named Johnny O'Shea. They confessed half an hour ago." Jimmy felt a knife enter his brain through the ear and pushed toward the other side, a hot knife slicing away through his skull. "No question," he said. "None," Sean said. "Why?" "Why'd they do it? They don't even know. They were playing with a gun. They saw a car coming, and one of them laid down in the middle of the street. The car swerves, clutch kicks out, and O'Shea runs up to the car with a gun. Says he just meant to scare her. Instead, the gun went off. Katie hit him with the door, and the kids say they snapped. They chased her so she wouldn't tell anyone they had a gun." "And the beating they gave her?" Jimmy said, and took another drink. "Ray Jr. had a hockey stick. He wouldn't answer any questions. He's mute, just sat there. But O'Shea said that they beat her because she'd made them mad by running." He shrugged, as if the utter wastefulness of it surprised even him. "Little fucking kids," he said. "Afraid they'd get grounded or something, so they killed her." Jimmy stood. He opened his mouth to gulp some air, and his legs gave way, and he found himself right back on the step. Sean put a hand on his elbow. "Go easy, Jim. Take a few breaths." Jimmy saw Dave sitting on the ground, fingering the slice Jimmy had drawn from one end of his abdomen to the other. He heard his voice. "Look at me, Jimmy. Look at me." And Sean said, "I got a call from Celeste Boyle. She said Dave's missing. She said she went a little crazy the last few days. She said you, Jim, might know where he is." Jimmy shook his head, having trouble seeing anything out of his peripheral vision now, a tunnel seeming to have formed in front of his eyes. "No," Sean said. "Celeste says she told you that Dave killed Katie. Seems to think you believed the same thing. She got the feeling you were going to do something about it." Jimmy stared through the tunnel at a sewer grate. "You gonna send $500 a month to Celeste now, Jimmy?" Jimmy looked up, and each of them saw it at the same time in the other's face. Sean could see what Jimmy had done, and Jimmy could see that knowledge appear in Sean. "You fucking did it, didn't you?" Sean said. "You killed him." Jimmy stood up, holding onto the banister. "Don't know what you're talking about." "You killed both of them. Ray Harris and Dave Boyle." "Jesus. Jimmy, I came down here thinking the whole idea was nuts. But I can see it in your face, man. You crazy, lunatic, fucking psycho piece of shit. You did it. You killed Dave. You killed Dave Boyle. Our friend, Jimmy." Jimmy snorted. "Our friend? Yeah, okay, Point Boy. He was your good buddy. Hung with him all the time, right?" Sean stepped into his face. "He was our friend, Jimmy. Remember?" Jimmy looked into Sean's eyes, wondered if he was going to take a swing at him. "Last time I saw Dave," he said, "was at my house last night." He pushed Sean aside and crossed the street onto Gannon. "That's the last time I saw Dave. You're full of shit." He turned, arms wide as he looked back at Sean. "Then arrest me, you're so sure." "I'll get the evidence," Sean said. "You know I will." "You'll get shit," Jimmy said. "Thanks for busting my daughter's killers, Sean. Really. Maybe if you'd been a little faster, though?" Jimmy shrugged and turned his back on him, started walking down Gannon Street. Sean watched him until he lost him to the darkness under a broken streetlight right in front of Sean's old house. You did it, Sean thought. You actually did it. You cold-blooded animal. And the worst part of it is that I know how smart you are. You won't have left us anything to go on. That's not in your nature because you're a detail guy, Jimmy. You damn prick. You took his life, Sean said aloud. Didn't you, my man? He tossed his beer can into the curb and walked to his car. Called Lauren from his cell phone. When she answered, he said, "It's Sean." Silence. He knew now what he hadn't said that she'd needed to hear, the thing he'd refused to say in over a year. Anything, he'd told himself. I'll say anything but that. He said it now, though. He said it seeing that kid pointing the gun at his chest, the kid reeking of nothing, and seeing, too, poor Dave, that day Sean had offered to buy him a beer. The spark of desperate hope he'd seen in Dave's face. The guy probably never believing, truly, that anyone would want to have a beer with him. And he said it because he felt it deep in his marrow, a need to say it, as much for Lauren as for himself. He said, "I'm sorry." And Lauren spoke. "For what?" "For putting it all on you." "Okay." Hey. You go ahead," he said. What? Hell, Sean, I'm sorry, too. I didn't mean to. It's okay, he said. Really. He took a deep breath, sucking in the soiled, stale sweat stench of his cruiser. "I want to see you," I want to see my daughter. And Lauren answered, How do you know she's yours? She's mine. But the blood test, she's mine, he said. I don't need a blood test. Will you come home, Lauren? Will you? Somewhere, on the silent street, he could hear the hum of a generator. Nora, she said. What? That's your daughter's name, Sean. Nora, he said, the word wet in his throat. When Jimmy got home, Annabeth was waiting up for him in the kitchen. He sat in the chair at the table across from her, and she gave him that small, secret smile he loved, the one that seemed to know him so well he'd never have to open his mouth for the rest of his life, and she'd still know what he meant to say. Jimmy took her hand and ran his thumb along hers and tried to find strength in the image of himself that he could see in her face. The baby monitor sat on the table between them. They'd used it last month when Nadine had come down with a bad case of strep, listening to her gurgle as she'd slept, Jimmy picturing his baby drowning, waiting for the sound of a cough so ground in glass he'd have to leap from bed and scoop her up, rush her to the emergency room wearing only boxers and a t-shirt. She'd healed quickly, though, but Annabeth didn't return the monitor to its box in the dining room closet. She'd turn it on at night, listen to Nadine and Sarah sleep. They weren't sleeping now. Jimmy could hear them through the small speaker, whispering, giggling, and it horrified him to picture them and think of his sins at the same time. I killed a man. The wrong man. It burned in him, that knowledge, that shame. I killed Dave Boyle. It dripped, still burning, down into his belly. It drizzled through him. I murdered an innocent man. Oh, honey, Annabeth said, searching his face. Oh, baby, what's wrong? Is it Katie? Baby, you look like you're dying. She came around the table, a fearsome mix of worry and love in her eyes. She straddled Jimmy and took his face in her hands and made him look in her eyes. Tell me what's wrong. Jimmy wanted to hide from her. Her love hurt too much right now. He wanted to dissolve from her warm hands and find some place dark and cave-like where no love or light could reach, and he could curl into a ball and moan his grief and self-hatred into the black. Jimmy, she whispered. She kissed his eyelids. Jimmy, talk to me, please. She pressed the heels of her hands against his temples, and her fingers dug through his hair and against his skull, and she kissed him. Her tongue slid into his mouth and probed him, searching deep for the source of his pain, sucking at it, capable of turning into a scalpel if necessary and cutting away his cancers, sucking them back out of him. Tell me, please, Jimmy, tell me. And he knew, looking into her love, that he had to tell her everything or he'd be lost. He wasn't sure she'd be able to save him, but he was positive that if he didn't open himself to her now, he would definitely die. So he told her. He told her everything. He told her about Just Ray Harris, and he told her about the sadness he'd felt anchored inside of him since he was 11, and he told her that loving Katie had been the sole admirable accomplishment of his otherwise useless existence. That Katie at 6, that daughter stranger who'd needed and mistrusted him at the same time, was the scariest thing he'd ever faced and the only chore he'd never run from. He told his wife that loving Katie and protecting Katie was the core of him, and when she had been taken, so had he. And so he told her, with the kitchen gone small and tight around them, I killed Dave. I killed him and buried him in the Mystic, and now I've discovered, as if that crime weren't bad enough, that he was innocent. These are the things I've done, Anna, and I can't undo them. I think I should go to jail. I think I should confess to Dave's murder and go back into jail because I think I belong there. No, honey, I do. I'm not fit for out here. I can't be trusted." His voice sounded like someone else's. It sounded so far from the one he usually heard leaving his lips that he wondered if Annabeth saw a stranger before her. A carbon Jimmy. A Jimmy vanishing into the ether. Her face was dry and composed, though, so still she could have been posing for a painting. Chin tilted up, eyes clear and unreadable. Jimmy could hear the girls on the monitor again, whispering, the sound like a soft rustle of wind. Annabeth reached down and began unbuttoning his shirt, and Jimmy watched her deft fingers, his body numb. He opened the shirt and pushed it halfway off his shoulders, and then she placed her cheek to it, her ear over the center of his chest. He said, "I just—" "Shh," she whispered. "I want to hear your heart." Her hands slid along his rib cage and then up his back, and she pressed the side of her head tighter against his chest. She closed her eyes, and a tiny smile curled up her lips. They sat that way for a while. The whispering on the monitor had changed to the hushed mumble of his daughter sleeping. When she pulled away, Jimmy could still feel her cheek on his chest like a permanent mark. She climbed off him and sat on the floor in front of him and looked into his face. She tilted her head toward the baby monitor, and for a moment they listened to their daughter's sleep. "You know what I told them when I put them to bed tonight?" Jimmy shook his head. Annabeth said, "I told them they had to be extra special nice to you for a while because, as much as we loved Katie, you loved her even more. You loved her so much because you'd created her and held her when she was tiny, and sometimes your love for her was so big that your heart filled like a balloon and felt like it was going to pop from loving her." "Jesus," Jimmy said. "I told them that their daddy loved them that much too, that he had 4 hearts, and they were all balloons, and they were all filled up and aching, and your love meant we'd never have to worry." And Nadine said, "Never?" "Please." Jimmy felt like he was crushed under blocks of granite. "Stop." She shook her head once, holding him in her calm eyes. "I told Nadine, that's right. Never. Because Daddy is a king, not a prince, and kings know what must be done, even if it's hard, to make things right. Daddy is a king, and he will do, Anna, he will do whatever he has to do for those he loves. Everyone makes mistakes. Everyone. Great men try to make things right. And that's all that matters. That's what great love is. That's why Daddy is a great man." Jimmy felt blinded. He said, "No." Celeste called, Annabeth said, her words like darts now. "Don't. She wanted to know where you were. She told me how she'd mentioned her own suspicions about Dave to you." Jimmy wiped his eyes with the back of his hand, watched his wife as if he'd never seen her before. "She told me that, Jimmy, and I thought, what kind of wife says those things about her husband? How fucking gutless do you have to be to tell those kind of tales out of school? And why would she tell you? Huh, Jim? Why would she run to you?" Jimmy had an idea. He'd always had an idea about Celeste and the way she looked at him sometimes, but he didn't say anything. Annabeth smiled as if she could see the answer in his face. "I could have called you on your cell. I could have. Once she told me what you knew, and I remembered seeing you leave with Val, I could guess what you were doing, Jimmy. I'm not stupid. She was never that. But I didn't call you. I didn't stop it." Jimmy's voice cracked around the words. "Why not?" Annabeth cocked her head at him as if the answer should have been obvious. She stood, looking down at him with that curious glare, and she kicked off her shoes. She unzipped her jeans and pulled them down her thighs, bent at the waist and pushed them to her ankles. She stepped out of them as she removed her shirt and bra. She pulled Jimmy out of his chair. She pressed him to her body, and she kissed his damp cheekbones. "They," she said, "are weak." "Who's they?" "Everyone," she said. "Everyone but us." She pushed Jimmy's shirt off his shoulders, and Jimmy could see her face down at the Penn Channel the first night they'd ever gone out. She'd asked him if crime was in his blood, and Jimmy had convinced her that it wasn't, because he'd thought that was the answer she was looking for. Only now, 12.5 years later, did he understand that all she'd wanted from him was the truth. Whatever his answer had been, she would have adapted to it. She would have supported it. She would have built their lives accordingly. "We are not weak," she said, and Jimmy felt the desire take hold in him as if it had been building since birth. If he could have eaten her alive without causing her pain, he would have devoured her organs, sank his teeth into her throat. "We will never be weak." She sat on the kitchen table, her legs dangling off the side. Jimmy looked at his wife as he stepped out of his pants, aware that this was temporary, that he was merely blocking the pain of Dave's murder, ducking from it into his wife's strength and flesh. But that would do for tonight. Maybe not tomorrow or in the days to come, but definitely for tonight it would provide. And wasn't that how all recovery started? With small steps? Annabeth placed her hands on his hips, her nails digging into the flesh near his spine. "When we're done, Jim?" "Yeah." Jimmy felt drunk with her. "Make sure you kiss the girls good night." Epilogue. Jimmy Flats. Sunday. Chapter 28. We'll save you a place. Jimmy woke up Sunday morning to the distant sound of drums. Not the rat-a-tat and cymbal clash of some nose-ring band in a sweaty club, but the deep, steady tom-tom thump of a war party encamped just on the outskirts of the neighborhood. Then he heard the bleat of brass horns, sudden and off-key. Once again it was a distant sound, riding the morning air from a distance of 10 or 12 blocks away, and it died almost as soon as it had started. In the silence that followed he lay there, listening to the crisp quiet of a late Sunday morning. A bright one, too, judging by the hard yellow glow on the other side of the closed shades. He heard the cluck and coo of pigeons on his ledge and the dry bark of a dog down the street. A car door snapped open and shut, and he waited for the gun of its engine, but it never came. And then he heard that deep tom-tom thumping again, steadier, more confident. He looked over at the clock on the nightstand. 11 a.m. The last time he'd slept this late he'd been... He couldn't remember the last time he'd slept this late, actually. Years. A decade, maybe. He remembered the last few days' exhaustion, the sensation he'd had that Katie's coffin rose and fell like an elevator car through his body. And then Just Ray Harris and Dave Boyle had come to visit, as he'd sat drunk on the living-room couch last night, a gun in his hand, watching them wave to him from the back seat of the car that had smelled of apples, and the back of Katie's head stretched up between them as they drove off down Gannon Street, Katie never looking back, and Just Ray and Dave waving like mad, grinning like fools, as Jimmy felt the gun itch against his palm. He'd smelled the oil and thought of putting the barrel in his mouth. The wake had been a nightmare, Celeste showing up when it was packed at 8 in the evening and attacking Jimmy, hitting him with her fists, calling him a murderer. "You have her body," she'd screamed. "What do I have? Where is he, Jimmy? Where?" Bruce Reed and his sons pulled her off him and carted her out of there, but Celeste still screamed, full throttle, "Murderer! He's a murderer! He killed my husband! Murderer!" Murderer. Then there'd been the funeral and the service at the gravesite. Jimmy standing there as they lowered his baby into the hole and hit the coffin with piles of dirt and loose rock, and Katie faded away from him under all that soil, as if she'd never lived. The weight of all that had found his bones last night and sunk in deep, Katie's coffin rising and falling, so that by the time he'd put the gun back in the drawer and flopped into bed, he'd felt immobilized, as if his bone marrow had filled with his dead, and the blood was clotting. Oh, God, he'd thought, I've never been so tired, so sad, so useless and alone. I'm exhausted from my mistakes and my rage and my bitter sadness, wiped out from my sins. Oh, God, leave me alone and let me die so I won't do wrong, and I won't be tired, and I won't carry the burdens of my nature and my loves any more. Loose me of all that, because I'm too tired to do it on my own. Annabeth had tried to understand this guilt, this horror at himself, but she couldn't, because she hadn't pulled the trigger. And now he'd slept until 11. 12 hours straight, and a dead sleep, too, because he'd never heard Annabeth awake. He'd read somewhere that a hallmark of deep depression was a consistent weariness, a compulsive need to sleep. But as he sat up in bed and listened to the thump of drums, joined now by the blasts of those brass horns, almost in tune, too, he felt refreshed. He felt 20. He felt wide awake, as if he'd never need sleep again. The parade, he realized. The drums and horns came from the band, prepping to march down Buckingham Avenue at noon. He got up and went to the window and pulled up the shade. The reason that car hadn't started out front was because they'd blocked off Buckingham Avenue from the flats straight up to Rome Basin. 36 blocks. He looked through the window and down onto the avenue. It was a clean stripe of blue-gray asphalt under the bright sun, as clean as Jimmy could remember seeing it. Blue sawhorses blocked access at every cross street and stretched end to end along the curbs as far as Jimmy could see in either direction. Folks had just begun to come out of their homes and stake out their places on the sidewalk. Jimmy watched them set down their coolers and radios and picnic baskets, and he waved to Dan and Maureen Gooden as they unfolded their lawn chairs in front of Hennessy's laundromat. When they waved back, he felt touched by the concern he saw in their faces. Maureen cupped her hands around her mouth and called to him. Jimmy opened the window and leaned into the screen, got a whiff of the morning sun, bright air, and what remained of the spring's dust clinging to the screen. "What's that, Maureen?" "I said, how you doing, hon?" Maureen called. "You okay?" "Yeah," Jimmy said, and it surprised him to realize that, in fact, he did feel okay. He still carried Katie in him like a second stricken and angry heart that would never, he was certain, stop beating its mad beat. He had no illusions about that. The grief was a constant now, more a part of him than a limb. But somehow, during his long sleep, he'd gained an elemental acceptance of it. There it was, part of him, and he could deal with it on those terms. And so, under the circumstances, he felt far better than he would have expected. "I'm all right," he called to Maureen and Dan. "Considering, you know." Maureen nodded, and Dan asked, "You need anything, Jim?" "We mean anything," Maureen said. And Jimmy felt a proud and everlasting surge of love for them and this whole place as he said, "No, I'm good. But thanks. Very much. It means a lot." "You coming down?" Maureen called. "I think so, yeah," Jimmy said, not knowing for sure until the words left his mouth. "We'll see you down there in a bit." "We'll save you a place," Dan said. They waved, and Jimmy waved back, and then left the window. chest still filled with that overwhelming mixture of pride and love. These were his people, and this was his neighborhood, his home. They'd save a place for him. They would. Jimmy from the Flats. That's what the big boys had called him in the old days, before he'd shipped out to Deer Island. They'd take him to the social clubs on Prince Street in the North End and say, "Hey, Carlo, this is that friend of mine I was telling you about. Jimmy from the Flats." And Carlo or Gino or one of the O's would widen his eyes and go, "No shit. Jimmy Flats. Nice to meet you, Jimmy. I admired your work a long time now." The jokes about his age would follow. "What, you crack your first safe with your diaper pin?" But Jimmy could feel the respect, if not a kind of minor awe, these hard guys felt in his presence. He was Jimmy Flats. Ran his first crew at 17. 17! You believe that shit? A serious guy, not to be fucked with. A man who kept his mouth shut and knew how the game was played and knew how to show respect. A man who made money for his friends. He was Jimmy Flats back then, and he was Jimmy Flats right now. And those people beginning to gather along the parade route, they loved him. They worried about him and shouldered a modicum of his grief as best as they could. And for their love, what did he give them in return? He had to wonder. What, really, did he give them? The closest thing this neighborhood had to a governing presence in the years since the feds and RICO had busted up Louis Jello's gang had been, what, Bobby O'Donnell? Bobby O'Donnell and Roman Fallow, pair of bantamweight drug dealers who'd moved into the protection and Shylock rackets. Jimmy had heard the rumors, how they'd forged some kind of deal with the Vietnamese gangs up in Rome Basin to keep the gooks from muscling in, carved up the territory, and then celebrated the alliance by burning Connie's flower shop to the ground as a warning to anyone who refused to pay their insurance premiums. That's not how you did it. You kept your business out of your neighborhood. You didn't make the neighborhood your business. You kept your people clean and safe, and they, in gratitude, watched your back and became your ears to whispers of trouble. And if occasionally their gratitude came in the form of an envelope here, a cake, or a car there, then that was their choice and your reward for keeping them safe. That's how you ran a neighborhood, benevolently, with one eye on their interests and one eye on your own. You didn't let the Bobby O'Donnells and the slant-eyed Tong wannabes think they could just stroll the fuck in here and take whatever they desired. Not if they wanted to stroll back out on their God-given limbs. Jimmy left the bedroom and found the apartment empty. The door at the end of the hall was open, and he could hear Annabeth's voice from the apartment upstairs. Could hear his daughter's small feet scampering across the floorboards as they chased Val's cat. He let himself into the bathroom and turned on the shower, stepped in when it got warm, and raised his face to the spray. The only reason O'Donnell and Farrow had never bothered Jimmy's store was because they knew he was tight with the savages. And like anyone with a brain, O'Donnell was afraid of them. And if he and Roman feared the savages, then that meant that by association, they feared Jimmy. They feared him. Jimmy from the Flats, because on his own, Lord knows, he certainly had the brains. And with the savages watching his back, he could have all the muscle and balls to the wall, bat-shit fearlessness he'd ever need. Put Jimmy Marcus and the Savage Brothers together for real? And they could... what? Make the neighborhood as safe as it deserved to be. Run the whole damn city. Own it. Please don't, Jimmy. Jesus, I want to see my wife. I want to live my life. Jimmy, please don't take that away from me. Look at me. Jimmy closed his eyes and let the hard, hot water drill his skull. Look at me. I'm looking at you, Dave. I'm looking at you. Jimmy saw Dave's pleading face, the spittle on his lips not much different than the spittle on Just Ray Harris's lower lip and chin had been 13 years ago. Look at me. I'm looking, Dave. I'm looking. You never should have gotten back out of that car. You know that? You should have stayed gone. You came back here, to our home, and there were crucial pieces of you missing. You never fit back in, Dave, because they'd poisoned you, and that poison was just waiting to spill back out. I didn't kill your daughter, Jimmy. I didn't kill Katie. I didn't. Maybe you didn't, Dave. I know that now. It's starting to look like you actually had nothing to do with it. Still a small chance the cops got the wrong kids, but I'll admit, all in all, it looks like you may have been guilt-free on the Katie account. So? So you killed someone, Dave. You killed someone. Celeste was right about that. Besides, you know how it is with kids that get molested. No, Jim. Why don't you tell me? They turn into molesters themselves. Sooner or later. The poison's in you and it has to come out. I was just protecting some future victim from your poison, Dave. Maybe your son. Leave my son out of this. Fine. Maybe one of his friends then. But Dave, sooner or later, you would have shown your true colors. That's how you live with it? Once you got in that car, Dave, you should never have come back. That's how I live with it. You didn't belong. Don't you get it? That's all a neighborhood is. A place where people who belong together live. All others need not fucking apply. Dave's voice fell through the water and drummed into Jimmy's skull. I live in you now, Jimmy. You can't shut me off. Yes, Dave, I can. And Jimmy turned the shower off and stepped out of the tub. He dried off and sucked the soft steam up his nostrils. If anything, it left him feeling even more clear-headed. He wiped steam off the small window in the corner and looked down into the alley that ran behind his house. The day was so clear and bright that even the alley looked clean. Christ, what a beautiful day. What a perfect Sunday. What a perfect day for a parade. He would take his daughters and his wife down to the street, and they would hold hands and watch the marchers and the bands and the floats and politicians stream by in the bright sunlight. And they'd eat hot dogs and cotton candy, and he'd buy the girls Buckingham Pride flags and T-shirts. And a healing process would begin amid the cymbals and drumbeats and horns and cheers. It would take hold of them, he was sure, as they stood on the sidewalk and celebrated the founding of their neighborhood. And when Katie's death pressed in on them again during the evening hours, and their bodies sagged a bit with the weight of her, they would at least have the afternoon's entertainment to balance their grief a little bit. It would be the start of healing. They would all realize that, at least for a few hours this afternoon, they'd known pleasure, if not joy. He left the window and splashed warm water on his face, then covered his cheeks and throat with shaving cream, and it occurred to him, as he began to shave, that he was evil. No big thing, really, no earth-shattering clang of bells erupting in his heart. Just that, an occurrence, a momentary realization that fell like gently grasping fingers through his chest. So I am, then. He looked in the mirror, his face still speckled with drops of water, and felt very little of anything at all. He loved his daughters, and he loved his wife, and they loved him. He found certainty in them, complete certainty. Few men, few people had that. He'd killed a man for a crime the man had probably not committed. If that weren't bad enough, he felt very little regret. And in the long ago, he'd killed another man, and he'd weighted both bodies down so that they'd descended to the depths of the mystic. And he'd genuinely liked both men. Ray a bit more than Dave, but he'd liked them both. Still, he'd killed them, on principle, stood on a stone ledge above the river and watched Ray's face turn white and sagging as it sank beneath the waterline, eyes open and lifeless. And in all these years he hadn't felt much guilt over that, although he'd told himself he did. But what he called guilt was actually a fear of bad karma, of what he'd done being done to him or someone he loved. And Katie's death, he supposed, may have been the fulfillment of that bad karma. The ultimate fulfillment, if you really looked at it. Ray coming back through his wife's womb and killing Katie for no good reason except karma. And Dave? They'd wrapped the chain through the holes in the cinder block, tied it tight around his body and locked the two ends together. And then they'd struggled to lift his body the 9 inches it needed to clear the boat, and they'd tossed him over, Jimmy having a distinct image of the child Dave, not the adult, sinking to the river floor. Who knew exactly where he'd landed? But he was down there, at the bottom of the Mystic, looking up. Stay there, Dave. Stay there. The truth was, Jimmy had never felt much guilt for anything he'd done. Sure, he'd arranged with a buddy in New York to have the Harrises sent $500 a month over the last 13 years, but that wasn't guilt so much as good business sense. As long as they thought just Ray was alive, they'd never send anyone looking for him. In fact, now that Ray's son was in jail, fuck it, he could stop sending the money. Use it for something good. The neighborhood, he decided. He'd use it to protect his neighborhood. And looking in the mirror, he decided that that's exactly what it was. His. From now on, he owned it. He'd been living a lie for 13 years, pretending to think like a straight citizen, when all around him he saw the waste of blown opportunities. They were going to build a stadium down here? Fine. Let's talk about the workers we represent. No? Oh, okay. Better keep a close eye on your machinery, boys. Hate to have a fire on something like this. He'd have to sit down with Val and Kevin and discuss their future. This town was waiting to be opened up. And Bobby O'Donnell? His future, Jimmy decided, wasn't looking all that bright if he planned on sticking around East Bucky. He finished shaving, looked one more time at his reflection. He was evil? So be it. He could live with it, because he had love in his heart, and he had certainty. As trade-offs went, it wasn't half bad. He got dressed. He walked through the kitchen, feeling like the man he'd been pretending to be all these years had just gone down the drain in the bathroom. He could hear his daughters shrieking and laughing, probably getting licked to death by Val's cat, and he thought, man, that's a beautiful sound. Out on the street, Sean and Lauren found a space in front of Nate and Nancy's coffee shop. Nora slept in her carriage, and they placed it in the shade under the awning. They leaned against the wall and ate their ice cream cones, and Sean looked at his wife and wondered if they'd make it, or if the year-long rift had done too much damage, squandered their love and all the good years they'd had in their marriage before the mess of the final two. Lauren took his hand, though, squeezed it, and he looked down at his daughter and thought she did look a little bit like something to be adored. A small god, perhaps, filling him up. Through the parade streaming in front of them, Sean could see Jimmy and Annabeth Marcus, and their 2 pretty girls sitting atop the shoulders of Val and Kevin Savage, the girls waving at every float and open convertible that passed by. 216 years ago, Sean knew, they'd built the first prison in the region along the banks of the channel that ultimately bore its name. The first settlers to Buckingham had been the jailers and their families and the wives and children of the men housed in the prison. It had never been an easy truce. When the prisoners were released, they were often too tired or too old to move very far, and Buckingham soon became known as a dumping ground for the dregs. Saloons sprouted up along this avenue and its dirt streets, and the jailers took to the hills, literally, building their homes up in the point so they could once again look down on the people they'd corralled. The 1800s brought a cattle boom, the stockyards springing up where the expressway was now, a freight track running along the edges of Sydney Street and unloading the steers for the long walk up to the center of what was now the parade route. The generations of prisoners and slaughterhouse hands and their offspring pushed the flats all the way down to the freight tracks. The prison closed in the wake of some forgotten reform movement, and the cattle boom ended, and the saloons kept sprouting. The Irish immigrant wave followed the Italian wave in twice the numbers, and the L tracks were built, and they streamed into the city for jobs, but always back here when the day closed. You came back here because you'd built this village. You knew its dangers and its pleasures, and most importantly, nothing that happened here surprised you. There was a logic to the corruption, and the bloodbaths, and the bar fights, and the stickball games, and the Saturday morning lovemaking. No one else saw the logic, and that was the point. No one else was welcome here. Lauren leaned back into him, her head beneath his chin, and Sean could feel her doubt, but also her resolve, her need to rebuild her faith in him. She said, "How scared were you when that kid pointed the gun in your face?" "The truth?" "Please." "Close to losing bladder control." She craned her head out from underneath his chin and looked at him. "Seriously?" "Yeah," he said. "Did you think of me?" "I did," he said. "I thought of both of you." "What did you think?" "I thought of this," he said. "I thought of now." "The parade? Everything?" He nodded. "Aw," she said, and kissed his neck. "You're full of shit, honey, but it's sweet of you to say." "I'm not lying," he said. "I'm not." She looked down at Nora. "She's got your eyes. And your nose." She was staring at their baby when she said, "I hope this works." "Me too." He kissed her. They leaned back against the wall together, a steady stream of people passing by along the sidewalk in front of them. And then Celeste suddenly stood before them. Her skin was pale, and her hair was speckled with dandruff, and she kept pulling on her fingers as if trying to pop them from the sockets. She blinked at Sean. She said, "Hey, Trooper Devine." Sean held out his hand because she looked like she needed contact or she'd float away. "Hi, Celeste. Call me Sean, it's okay." She shook his hand. Her palm was clammy, her fingers hot, and she let go almost as soon as they'd touched. Sean said, "This is Lauren, my wife." "Hello," Lauren said. "Hi." For a moment, no one knew what to say. They stood there, stilted and untethered, and then Celeste looked across the street, and Sean followed her gaze to Jimmy, standing there with his arm around Annabeth, the two of them shining as bright as the day, surrounded by friends and family. They looked like they'd never lose anything again. Jimmy's eyes swept past Celeste and met Sean's. He nodded in recognition, and Sean nodded back. Celeste said, "He killed my husband." Sean felt Lauren freeze up against him. "I know," he said. "I can't prove it yet, but I know." "Will you?" "What?" "Prove it," she said. "I'll try, Celeste. I swear to God." Celeste looked out on the avenue and scratched her head with a lazy ferocity, as if digging for lice. "I can't seem to put a finger on my mind lately." She laughed. "That didn't sound right. But I can't. I just can't." Sean reached out and touched her wrist. She looked at him, her brown eyes wild and aged. She seemed sure he was going to slap her. He said, "I can give you the name of a doctor, Celeste. Someone who specializes in those who've lost loved ones to violent crime." She nodded, though his words didn't seem to provide any consolation. Her wrist fell away from his hand, and she tugged at her fingers again. She noticed Lauren watching her, and she looked down at her fingers. She dropped her hands, then raised them again and crossed her arms over her chest and tucked her hands under her elbows as if trying to keep them from flying away. Sean noticed Lauren giving her a small, hesitant smile, one of abject empathy, and he was surprised to see Celeste respond with a tiny smile of her own and an acknowledgment of gratitude in the blink of her eyes. He loved his wife then as deeply as he ever had, and he felt humbled by her ability to convey instant kinship with lost souls. He was sure then that it was he who had wronged their marriage with the emergence of his cop's ego, his gradual contempt for the flaws and frailty of people. He reached out and touched Lauren's cheek, and the gesture caused Celeste to look away. She looked out onto the avenue as a float in the shape of a baseball glove drifted by, ringed on all sides with Little Leaguers and T-ball teams, the kids beaming and waving and going crazy with the adoration. Something about the float chilled Sean. The way the baseball glove maybe seemed less to be cradling the kids and more on the verge of enveloping them, the kids oblivious, smiling like mad. Except for one. He was subdued, and he looked at his cleats, and Sean recognized him immediately. Dave's son. "Michael!" Celeste waved to him, but the kid didn't look back. He kept his eyes down, even though she called his name again. "Michael, honey! Sweetie, look! Michael!" The float kept drifting along, and Celeste kept calling, and her son refused to look her way. Sean could see a young Dave in the kid's shoulders and the droop of his chin, his almost delicate good looks. "Michael!" Celeste called. She pulled her fingers again and stepped off the curb. The float passed them, but Celeste kept following it, moving through the crowds, waving, calling her son's name. Sean felt Lauren idly caress his arm, and he looked across the street at Jimmy. If it took him the rest of his life, he was going to bring him down. "You see me, Jimmy? Come on, look over again." And Jimmy's head swiveled. He smiled at Sean. Sean raised his hand, the index finger pointing out, the thumb cocked like the hammer of a gun, and then he dropped the thumb and fired. Jimmy's smile broadened. "Who was that woman?" Lauren said. Sean watched Celeste as she trotted along the line of parade watchers, growing smaller as the float continued up the avenue, her coat flapping behind her. "Somebody who lost her husband," Sean said. And he thought of Dave Boyle, and he wished he'd bought him that beer like he'd promised on the second day of the investigation. He wished he'd been nicer to him when they were kids, and that Dave's father hadn't left him, and his mother hadn't been nuts, and that so many bad things hadn't happened to him. Standing along the parade route with his wife and child, he wished a lot of things for Dave Boyle. But peace, mostly. More than anything, he hoped Dave, wherever he was, got a little of that.